Marvel with ZANPAKUTOU. Chapter 551, River of Dead Souls. His godly ascension plan was supposed to be perfect and flawless. However, he never expected that Constantine would barge into this place and coincidentally awaken the sleeping seraph. This action caused the seraph, which was about to be corrupted, to suddenly gather some divine power and build a defense on the spiritual level, delaying its parasitic plan by more than 10 minutes. Damn it, damn it! If he hadn't been entangled by that terrifying man and killed a body by unknown means, causing his brain, mind, and memory to be in chaos, he wouldn't have been able to investigate the situation here for a while, so how could he not have discovered that someone had broken into the factory? The awakening of the seraph delayed the project by 10 minutes. This was an unacceptable result for Wilbur, who was pursuing a smooth plan. After all, no one could guarantee what would happen in these 10 minutes. Everything was possible. The closer the plan was to success, the more it could not relax at all. There were plenty of examples of people who thought that victory was within their grasp, but the situation was reversed in real life, and it happened to have experienced it just now, so it had to be even more vigilant now. You! Damn it! The anger in Wilbur's eyes surged, and he wanted to tear Constantine apart alive. He gritted his teeth and said, "I want to see if you can escape from me alive without the help of an angel this time." Wait a minute. Constantine's expression changed slightly, and the sense of incongruity became even stronger. Have we met before? A part of his memories that had been erased, the angel that had saved him, and the tone of Wilbur. These fragmented clues were undoubtedly clear. Before he came to this factory, he had met Wilbur once, and had even fought him. He. Wilbur smiled sinisterly, his expression indescribably strange. This question, when you join us, you will naturally know. Now, just die with those questions. The sticky and viscous blood-colored asphalt slowly dripped onto the ground. As an invisible pressure rose up, it gradually spread out and formed a large pool of blood. It seemed to have a life consciousness as it squirmed, dyeing the ground in front of it a bright red. Soon, it was about to touch Constantine's location. F***ck. Constantine's expression changed slightly. He cursed and quickly retreated. Based on his many years of experience in the magic world, this kind of thing that looked strange and not to be provoked was generally related to some dimensional evil gods. It was best not to be touched by these sticky blood stains. Otherwise, who knew what terrible things would happen? You want to run now? It's too late. But how could Wilbur do as he wished? He sneered, "Taste the power of your companion." The viscous blood that spread out from the ground rose up to a height of more than half a foot. Under the control of the ineffective power, it set off a huge wave. Layer upon layer, it let out a deafening whistling sound. The area covered by the huge attack did not give Constantine the slightest chance to escape. In the name of the Holy Father, the Holy Son, and the Holy Spirit. Constantine came up with an idea in a hurry. He took out a handful of white bone ashes from his bosom and threw them directly at the blood wave. The light cast a sacred hexagram. "Please give me a sharp blade of courage and break the darkness in front of me." White ashes floated in the air and turned into a rain of light arrows. The rain of arrows that contained the power of the divine blessing instantly released a mighty light. The blood sea that touched the light seemed to be burned and made sizzling sounds. The evil and strange blood sea was directly dispelled by the divine power as if it had met its natural enemy. Bang! 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 Under the rain of the divine light arrows, half of the blood sea instantly melted. I succeeded. Before Constantine could smile, a figure suddenly appeared in his eyes. It was Wilbur. "Do you think I haven't seen your magic?" Wilbur showed his white teeth, and his eyes were full of killing intent. "John Constantine, I have already seen this trick of yours." "Shit!" Constantine's expression changed, and he hurriedly tried to escape. However, in Wilbur's view, his movement was even slower than a snail crawling. He raised his pale and sharp palm and pierced through Constantine's chest like lightning. Pucci! A strong force entered his body. The intense pain instantly swept through Constantine's brain, and he could not help but scream. Ah! Constantine widened his eyes as if he could not believe it. It's over, Constantine. Wilbur lifted him up in the air. The blood mixed with the broken pieces of flesh flowed out of the huge wound. He stretched out his tongue and sucked the blood and pieces of flesh into his mouth. He chewed them as if he was tasting a delicacy, revealing an evil smile. Now, no one can stop me. As long as there was no Constantine, the angel would not be awakened. He would forever sink into the bloody sea and the painful hell, until the seraph wings that symbolized holiness and purity were contaminated. Ha 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 ha! Wilbur swung his arm and threw the dying Constantine to the side, letting out an arrogant laugh. Am I going to die? Constantine, who was on the verge of death, was breathing weakly. He felt the scenery in front of him gradually becoming blurry. Movement, perception, thoughts, etc. Everything seemed to be gradually fading away from him, and the feeling of a heavy fall immediately appeared. But at the same time, the broken memory fragments were being restored bit by bit. The lost memories were like a spring, breaking through the barrier of the seal and flashing crazily in his brain. Hey! Wilbur, who had just taken 2 steps, suddenly stopped. He suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Hey! Where are you going? Constantine slowly got up from the pool of blood. He held a bright red sword blade in his hand. His eyes were as crazy as a wild beast, as if he was about to devour someone. Wilbur! I finally remember. Wilbur's expression changed drastically, and his pupils could not help but contract. You are not Wilbur at all. Constantine swayed twice and staggered to regain his balance. His fierce eyes emitted killing intent. The real Wilbur has long been taken over by you, and the name of the angel you imprisoned is... Shut up! Wilbur Whatley burst into a rage and let out a terrifying scream, smashing the ground and dashing towards Constantine, trying to stop him from taking out that name. Don't say that name, I won't allow you to say that name. Let hell sing for it, the river of dead souls. Constantine puffed out his chest, his hands holding the blood-red sword blade as he stabbed it into the ground. He raised his blood-red eyes and said word by word, remember this name firmly, because it will end your conspiracy and end all this disaster. Rumble! Under the blood-red blade of sword, countless souls of the dead crawled out from the ground. The faces were completely unfamiliar, but they all carried hatred and resentment towards the living. They swayed like puppets around Constantine, and the bright red blood flowed like a fountain. Swish! A cold light flashed, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. With his superhuman physique, Wilbur forcibly broke Constantine's head and threw him to the ground. Is it over? It seems that, it is not. Wilbur's pupils shrank slightly. He found that Constantine was not dead. The head that had tumbled down was actually laughing strangely at him. Let me experience it. Chapter 552, Immortal. His godly ascension plan was supposed to be perfect and flawless. However, he never expected that Constantine would barge into this place and coincidentally awaken the sleeping seraph. This action caused the seraph, which was about to be corrupted and corrupted, to suddenly gather some divine power and build a defense on the spiritual level, delaying its parasitic plan by more than 10 minutes. Damn it! Damn it! If he hadn't been entangled by that terrifying man and killed a body by unknown means, causing his brain, mind, and memory to be in chaos, he wouldn't have been able to investigate the situation here for a while, so how could he not have discovered that someone had broken into the factory? The awakening of the seraph delayed the project by 10 minutes. This was an unacceptable result for Wilbur, who was pursuing a smooth plan. After all, no one could guarantee what would happen in these 10 minutes. Everything was possible. The closer the plan was to success, the more it could not relax at all. There were plenty of examples of people who thought that victory was within their grasp, but the situation was reversed in real life, and it happened to have experienced it just now, so it had to be even more vigilant now. You! Damn it! The anger in Wilbur's eyes surged, and he wanted to tear Constantine apart alive. He gritted his teeth and said, "I want to see if you can escape from me alive without the help of an angel this time." Wait a minute. Constantine's expression changed slightly, and the sense of incongruity became even stronger. Have we met before? A part of his memories that had been erased, the angel that had saved him, and the tone of Wilbur. These fragmented clues were undoubtedly clear. Before he came to this factory, he had met Wilbur once, and had even fought him. He. Wilbur smiled sinisterly, his expression indescribably strange. This question, when you join us, you will naturally know. Now, just die with those questions. The sticky and viscous blood-colored asphalt slowly dripped onto the ground. As an invisible pressure rose up, it gradually spread out and formed a large pool of blood. It seemed to have a life consciousness as it squirmed, dyeing the ground in front of it a bright red. Soon, it was about to touch Constantine's location. F***ck. Constantine's expression changed slightly. He cursed and quickly retreated. Based on his many years of experience in the magic world, this kind of thing that looked strange and not to be provoked was generally related to some dimensional evil gods. It was best not to be touched by these sticky blood stains. Otherwise, who knew what terrible things would happen? You want to run now? It's too late. But how could Wilbur do as he wished? He sneered, "Taste the power of your companion." The viscous blood that spread out from the ground rose up to a height of more than half a foot. Under the control of the ineffective power, it set off a huge wave. Layer upon layer, it let out a deafening whistling sound. The area covered by the huge attack did not give Constantine the slightest chance to escape. In the name of the Holy Father, the Holy Son, and the Holy Spirit. Constantine came up with an idea in a hurry. He took out a handful of white bone ashes from his bosom and threw them directly at the blood wave. The light cast a sacred hexagram. "Please give me a sharp blade of courage and break the darkness in front of me." White ashes floated in the air and turned into a rain of light arrows. The rain of arrows that contained the power of the divine blessing instantly released a mighty light. The blood sea that touched the light seemed to be burned and made sizzling sounds. The evil and strange blood sea was directly dispelled by the divine power as if it had met its natural enemy. Bang! 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 Under the rain of the divine light arrows, half of the blood sea instantly melted. I succeeded. Before Constantine could smile, a figure suddenly appeared in his eyes. It was Wilbur. "Do you think I haven't seen your magic?" Wilbur showed his white teeth, and his eyes were full of killing intent. "John Constantine, I have already seen this trick of yours." "Shit!" Constantine's expression changed, and he hurriedly tried to escape. However, in Wilbur's view, his movement was even slower than a snail crawling. He raised his pale and sharp palm and pierced through Constantine's chest like lightning. Pucci! A strong force entered his body. The intense pain instantly swept through Constantine's brain, and he could not help but scream. Ah! Constantine widened his eyes as if he could not believe it. "It's over, Constantine." Wilbur lifted him up in the air. The blood mixed with the broken pieces of flesh flowed out of the huge wound. He stretched out his tongue and sucked the blood and pieces of flesh into his mouth. He chewed them as if he was tasting a delicacy, revealing an evil smile. "Now, no one can stop me." As long as there was no Constantine, the angel would not be awakened. He would forever sink into the bloody sea and the painful hell, until the seraph wings that symbolized holiness and purity were contaminated. Ha 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 ha! Wilbur swung his arm and threw the dying Constantine to the side, letting out an arrogant laugh. "Am I going to die?" Constantine, who was on the verge of death, was breathing weakly. He felt the scenery in front of him gradually becoming blurry. Movement, perception, thoughts, etc. Everything seemed to be gradually fading away from him, and the feeling of a heavy fall immediately appeared. But at the same time, the broken memory fragments were being restored bit by bit. The lost memories were like a spring, breaking through the barrier of the seal and flashing crazily in his brain. Hey! Wilbur, who had just taken 2 steps, suddenly stopped. He suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Hey! Where are you going? Constantine slowly got up from the pool of blood. He held a bright red sword blade in his hand. His eyes were as crazy as a wild beast, as if he was about to devour someone. Wilbur! I finally remember. Wilbur's expression changed drastically, and his pupils could not help but contract. You are not Wilbur at all. Constantine swayed twice and staggered to regain his balance. His fierce eyes emitted killing intent. The real Wilbur has long been taken over by you, and the name of the angel you imprisoned is... Shut up! Wilbur Whatley burst into a rage and let out a terrifying scream, smashing the ground and dashing towards Constantine, trying to stop him from taking out that name. Don't say that name, I won't allow you to say that name. Let hell sing for it, the river of dead souls. Constantine puffed out his chest, his hands holding the blood-red sword blade as he stabbed it into the ground. He raised his blood-red eyes and said word by word, remember this name firmly, because it will end your conspiracy and end all this disaster. Rumble. Under the blood-red blade of sword, countless souls of the dead crawled out from the ground. The faces were completely unfamiliar, but they all carried hatred and resentment towards the living. They swayed like puppets around Constantine, and the bright red blood flowed like a fountain. Swish! A cold light flashed, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. With his superhuman physique, Wilbur forcibly broke Constantine's head and threw him to the ground. Is it over? It seems that, it is not. Wilbur's pupils shrank slightly. He found that Constantine was not dead. The head that had tumbled down was actually laughing strangely at him. Let me experience it. Constantine did not feel the slightest bit of pain. He was like a crazed madman who was laughing loudly. Under the scattered golden hair, his pupils were scarlet as he stared at Wilbur. A cold chill came out of his teeth. My ZANPAKUTOU, river of dead souls. Crash! The quiet river of blood flowed. The ghosts and tormented souls with ferocious faces all opened their mouths and let out silent screams. Their pale eyes were full of resentment and pain as they stared at Wilbur. Constantine's body, which had lost its head, was surrounded by those ghosts and tormented souls. As the range of the river of blood expanded, more and more ferocious demons climbed out of the broken ground. A strong and pungent smell of sulfur instantly filled the air. There was also a suffocating smell of blood mixed within, just like a living hell. Even though Wilbur had long been used to being stared at with this kind of resentful gaze, now being stared at by these strange things, he still couldn't help but feel a bit of chill in his heart. This, impossible. Wilbur's pupils slightly trembled, and he said in disbelief, "You are just a human. Your brain and heart have been severely damaged. How can you still be alive?" Human. The head of Constantine, who had been abandoned in the corner, had a hint of mockery in his eyes. His lips moved as he laughed mockingly, although I don't want to admit it, the current me is probably only at the soul level compared to normal people. I can still be considered a human. The body of Constantine, who had lost his head, was now holding the sword blade that was still dripping blood. He slowly walked towards the head that he had been twisted off by Wilbur and left in the corner. The headless body reached out and directly picked up his head. He patted the dust off his hair and pressed it on his neck as if nothing had happened. Hey! Constantine was stunned. He found that he was looking down and saw his butt. Then he clicked his tongue. I'm sorry, this is the first time I've used this move. My head was pressed in the wrong direction. Then, he held the wrong head with both hands and performed a scene on the spot for Wilbur. What was the meaning of forcibly turning? Crack, squish. Along with a numbing sound and the crisp cracking of bones, Constantine's head turned 180 degrees and returned to the front. What the f***ck? Seeing such a strange scene, Wilbur's eyelids jumped wildly. He even wanted to ask Constantine who was the real monster. Oh! That's right! Constantine nodded with satisfaction. Then, he picked up ZANPAKUTOU, who was dripping blood, and showed his neat teeth to Wilbur. He said darkly, "Weren't you very awesome just now? Come on, let me see if you can kill me. Don't be too arrogant, human." Wilbur was enraged by his actions. His body emitted a terrifying evil aura. The viscous blood around him turned into burning flames and instantly covered the entire factory. "You just gained a bit of ability. Do you really think you can fight against me as a god?" Bang! In the next moment, the air suddenly exploded. The visible circular airflow suddenly exploded one after another, accompanied by a huge sonic boom that was enough to pierce the eardrums. A blood-red violent figure tore through the silent factory. The hard ground that was made of cement seemed to be trampled on by thousands of beasts after the blood-red figure sped away. It continued to collapse in the violent tremor. The billowing wind carried gravel like a destructive storm, appearing in front of Constantine in the blink of an eye. Its speed was too fast. Constantine was shocked. The strength of Wilbur's body had almost reached an inhuman level. His whole body blurred into nothingness because of his extreme speed. Even the strong wind that blew in his face produced high temperature due to the intense friction. The wind pressure pulled out at high speed was like the sharp sword after grinding. It rampaged all over his body, cutting deep wounds that reached the bone. Hot blood spilled out and splashed all over the surrounding ground. Constantine forced himself to open his eyes. He endured the stinging pain in his eyes and aimed at the blood-red figure's root. He raised his hand and directly slashed sword. This time, sword did not have the slightest technique. It could even be said to be very crude. The only thing worthy of praise was perhaps his strength was still passable. Sword, who was waving, slashed down. It struck the blood-red figure. However, Constantine's expression changed. This was because sword did not feel any sort of force on his body. It was as if he had hacked into the air. In the next moment, blood splashed out from behind him. His flesh and blood were forcefully torn apart from the middle by some sharp weapon. A palm covered in blood went straight through his left chest. His 5 powerful fingers were like iron pincers, pinching the beating heart. Boom! 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 The heart that had been brought out of the body, along with the thick and large arteries, contracted and expanded in Wilbur's palm, beating vigorously. Blurg! Constantine spat out a mouthful of blood, stiffly turned his head, and directly met Wilbur's eyes that were glowing with an evil red light. "Compared to your companions, you are too weak." Wilbur stuck out his tongue and licked the blood on his lips. He smiled darkly and said, "I want to see if you can still be resurrected after being chopped into meat paste." Constantine's pupils dilated slightly. A chill went straight to his head from the bottom of his heart. He could guarantee that he would not die, but this did not mean that he could not feel pain. If he was really chopped into minced meat, like those humans who were thrown into the meat grinder, it was simply impossible to imagine how much pain he would have to endure. Wilbur did not give him a chance at all. His 5 fingers suddenly tightened and crushed the beating heart. Bang! The heart was forcibly crushed into minced meat. A terrible pain hit the brain nerves. Constantine's eyes darkened and he almost fainted from the pain. He let out a miserable scream. However, this was just the beginning. After the previous 2 tests, Wilbur knew how strange Constantine was. Even if his heart and brain were destroyed, he could still be resurrected after a period of time, so he calculated more thoroughly. Blood curse, erosion. Wilbur's eyes were cold. A ball of bright red flame ignited in his hand. It flowed into Constantine's body like a poison, dissolving all his organs and muscles into a pool of blood. In the end, only his head was left. "Pah!" Wilbur sneered and stepped on Constantine's head. The head was like a watermelon that had exploded. White and sticky red substance splashed out, covering the expensive leather solace of the shoes. "Tisk! Dirty human!" Wilbur frowned and rubbed the solace of his shoes in disgust, rubbing off the brain fluid. But when he looked up, he found that the blood river was still there, and the ferocious ghosts were still standing there quietly, watching him silently. Why are these things still here? Wilbur's face suddenly changed, and he had a bad feeling. "Because I'm not dead yet." A low and hoarse voice sounded. Wilbur's pupils shrank into needles in an instant. He saw an intact Constantine slowly walk out of the ghosts. "This, impossible." Wilbur widened his eyes. "Your body has already been dissolved by the blood curse. Why is it still here? What the hell are you? What is it?" Constantine grinned. "Actually, I am also very curious now. Can an existence like me still be considered a human? If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time, a third time, and a few times." Wilbur's eyes were blood red. Anger left him with only one thought, and that was to tear this man to pieces. Was it anger? Perhaps there was, but it was not completely. Chapter 553, Fangs of John Constantine. Battle! 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 In order to fight for a woman, the two men exploded in this dark and bloody factory. The blood mixed with minced meat scattered, and the dull sound of fists hitting flesh was mixed with the screams of men from time to time. Although it was a battle, in fact, it was a one-sided fight. In the face of the completely enraged Wilbur, whether it was strength, speed, or all kinds of strange methods, Constantine, who was completely a novice, almost had no power to fight back, and could only let the other side abuse and slaughter. Over and over again, dismembering, crushing, and killing. As long as anyone in the world appeared, the extreme punishment that humans imagined could be done was all over his body. Wilbur vented all the resentment and jealousy in his heart on this man until he completely tore Constantine up. Only then did he let out a furious roar towards the sky, like a wild beast in a bloodthirsty state. Large patches of bright red blood seeped into the ground. Countless fingernail-sized pieces of flesh floated down like snowflakes in every corner. There were even broken organs that had been discarded. No one could tell that this disgusting pile of things was actually Constantine. Hucky! 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 After venting, Wilbur calmed down a little and stared ahead, panting. Of course, the main reason why he calmed down was because he found that this bastard Constantine really did not die. No matter what method he used to kill Constantine, this bastard would reappear in the next second. He's revived again. Wilbur's eyes were gloomy, and his teeth were almost crushed. It could be seen how much he hated Constantine. Pitter-patter-dash! A blond man with a decadent expression walked out of the countless ghosts with firm and heavy steps. His eyes were full of hard-to-hide fatigue and numbness. "Hey!" Wilbur narrowed his eyes and suddenly found something strange. The flowing river of blood had dried up at some point in time, and the large number of vengeful spirits had unknowingly decreased by a lot. There were only about a dozen left. A guess about Constantine quietly appeared in his mind. F***ck. After enduring the terrible torture, Constantine's spirit was on the verge of collapse, but he still raised his middle finger at Wilbur and provoked him. "Come on, you son of a bitch. I have nothing else but a tough life. Kill me. Don't try to provoke me, John Constantine." At this moment, Wilbur had calmed down. He looked at him coldly and said, "The game is over. I have seen through your clumsy and funny tricks." Constantine was stunned. Although he did not say anything, panic flashed in his eyes. The flash of panic was seen by Wilbur, and it confirmed his guess. "If my guess is correct, the reason why you can revive again and again is because those vengeful spirits have replaced you, right? Constantine's eyes flickered and his lips moved as he was about to retort, but he was interrupted again. Don't be in such a hurry to refute, Constantine. Wilbur grinned and slowly bent down. His legs were separated from each other and he stood on tiptoe. What is the answer to an undying body? Let me test it myself. Won't we know? Boom! A tremendous force erupted, and the surrounding ground collapsed. The powerful bodily functions increased several times again, so much so that Wilbur's speed became even faster. It had completely exceeded the dynamic vision of a living creature. The naked eye could not capture its movement trajectory at all. Only a red light could be seen flickering in the dark. Blood curse, explosion. A palm pressed against Constantine's chest. The boiling hot flames were compressed to the extreme and then violently exploded in his body. As the monstrous blood-red flames rose up, Constantine was instantly vaporized, not even leaving behind a speck of ashes. A moment later, Constantine's face was gloomy as he walked out of the dried-up river of blood. 1, 2, 3. 13. Sure enough. Wilbur licked the blood on his palm and grinned. Just now, when you revived, another vengeful spirit disappeared. You saw through my ability in such a short time. Constantine's expression was extremely ugly. The rate at which the river of dead souls was consumed far exceeded his expectations. From your expression, I guessed correctly. Wilbur solved the mystery and was in a good mood. A mocking expression appeared on his face. He said, now you only have 13 lives left. Have you thought about how to use them? Why don't you give me a chance? Constantine was silent for a moment, then raised his head and said seriously, if I kowtow and admit defeat now, will I be able to join you? A sneer appeared on Wilbur's face and he said, anyone can join us, but you can't. Because only you are an existence that I must erase. In fact, I am more forgetful. Do you believe me? Constantine was still a little unwilling and asked shamelessly. Wilbur sneered and then disappeared in an instant. Kaba! A huge force came, and Constantine's head was instantly pinched off. Constantine, do you think I don't know your little tricks? Wilbur held his head and looked at his position. He grinned and said, don't worry, your companions won't come over. It's meaningless for you to stall for time. Constantine walked out of the blood river in a sorry state. He looked outside uneasily and gritted his teeth. How did you know that I was stalling for time? Isn't that obvious? Wilbur held the head and smiled darkly. A shrewd man like you would rather die dozens of times than leave me here. You are just waiting for the man in the hotel, aren't you? Constantine's expression changed slightly, but he did not answer it. Let me tell you a desperate truth. Wilbur slowly spread his arms and smiled confidently. That man won't come. He was trapped by 4 weeping angels. I don't know which time he was thrown into. Freoval.cm. Then I will tell you something. Constantine slowly raised his head and said word by word, I let you kill him so many times, not just to wait for him to come over. What? Wilbur was slightly stunned, and then laughed mockingly. Constantine, you are really an idiot. Are you still going to lie to me? Wilbur, since you are proficient in dark magic, it should be impossible for you to not know the killing spell series, right? At this moment, Constantine finally revealed his fangs. His pupils were like a beast that could devour people, flashing with red light. As long as I use my own life as a sacrifice, I can return the killing spell of the user several times. Wilbur's expression suddenly changed, and he recalled this kind of killing spell. As long as the caster engraved an incantation on his body, he would be able to cause the person who harmed the caster to suffer several times the rebound of the curse. Among the many black magic, it was also considered a very extreme and terrifying magic. Hey Wilbur! Constantine revealed a set of white teeth. He tore open his clothes, revealing the skin that was engraved with bright red runes. His eyes emitted a cold chill. He chuckled for a lifetime and grinned, "Do you remember how many times you have killed me?" Wilba's pupils suddenly shrank, and a chill ran down his spine. "Let me tell you the answer." Constantine smiled very happily, even faintly gloating. "It's a total of 72 times. In other words, you need to bear the rebound of the curse that is 360 times stronger than mine." Wait. Wait. Wilbur was really panicked. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He shouted in horror, "Don't forget that if you dare to kill me, you will suffer the corresponding pain. You are just a human, and I am just a clone. There is no need to die with me." "Then let's try," Constantine said coldly, "let's see who can bear it." "No. No. Devour my own blood and devour my flesh." Constantine chanted an incantation and stabbed the blood-red sword blade into his heart. He shouted, "In the name of Cain, I swear that anyone who hurts my body will suffer 5 times the pain and shall not rest till death." Ah! Ah! Chapter 554, Kyrie eleison. It was Cain's curse. The asylum given by God to Cain was originally just an ethereal legend, but later during the reign of the Holy See, a cardinal who betrayed the faith found this part of the relevant literature and finally perfected this dark magic. Before the cardinal died, he used this evil curse spell to perish together with dozens of holy knights. Later, the curse of Cain was classified as a forbidden spell until Constantine accidentally obtained it. The most terrifying part of Cain's curse was that it ignored any defense. As long as it attacked the caster who drew the curse, it would definitely suffer 5 times the damage reflected by the caster. But at the same time, the more powerful a spell was, the greater the side effects and restrictions. Cain's curse was no exception. Once the curse spell was successfully constructed, both the caster and the caster would have to suffer 5 times the damage. However, Cain's curse was essentially a spell to perish together. Therefore, basically all the caster would not care about this so-called side effect. Constantine was even more so. Although he was usually a playful prodigal, he was actually a desperate gambler. With the river of dead souls as a storage of his life, even if he had to suffer 360 times of backlash, he still firmly believed that he would be able to survive. Perish together? No, it was a perfect scam. He actually knew long ago that he could not be a match for Wilbur, so he deliberately used words to provoke this guy, letting it kill him again and again with all kinds of cruel methods. Since he wanted to play, he should play bigger. The total weight of 72 lives, after 5 times the increase, would be 360 times the damage. He didn't believe that Wilbur could hold on like this. At this moment, let the wailing turn into a high song. Ah dash! Ah! Wilbur widened his eyes in horror. He found that his strong muscles and bones were being torn off bit by some invisible force. All the cells in his body were screaming hysterically. It was an indescribable pain. Even the cruelest punishment in the world could not describe it. All the damage he had suffered before had now exploded at once. Compared to this pain and torture, even the torture was insignificant, as gentle as the wind. But this was only the beginning. The power of the curse penetrated through the body and directly acted on the soul level. The thousands of times of torture that the body endured was not even 1/1000th of the soul level. It was like being torn apart by an invisible blender, then thrown into an oil pan to cook. Finally, the stone mill was crushed into powder. Bang! A large amount of blood gushed out. The bodies of the 2 people were completely turned into meat paste. They were sprayed out by the explosion from the inside out, covering all the corners of the nearby dozens of meters. Thick and sticky flesh flowed down along the cracks. Even the holy and noble seraph, who was imprisoned in the cultivation tank, seemed to be deeply shocked by this tragic scene. The beautiful face that was sleeping could not help but frown. Ha! 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 Dot. I. I survived. A pool of disgusting sticky flesh suddenly let out a sinister laugh. Then, the disgusting pile of meat stretched out countless threads that connected with each other and slowly moved toward the central area. Gradually, it gathered into a blurry human figure, and its appearance became more and more complete. Not long after, a person stood up again. Then, from the broken cracks on the roof of the factory, a dim moonlight was projected down. The person's appearance was completely revealed. It was Wilbur Whatley. What a terrible guy! There was still a trace of lingering fear on Wilbur's face. It seemed that he had not recovered from the pain just now. His pupils twitched slightly, and he took a few breaths. He gritted his teeth and said, "You actually used this method to kill me. It seems that I have underestimated you, John Constantine. Just now, it was really a close call. Until now, it still felt sad. If not for careful and used to leave a way out, it would have cut off a part of the brain tissue in advance and hid it in the crack of the factory. It was afraid that it would have been killed by Constantine. But now..." The corners of Wilbur's lips curved up. On his face, he was the final winner. The avatar summoned by the river of dead souls had been used up, and the river of blood had disappeared. It was obvious that the guy could not hold on and died from his curse. "Goodbye." Wilbur let out a heavy breath and said slowly, "Although I always wanted to kill you, I can't deny that you are indeed a ruthless person, whether it is for yourself or the enemy." For such a dangerous enemy, it still had a trace of respect in its heart. After all, not everyone could take out the courage to die together. "I won." Wilbur turned to look at the cultivation tank, and his smile gradually became arrogant. The arc stretched to his ears, revealing his neat white teeth. There was no one who could threaten the sleeping seraph. It just needed to wait quietly. The moment the seraph fell, and then occupy this powerful body, it could become the true god of immortality. Holala! But before Wilbur could be happy for a few seconds, a gust of wind suddenly came from behind his head, accompanied by rapid and dense footsteps, breaking the empty and silent atmosphere of the factory. There was another person? Wilbur was shocked. He quickly turned back to see who it was. An extremely dazzling light suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. The originally pitch-black environment was suddenly lit up by this dazzling light. Wilbur immediately felt a stabbing pain in his eyes. He could not see clearly what was in front of him. Although his vision was blocked by the strong light, it could only catch him off guard and not affect him too much. With his excellent physical reaction, Wilbur quickly made a response. He stepped back, intending to open up a distance and wait for his eyes to adapt to the strong light before counterattacking. But the man was already prepared. He took out a golden nail and stabbed it into Wilbur's heart. A holy power of restriction poured into Wilbur's body through the golden nail and instantly sealed his limbs and movements. At this time, Wilbur's blurry vision finally returned to normal, but when he saw the person in front of him, he could not help but reveal a shocked expression. Constantine. You actually haven't died yet. Surprised? You bastard. Constantine twitched the corner of his mouth and revealed a sinister smile. He turned over and rode on Wilbur, one hand pressing his head. He grinned and said, I climbed back from hell and came here to take revenge on you. Damn it! Wilbur was instantly furious. His facial muscles twisted and he roared at the man on his body. I was tricked by you again, you damn beast. It seems that the person who gave you power did not tell you. Constantine bent down and leaned close to Wilbur's ear. He said word by word, then I'll tell you. Remember not to believe in Constantine. You bastard! Do you think you can trap me? Don't even think about it. I'm a god. The aura of Wilbur's body surged, and his ferocious aura surged like a tsunami, crashing into the ground around him. The nail that was nailed to his heart was on the verge of collapse, as if it would be forced out at any moment. It's too late. Constantine slowly got up, one hand on Wilbur's face, and the other hand took out the Bible. He grinned. You are not the first to be deceived by me, and you are definitely not the last one. Next is the special gift I gave you. Enjoy it, bastard. Announce. We kill, we live. My injuries, my recovery. Those who have no way are my palms, and those who have no way to escape are my eyes. To destroy, the defeated, the old man, and I will recall them all. Leave them to me, master me, and follow me. At the moment of rest, I haven't forgotten the song, I haven't forgotten my prayers, I haven't forgotten myself. With my lightness, I can remove all the burden. Rest in my hands, because of your sins, pour oil and brand it. The eternal life, given by death, forgiveness is at the moment, swearing to receive my flesh. Chapter 555, Michael. Kyrie eleison. Along with the last sentence of the long prayer, a vast divine aura interweaved and descended. On the surface of the ground that was covered in slippery, sticky flesh, a white, golden divine radiance suddenly rose, enveloping Constantine and Wilbur Whatley within it. The sacred and noble magic power filled this space, turning into countless resplendent starlight that slowly rose into the sky. The sparkling starlight turned into flying feathers. In this hell full of bloody abuse, it was like the legendary realm of paradise. On the surface of the hell, complicated and delicate formations slowly appeared. Countless musical instruments interweaved and played together. In the distant sky, the shadow of a giant door appeared. One angel after another flew in the air and slowly fell down from the clouds, scattering holy feathers like snow. But, the problem came. Wilbur brutally killed tens of thousands of people and even imprisoned the seraph. What qualifications does he have to enter heaven? The smile on Constantine's face became even more brilliant. He wanted to enter heaven justifiably for the rest of his life, but unfortunately, he did not have the chance until the end. Therefore, he knew better than anyone about the group of paranoids in heaven. They would not allow such a sinner to enter. If a person with monstrous sins approached heaven, they would only attract the purification of the sacred flame. And this was his plan. Thou is guilty. The grand sound of heaven descended, and judged the sins of Wilbur. In the formation that symbolized receiving the light, such a filthy and evil thing appeared. This was an existence that heaven could never accept. Therefore, the holy seraph Hollow, who was in charge of the flames, waved the flaming long sword through the door of heaven, and cast a noble and pure white flame. It cleansed all evil in the world and all the sins of all beings. Ah! Wilbur only had time to scream before he was swallowed by the flames. Endless pure white holy flames lit up, like a corona that rose from the sun. The holy flames would not hurt people with justice, but they would burn away all evil that touched them. The pure white flames that contained a noble and divine aura spread out in all directions of the factory. The thick blood that covered the entire place was evaporated inch by inch. The innocent souls that were trapped in this place were finally freed from the endless pain along with the wantonly burning white flames. The holy flames gradually dispersed, leaving behind sparks that fluttered down. At this time, when he looked again at Wilbur, he had already been purified by the divine flames, not even leaving behind a single residue. However, at this moment, there was not the slightest joy of victory on Constantine's face. Instead, he put on a serious expression and looked at the vast darkness outside. His eyes revealed a sense of seriousness and worry. All of this was not over yet. Wilbur, who had died here, was only one of the clones of that man. What awaited them next would be an even more terrifying enemy. Cough cough. There is almost no time. Constantine's face was pale, and there was no trace of blood. His pupils were even bloodshot, and he was like a dying person. He continuously coughed out blood mixed with internal organs and walked towards the cultivation tank step by step. With the body of a mortal, summoning the door to heaven could be said to be a heavy price. Although heaven had acknowledged Constantine's righteous actions, the amount of magical energy required was too great. In order to completely kill Wilbur, Constantine used a forbidden item to absorb magical energy from the dark dimension. The price that the devil god wanted was pain. It was not a temporary physical pain, but a period of 10 years of torture and pain. Although it was not life-threatening, it was equivalent to letting the latter half of his body be in this kind of torture, repaying the grace of the devil god. Constantine endured the severe pain of his internal organs being shattered, and held up the holy hunter with a trembling palm. His vision was blurred, and he could only barely aim. This is me. The last bullet, if can't save you, I really can't help. That trembling finger fiercely pulled the trigger. It was just that this simple action seemed to have exhausted all of Constantine's strength. He couldn't even see the result and directly fainted on the ground. Bang! Dazzling flames erupted from the holy hunter. The thick smell of gunpowder mixed with the holy light. Along with the roar of the gun barrel, the golden bullet drew an extremely beautiful golden arc in the dark ring. Fortunately, this time, no one could stop it. The holy bullet hit the cultivation tank, containing the power that had been blessed by Gabriel. In an instant, it broke the blood curse on the outside of the cultivation tank and ruthlessly penetrated the thick glass of the cultivation tank. Pa! The thick glass shattered, and bright red liquid splashed out. The beautiful woman lost her support and fell to the ground from midair. Her 6 pure wings wrapped around her body, but her slender legs could not be covered no matter what. Her thick eyelashes trembled as she slowly opened them, revealing her perfect emerald eyes. Cough, 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 cough. The woman coughed out a pile of thick, bright red liquid. There was a hint of dejection in her expression. Pa! 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 At this moment, a round of applause came from the darkness. There was a crisp sound of leather shoes stepping on the ground. As they approached, a figure came from the darkness, clapping. Not bad at all. The man's voice was low and cold, as if a bone-chilling wind had swept by. I didn't expect to really save you. It seems that I still underestimated Constantine. In the dark factory, dim yellow lights suddenly lit up. The lights shone on the figure, gradually revealing a familiar face. It was the Wilbur who died not long ago. What a pity! Wilbur sneered and calmly adjusted his collar. His lips curved into an evil smile. I tried so hard to save you, but what can you do even if you escape? The woman's eyes were filled with anger. She wanted to get up from the ground. However, she failed several times. She could not even lift the seraph's wings, let alone use the divine power. She had been imprisoned in the prison for too long. The pain of her soul wailing and the corrosion of the blood curse had penetrated deep into her bones. She had no strength at all. She could not even lift the seraph's wings or stand up from the dirty ground. Such a simple action could not be completed. Seraph? Ryūjin. The current her, Hollow was so weak that she was not even comparable to an ordinary person. See, I already said it. It's destined to be useless. Wilbur walked towards the woman. He slowly opened his arms and smiled. No one can stop my godly ascension plan. You should just accept your fate and give up resisting and join us. Michael was the imprisoned seraph. The seraph, who was the most similar to God, was ranked first among the 7 seraph. He was the most dazzling existence in the Christian culture. Legend had it that he had guided Moses to leave Egypt and descended to the world with the Son of Light. He had also defeated the fallen angel Lucifer. The legends about him were countless in the Bible. All the records described it as the most powerful seraph, as well as the most dazzling divine. Courage, glory, and protection were poetry that the world praised for. However, at this moment, no matter how many dazzling titles there were, they could not protect Michael. Losing her strength, she was like a weak lamb that was about to fall into the wolf's mouth. Michael, the most dazzling angel, I want to eat you directly. Chapter 556, 3rd Wilbur. Boom! Just as Wilbur was about to devour Michael and complete his godly ascension plan, he heard an earth-shattering clap of thunder above his head. The roaring thunder rolled over, tearing apart the dark and thick clouds. The roar of some kind of giant beast resounded through the entire sky. "This is impossible." Wilbur suddenly raised his head and looked shocked. "Isn't he trapped by the weeping angel?" The next moment, the dazzling lightning that carried the destruction of all things was like a golden meteor, dragging along 1,000 meters long gorgeous fireworks that tore through the dark and thick night sky and crashed into the factory. Boom! The steel factory that was full of cruelty and blood was almost instantly shattered by the huge shock wave. The supporting pillars and structures collapsed, and the huge kinetic energy smashed into the ground, shattering every inch of land inside into powder and sending it hundreds of meters into the sky. The entire Newcastle fell into an 8 Richter scale earthquake. Countless huge cracks spread out like a dense spider web. Then, he looked at where Wilbur was. The golden pillar of lightning had pierced through the earth from the surface to the depths of the earth, leaving behind a sinkhole with a diameter of dozens of meters. With one blow, it shattered mountains and collapsed the earth. Within a radius of several kilometers, the terrain had been completely changed by this attack. In the ruins, next to the huge crater created by the thunder, the holy wings of the seraph were wrapped into a ball. The feathers on the outside were spotless and pure like jade. Even though they had endured the aftermath of the attack, they still did not see any injuries. As the aftermath gradually disappeared, the holy wings of the seraph slowly spread out, revealing Michael and Constantine. Fortunately, they did not seem to be injured. Although this dazzling archangel had been trapped for many days and had lost most of his power, he was still a high-level seraph in the end. The moment before the thunder struck, he decisively used his seraph wings to envelop her and Constantine. The seraph wings was the source of power that God bestowed upon an angel. Even if one could not use the divine power within it, just its toughness alone was comparable to a divine artifact. The aftermath of the lightning strike was still more than enough. Without the cover of the factory roof, the dense rain in the sky suddenly fell, mixed with a trace of bone-chilling coldness. Fresh air poured into the nasal cavity, no longer the nauseating smell of blood. However, the thunder was still continuing, even becoming more and more intense. The sky that was shrouded in dark clouds was covered in dancing silver snakes for a time. There were no flashes of lightning and thunder roaring, pulling out tree branch marks, as if tearing the sky apart. Dong! 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 Thunder roared and the wind howled. Looking at the pitch-black night sky, golden ripples rippled. The roaring thunder surged in the dark clouds like a flood, and the thick flaming rings exploded one after another, dyeing most of the night sky red, such as the view of the burning clouds. A thin figure bathed in the vast thunder, like a high and mighty god, walking over with endless pressure. Everywhere he passed, the dark clouds retreated. Even the torrential rain seemed to be afraid of the majestic figure. As the dazzling flames gathered into a tide, the surging from the east swept over, and the rain gradually became smaller and disappeared. Newcastle, that had been shrouded in heavy rain all year round, finally revealed a dazzling light at this moment. Yes! He came! Michael raised her slender goose neck, her emerald eyes reflecting like a mirror, and the majestic figure from far and near revealed a trace of heartfelt joy. The warm sunshine sprinkled down, bringing her a trace of warmth that she had not felt for a long time. It was the warmth she had never felt since she came here. "I didn't come late, did I?" A ray of light from the sun shone on the man's face through the ruins of the factory. His blue eyes were calm and steady, making people feel an indescribable peace of mind. "It's not early. But it's not too late." Michael looked up at the man in front of him and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She pursed her pink lips and raised a quiet smile. "After not seeing you for a year, you have become stronger. You know me?" Laud raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the angel with a little curiosity. Anyone who had seen such a beautiful female angel would have a deep impression. Unfortunately, he did not have any impression of her, nor did he remember where he had seen such a seraph before. Gabriel was an exception. In Laud's aesthetic view, Gabriel was definitely not a beauty. At most, she could only be described as he, which was very consistent with the definition of an angel. I forgot. Michael lowered her head. Her thick eyelashes trembled, and a hint of disappointment flashed through his eyes. You don't remember me anymore. Hearing this, Laud's eyes flashed slightly. His expression seemed a little strange. Looking at the disappointed Michael, the corners of his mouth twitched a few times, as if he wanted to say something but did not dare to. Fortunately, Michael lowered her head at this moment and did not notice her expression. It is indeed as you said. Laud quickly returned to normal. After pondering for a moment, he replied, there is something wrong with my memory. It seems to be related to the situation here. Since you are a seraph, can you tell me what happened here? Although I really want to tell you everything, that guy does not seem to be willing to wait. Michael did not answer him directly. Instead, she raised her finger and pointed behind him. At some point, there was a figure standing there. Sure enough, it appeared again. Laud couldn't help but sigh. He pinched his forehead, which was a little sore. He looked at the man calmly and said, you come one after another. Are you a human or a cockroach? Wearing a well-fitted long suit and a coat with brown curly hair neatly combed to the back of his head, he was wearing expensive leather handmade shoes and a gorgeous cane with gold threads in his right hand. From the inside to the outside, he exuded a noble temperament from the upper class. It was obvious that this was another Wilbur. He was 100% sure of one thing. Wilbur, who had just been struck by the lightning, was now completely dead. There was not even any residue left. Wilbur, who had been killed by sword, could not be resurrected again. The one in front of them now was the second Wilbur Whatley who he had ever seen. Even the dumbest person could feel that something was wrong at this time. After all, no matter what level it was impossible for Wilbur to have so many individuals. Was it a clone? Laud thought in his heart, but he quickly denied his own opinion. There was one advantage for Death God, as he could directly observe the state of the other party's soul, and the Wilbur in his eyes, no matter which soul state it was complete, without any trace of weakening. This meant that Wilbur was not a clone. Every Wilbur who appeared in front of them now was a real person. But as a result, the paradox appeared. Chapter 557, Cockroaches. What the hell? Laud was puzzled. He then looked at the angel beside him, hoping to get some answers from her. I'm sorry. I don't know either. Michael blushed and shook her head in shame. I don't know much about it than you do. The only thing I know is that Wilbur might have died a long time ago. The thing in front of us now might just be covered in human skin. It? Laud frowned slightly and noticed the words that the angel used to describe Wilbur. In English, this word was generally used to describe things other than humans and humans. It was usually used for animals and plants, but sometimes, it could also be used as a reference for certain things. Your Holiness, he said, you are the angel commander of justice and guardian of justice. Isn't it a little too rude to call me that? Standing across a sinkhole, Wilbur did not show any madness under the sunlight. Instead, he looked more like an elegant gentleman with a warm smile on his lips. However, such an abnormal behavior could not make them lower their guard. This was because danger was often hidden under the seemingly peaceful surface. The more abnormal and dangerous it was, the more common and easy to understand. No matter how similar your acting is, I can still smell the smell on your body. It comes from the deep darkness of other dimensions. Michael slowly stood up. Her golden hair fell down, covering the two proud peaks in front of her chest. Her slender, snow-white waist was so slender that even Laud could not help but look at her. You are wrong, Your Majesty Archangel. Wilbur looked at the angel meaningfully and smiled. I am me. I have never changed. I am Wilbur Whatley. Michael's eyes were a little cold, obviously not believing what he said. Whether you believe it or not, this is the truth. Wilbur took 2 steps forward with his crutch and looked up at the blue sky. He raised his hand to block the dazzling light of the sun and said slowly, "Actually, I want to thank you, Your Majesty. If you hadn't suddenly appeared and that thing, I might not have seen the truth of the world in my life. My God, the culprit is you." Laud glanced at the angel and coughed twice, meaning that what exactly did you do? Yes. The fragments of the limbo. Michael lowered her head, her face filled with helplessness and regret. There is also a fragment of the limbo that fell here with me. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why it has become like this. So it was you who got it. The corners of Laud's mouth twitched. He was also curious about where an ordinary British noble got the fragment of the limbo from. This could be considered a case. It was all caused by this seraph. The limbo is just a fragment. It is impossible to make him like this. Michael explained in a low voice. That is indeed the case, but it pointed out the path ahead for me. Wilbur smiled and continued, the limbo is like a door, and I just happened to find the key to open it. I saw a real God. He is not as high and mighty as you. Instead, he allowed me to obtain vast knowledge that I would never be able to obtain in my lifetime in the endless space of hollow. That knowledge inspired me and allowed me to understand the real world. That is not a God. Michael's tone was a little cold, and there was a hint of coldness in her eyes. You are just an ordinary person, so you have no idea what kind of terrifying existence exists in the endless hollow dimensional turbulence. They may grant you great power, but they will always want you to ask for compensation, and that is a price you cannot afford. Regarding this, Laud expressed his approval. There were countless different dimensions in Marvels. There were all sorts of evil gods and demons in the divine capital. Sometimes, it was really easy for something to happen when communicating randomly. After all, not every god could have friendly contact with their believers, respond and give them what they wanted. For example, Dormammu and his followers in the dark dimension next door had a lot of say in this aspect. So what? Wilbur said nonchalantly, at least he responded to me. I sincerely believed in God for 29 years. But when I was tortured by pain, where was the Almighty Lord? God. He will not interfere with the choices of humans. Michael hesitated for a moment before saying, if you want God to beg for help when you encounter any difficulties, then humans will not have today's progress, nor will they create such a glorious civilization. This explanation was quite far-fetched. Even Laud could tell from it that it was a tone that barely matched. Your Majesty, lying is not a good habit. Wilbur smiled and said, the reason why the Almighty Lord did not help humans was because he was not omnipotent. He could not respond to everyone's prayers, nor could he satisfy everyone's prayers. He was just a stone statue in the church. Michael was silent. He did not refute or argue. From the dim light in the angel's eyes, Laud seemed to read a hint of sadness. His heart suddenly shook. Could it be that the guess was true? Was the so-called God really dead a long time ago? If not, it would be difficult to explain why Michael, who was similar to God, showed such a sad expression. I don't understand. It doesn't matter. A strange smile appeared on Wilbur's lips. After all, not everyone is as lucky as me. You will soon understand what I mean. Laud tilted his head and asked, are you finally going to make a move? Yes, the preparations are done. Wilbur took out an old pocket watch from his clothes. After opening it, he looked at it and smiled. Thank you for listening to me. I can perfect the last part of the godly ascension ceremony. It doesn't matter ... Laud smiled back and said calmly, it just so happens that I am preparing some things as well. Wilbur's method of stalling time was very crude. He had actually already seen through this little trick a long time ago. It was just that he was also setting up and preparing some things. That was why he had played along with the plan. Then I can rest assured ... Wilbur did not care. He carefully stuffed the pocket watch into his arms and smiled. Then please allow me to make a grand introduction. As for the other Wilbur Whatley. Lod's eyelids jumped, and he could not help but widen his eyes. Michael gently sucked in a breath of cold air, as if she was shocked by what she saw. It was so strange. One by one, Wilbur walked out from all directions. It was as if the tide had receded. The crabs that stayed on the beach gathered together in order to give birth to their descendants. They walked with almost uniform steps and walked over like stiff puppets. Some of these people were wearing dirty blue work clothes, some were wearing gorgeous clothes, some were wearing pajamas, and some were wearing police uniforms. Each person was tall and low, there were men and women, some were old and some were young, but the most strange thing was that everyone had the face of Wilbur. There were only a few thousand people. Thousands of people with the same face stared at them with stiff and strange eyes, and a feeling of goosebumps arose. Now, godly ascension, begin. Tens of thousands of Wilbur looked fanatical and raised their arms together. *CK. Lod was stunned. Unfortunately, he was right. Chapter 558, Summoning Ritual. Let us begin. The head of the group, Wilbur, was dressed in a suit and held a gold inlaid cane in both hands. He smiled like a gentleman as usual. We are only one step away from the completion of the godly ascension ceremony. Devour. Michael. Lod lowered his eyes, his eyelashes trembling slightly, and his eyes flashed with an unknown look. He spoke his request before Wilbur did. That's right, that's it. All of Wilbur looked up, and his greedy eyes gathered. His mouth gradually expanded to the limit, and then directly split into his ears. Are we going to devour Michael first, or are you going to kill us first? Zhang. The pitch-black Zanpakuto pointed at the ground. Lod slowly raised his head. The surging spiritual power was like a tidal wave. Wave after wave crashed into the surrounding hollow, setting off ripples that could be seen with the naked eye and causing endless waves. Kaka. The ground that had already suffered the impact was now groaning under the pressure. The signs of cracking continued to radiate outwards. The violently rising spiritual power was comparable to flames. The friction burned the remaining oxygen in the atmosphere, causing the surrounding space to appear blurry and distorted. It was as if it had been ignited. No matter how many times I feel it, it is still so shocking. Wilbur looked at the burning area and couldn't help but sigh. You look like a human, but you have the power of a high-level angel. I really envy you. Last words? Are you done? Lod held the pitch-black handle of sword and took half a step forward. The terrifying aura around him that could cause the sky to crack and the earth to tremble and collapse instantly pressed down like a tsunami. There is only one last sentence left. Wilbur was calm. He tidied up his messy clothes and then placed his right hand on his abdomen. His upper body slightly bent forward and made a standard aristocratic etiquette. This should be the third time we have met. As a gentleman, I haven't asked for your name. It is a bit rude. Although we are enemies, if we don't know each other's names, it is undoubtedly an insult to this great ceremony and an insult to the Whatleys. So please allow me, Viscount Wilbur, to express the highest respect of the Whatley family to you. Can you tell me your name? My name is... Whack. Lod sneered in his heart, and then expressionlessly reported his vest, remember this name in your heart, because I will take everything from you, whether it is life, or hope. It was not that he did not want to reveal his real name, or that he did not have the dignity of a warrior, but an existence like Wilbur. He was proficient in many dark magic and had the shadow of an unknown evil god behind him. It was extremely dangerous to reveal his real name at will. In Death God's power system, the name was a very important factor. Its meaning was a bit similar to the spirit of speech. Therefore, when he usually called out Zanpakuto's real name, Death God could release a powerful power. This was reflected in every part of the chapter. Once a wicked existence like Wilbur mastered his real name, it was likely to cause unnecessary trouble. Even if the evil god behind it targeted him later, it was not impossible. Therefore, Laud believed that compared to his own life, the so-called warrior's dignity had to be thrown away. Anyway, it had not been much. Why whack? I will remember your name. Wilbur tapped his cane and nodded with a smile. When I successfully devour Michael, I will make you into an exquisite doll to collect and allow you to retain your self-consciousness. Absurd. A mocking smile appeared on Laud's lips. He seemed to be mocking Wilbur's wishful thinking. With a wave of his hand, spiritual power gathered on Sword's blade and slashed at Wilbur on the other side. Clang! Along with Sword's blade rubbing against Sword's sheath, a spark splashed out when it was unsheathed. The clear cry of Sword was like a dragon's roar, echoing through the ruins. Spiritual power, which was wrapped around the tip of Sword's blade, was suddenly enlarged several times in an instant. It was like a crescent moon that flickered with a cold light that tore through the boundless night and slowly descended. Yachiru style, crescent moon. Laud maintained Sword's movements, and a ripple appeared in the bottom of his eyes. Looking at the beautiful crescent moon, there was an indescribable coldness. The next moment, the sword, which was as beautiful as a crescent moon, was hiding a cold killing intent. She swept through the crowd on the other side like cutting wheat, splashing bright red flowers. Blood flowed like a river, and human heads rolled down. Tens of thousands of Wilbur's body stiffened, and then his head fell to the ground one after another. The cut on the end of his neck was as smooth as a mirror. Human heads stared at Laud on the other side in disbelief. Not bad, your sword technique has become much sharper than the last time we met. The only one left in the suit, Wilbur, laughed and clapped. Unfortunately, it is useless to me. As soon as he finished speaking, tens of thousands of Wilbur stood up again. He held the head he had dropped and pressed it on his neck again. In the blink of an eye, his injuries were healed. I forgot to remind you of something. Tens of thousands of Wilbur looked at Laud and revealed a strange smile. The Wilbur that you killed was actually just a defective product. Now, every single one of me in front of you is an even more outstanding individual than him. In other words, we inherited his abilities, and on top of that, we optimized it further. We even touched upon a forbidden domain that only the gods could touch. Streams of sticky and viscous blood slowly dripped down the surrounding ruins along the bodies of Wilbur. They gradually converged into a scarlet river that corroded and extracted the remaining life in the earth. The rivers formed from the blood of tens of thousands of people spread to every corner of the ruins and city. The earth gradually dried up and cracked at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the plants began to wither, emitting a strong stench. They turned into scarlet smoke that filled the atmosphere. A huge scarlet formation suddenly emerged from the surface of the entire city. Countless complicated and huge runes were engraved in it. The scarlet light rose into the sky and turned into a huge dome that covered the area. Hiss! Just by looking at the formation, Laud felt dizzy and his head swell. It was as if there were steel needles poking into his head. There was also a faint sound of evil whispering in his ears. It was as if he was telling something. As the faint scarlet smoke drifted away and gradually filled the entire formation, Laud could clearly feel that the life energy in his body was slowly flowing away in an irreversible manner. No. No. At this moment, Michael stared at the incantations. A hint of fear appeared on her beautiful face. She cried out, "The meaning of these incantations is not a godly ritual. It is a summoning ritual." Summoning, ritual. Chapter 559, Ryūjin Jakka. The seraph's words were shocking. It turned out that the so-called godly ascension ceremony was actually a summoning ceremony. Moreover, it was obvious that Wilbur did not know this. He only used this complicated spell formation as the key to help him ascend the path to godhood. If that was really the case, Laud's pupils suddenly shrank, and a terrifying guess appeared in his mind. The tens of thousands of human souls that had been tortured to death in the entire city, as well as the seraph that had divine characteristics. Could it be that they were all used to summon the unknown evil god and offer some kind of sacrificial offering? The godly ascension ceremony that Wilbur firmly believed in, from beginning to end, was a huge scam. To use a sacred seraph and tens of thousands of tormented souls as sacrificial offerings to summon the god, Laud found it hard to imagine just how powerful and terrifying he was. No, he had to stop the summoning ritual. Once that unknown thing descended, the problem he would face would be huge. It would be a huge disaster that was completely beyond his control and was completely unpredictable. It might even affect the entire Earth. As his mind raced, Laud quickly made a judgment and quickly fought. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of informing Wilbur about the error of the ritual, but unfortunately, the other party's current state wasn't right. It was clear that he had fallen into some sort of madness. His mouth kept letting out incomprehensible ravings, and there was no possibility of communicating with him. Moreover, from another perspective, even if the other party could communicate now, he didn't think that this madman would believe what they said. From the beginning, this matter was destined that one of the two sides would die. It suits me. Laud exhaled a mouthful of turbid air from his lungs. His eyes were dyed a crimson gold color. There were faint signs of flames rising within them. Sword, who was rubbed by spiritual power, trembled lightly. He seemed to have sensed his master's intentions. I happen to have a debt I haven't settled with you. He was referring to the incident where he had been defeated by Wilbur. Although he was finally dealt with by that thing, he still had some grudge in his heart. After all, he should not have lost. However, before that, Laud was still a little worried. He turned to look at the seraph beside him and asked, "The power I am going to use next, once the time is too long, it may change the atmosphere permanently. Do you have a way to avoid it?" "I understand what you mean." Michael was very experienced in this. After all, when a seraph walked in the human world, they would always encounter a few blind fellows. In order to not break the bad people, they generally had a way to deal with each other. She nodded and said, "The summoning ritual we used under our feet completely isolated the human world outside, so you don't have to worry about this." "Then I am relieved." Laud was completely relieved. Since that was the case, there was no need to worry. Rustle. The chaotic sound of kicking gravel was heard. Michael raised her head and looked around. She was surprised to find that while the two were talking, the resurrected Wilbur had already gathered. She frowned and asked, "These things have already come over. Can you solve them?" "Easy." Golden flames burned in Laud's eyes, and his whole body was covered by violent flames. "Reduce all creation to ash, Ryūjin Jakka." The flames gradually spread along his body, swallowing the pitch-black sword blade in his hand, and then the entire sword blade was ignited with raging flames, like a silent fire dragon roaring and spitting out terrifying temperature. A vast and scorching heat, like a scorching sun, burned the earth. The destructive heat contained in spiritual power almost instantly raised the surrounding environment to 100 degrees. In just a breath, it covered the ruins of the entire new castle, and the ground melted into magma that flowed slowly. All of Wilbur's movements paused, and he instantly felt a suffocating pressure. All the hair on his body seemed to sense a strong danger, and they all stood up in unison. With every breath they took, they would feel a burning pain in their lungs. The exposed skin even showed a strange red color, and even the eyelashes and hair had a burning smell. Boom! The huge fire intensified, burning the blue sky into a fiery red color. The steel left behind after the factory collapsed and melted into molten iron at an extremely fast speed under the flames. It mixed with the molten lava after the rocks melted and converged into a river that emitted a scorching heat, slowly flowing under everyone's feet. Ah! So hot! So hot! So hot! No, this is impossible. How could there be such a scorching flame? Ah! My foot has been melted. The Wilbur, who was the closest to Laud, could not resist this terrifying heat at all. His body was directly vaporized by the high temperature, and he could not even let out a scream. Basically, there was no need to make a move. He didn't even need to swing sword. Just standing there with the Ryūjin Jakka in his hand, the terrifying high temperature around his body, along with the roaring flame dragon, was enough to burn any creature that dared to approach him into charred corpses. In suit, Wilbur reacted the fastest. Seeing that the situation was bad, he had already pulled away. Even so, he could still feel it. The temperature of the surrounding environment was rising at an astonishing speed. Perhaps it would not take long for this place to become a hot hell. This, impossible. The man in the suit, Wilbur, was so thirsty that he couldn't even spit. His throat felt like it was on fire. He couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. When we were in the hotel, your flame temperature wasn't that high. Hee. There was a hint of ridicule in the bottom of Lod's eyes. This was the real flowing blade-like fire. The flames that were close to the surface temperature of the sun could be completely changed in half an hour. The atmosphere and weather on Earth could even cause the stinky oxygen layer to rupture, causing a series of destructive natural disasters. Before this, he had always been restraining himself. No matter how difficult the situation was, even if he used the power of the Ryūjin Jakka, he would subconsciously control the temperature of the flames to the extent that it would not affect the atmosphere, so as not to cause a permanent destruction to Earth. The reason why the hotel was defeated was that he was afraid of thinking too much and missed the best opportunity. On the other hand, it was Constantine and the key. Once the temperature of the Ryūjin Jakka increased, it was very likely to turn these into ashes. But now, there was no need for him to worry about this. The scarlet barrier formed by the summoning ritual completely isolated the world from this place, providing him with an excellent place. I made a mistake, so you won. Chapter 560, Nerfed Zanka no Tachi. Ryūjin Jakka. This sword's existence itself was equivalent to Soul Society's history. ZANPAKUTOU, that was known to have the strongest offensive and destructive power and could even destroy the world, finally displayed its terrifying power of burning the sky and boiling the sea, permanently changing the terrain, and even the atmosphere environment. A mere flame. Watch me extinguish it. Wilbur forced down the surging uneasiness in his heart and commanded the many Wilbur to scream together. Why whack, there is only one reason for your failure. That is, in the space of the godly ascension ceremony, everything is under my control. I am God. The screams of tens of thousands of people shattered the space. As the earth shook violently like a magnitude 8 earthquake, a viscous blood-colored substance rose high into the air. The monstrous waves of blood that were several hundred meters tall howled as they were pushed by an invisible big hand. The huge waves covered the sky as they pressed down. The souls of Wilbur, who had been burned to ashes, continuously merged into the blood-colored waves. Under the binding of the magic spell formed by blood, their souls had already merged with Wilbur, and they had even become an undying existence. Even ZANPAKUTOU's attacks could not completely destroy them. In the end, tens of millions of mournful souls howled in pain as they gathered on the surface of the blood-colored waves. Blood waves emerged from the hideous and terrifying heads one after another. The negative emotions that were mixed with resentment and anger seemed material, causing this blood-colored wave that was 100 feet tall to become even more strange. One could even feel a strong mental impact just by observing it with the naked eye. Rumble. The blood-colored wave howled as it approached, causing everything in its path to wither and fall, and even the invisible space was corroded, revealing a distorted and terrifying scar. Although that fellow has a cheap mouth, at least it told me one thing. Laud did not look at the blood-colored wave that was about to fall. He seemed to be muttering to himself, rather than thinking about how to improve spiritual power more, it would be better to think about how to make spiritual power more condensed. The truly powerful strength is not more than more. Rather, it is more subtle control. Holala. Blood surged, and ghosts howled. The space in front of them was constantly twisting and being squeezed by the terrifying blood waves, making a cracking sound as if it was about to collapse in the next second. The blood ocean roared wantonly, and huge waves came one after another. The distance was getting closer and closer. Perhaps they would be buried in this terrifying ocean in the next second. There was a hint of anxiety in Michael's eyes, but she did not disturb Lod because of this. Lod slowly closed his eyes, held the Ryūjin Jakka, and experienced the subtle feelings within it. It was more detailed and profound. He first experienced it and then controlled it. He no longer allowed his spiritual energy to flow out without any meaning. There was no need for such a large range of attacks. Instead, he focused all of the energy he had on sword's blade. Concentrate, reach the peak of perfection. The next moment, Lod suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were like the light of a morning star. The blood-colored wave was already close to him. At this moment, there was only half a meter of space between them. Just like this, Lod took a step forward. The flames released from Sword's body suddenly disappeared without a trace, as if they had never appeared. Not only that, even the endless sea of fire that had been spread all over the earth and lit up the entire atmosphere, causing the sky to be scorched red, suddenly disappeared. It was as if it had never appeared, and everything was just an illusion. Ha ha ha! Seeing this scene, Wilbur immediately laughed. After seeing the power of a god, you finally plan to give up. No. He did not give up. The flames did not disappear. The seraph Michael narrowed her eyes. She knew that energy would not appear out of thin air, nor would it disappear out of thin air. If the flames really disappeared, then why did the temperature not drop at all, but instead become even hotter? With this doubt in his mind, Michael's eyes shifted slightly. She finally noticed something strange and understood the reason. To be more precise, it was like this. The flames did not disappear out of thin air. Instead, they were compressed onto Sword's blade. The already pitch-black surface of Sword's blade was now devoid of any luster. It was like a dried and charred branch. It looked even worse than the carbonized sword kernel that had failed forging. Anyone who saw it would feel puzzled. Could this scorched, dried out, and long thing really be called sword? Perhaps even Sword, who was cutting vegetables in the kitchen, was countless times sharper than this black and dry branch? Sword, which was aggressive just now, as if it was going to burn the sky and boil the sea, destroy a world, now turned into this appearance. The gap between the front and back was simply amazing. But it was such a dry and black, as if it was a waste after the failure of forging, but it made this seraph, Michael, a kind of indescribable horror rose in her heart. Although there is no way to Bankai now, but at least it can be barely simulated. At this moment, Lod seemed to have a huge burden on him. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead, and the arm that was holding sword had now turned into something similar to charcoal. Yachiru style, Zanjutsu, blade of the rising sun. Lod chanted in his heart, and then faced the torrential sea of blood that was crushing down. He pulled out the charred black sword blade from the invisible sheath. Clang! A rich red color appeared on the almost pitch-black sword's blade. Along with the flowing blade like fire, he fiercely waved forward. The extremely pitch-black sword's light was like a broken waterfall, instantly splitting the entire world into two. All the colors in the world were seized, as if it had become the base of black and white. In the next instant, half of the sky was instantly ignited, and no flames spilled out from sword's blade. The only thing that was left was the extreme heat that wiped out everything that could be touched. Chi! The 100-meter-tall blood-red waves evaporated in an instant. Along with the pitch-black sword, more than half of the new castle by extended out sword's light along sword's momentum, creating a huge crack that was almost 1,000 meters wide, like a horrifying world scene in the east, or Great Rift Valley. Everywhere it passed, all tangible and intangible substances were directly melted away by the terrifying heat, disappearing without a trace. Only the black ashes that remained where they were silently recounted the terrifying scene just now, proving that something had once existed here. As for Wilbur, the ashes that remained, accompanied by the breeze, drifted in the air. Perhaps it told everyone the answer. This scene, just like the residual fire after Bankai, it would not burn or release explosive flames, but it would completely erase everything sword touched. Once it was swung, it was bound to end everything. This feeling. Lod's mind was in a mess. Looking at everything that he had caused, his calm heart couldn't help but ripple. This was just a try. However, this kind of special technique that was close to being meticulous and controlling Ling energy made his eyes light up, touching upon a higher level of power. Chapter 561, Dragons of Destruction. *She***. Wisps of white smoke rose from the edge of Sword's blade. The carbonized black lake gradually faded and returned to its original pitch-black color as Lod's boiling spiritual power calmed down. Whew! Lod opened her closed lips slightly and spat out a hot stream of air. After a large amount of sweat in her body was released, it formed a faint white smoke that rose in the air, emitting the remaining heat. Lod, your hand. Mokul's beautiful face rose with a touch of surprise. Only then did she notice that the man's right hand that was holding sword just now was covered with cracks like black charcoal. It was as if a light touch would shatter all over the ground. It was obvious that maintaining that state would require a certain price. This arm that had been burnt to ashes was the price that Lod had to pay for attempting to such high-level ZANPAKUTOU release. This kind of similar experience only appeared once when he was still weak and forced to use the power of the High Aran Meru. However, after all, this was the ancient ZANPAKUTOU that existed in itself, equivalent to Soul Society's history. It was not surprising that he had such destructive power. It was the same for both his enemies and his own side. It doesn't matter. It has no effect on me. Lod exhaled, glanced at his right hand, and said indifferently, "It's just an arm. It will recover very soon." "It will recover very quickly?" Michael was stunned for a moment, but she immediately understood the reason why Lod said this. Kika! Kika! With a crisp sound, Michael saw the burnt and hardened skin on Lod's arm begin to peel off piece by piece, revealing a bright red color, brand new muscles and skin. In just a few seconds of time, Lod's burnt and carbonized right arm had become as good as before, and even the sound of bones cracking could be heard when he clenched his fist. Michael was dumbstruck. In her memories, humans had never had such a power that could regrow limbs. That's it. Lod clenched his fist and felt his strength. After finding that it was no different from before, he smiled and said, "This kind of small injury can be healed very quickly. Humans are indeed amazing." Michael was an angel after all. She was only shocked for a moment, but soon she regained her calm and smiled. "Originally, I planned to give you the divine blessing, but now it seems that I don't need it. Let's put the matter of the blessing aside for now." Lod looked around again and frowned. "We should pay more attention to why the summoning ceremony is still going on even though Wilbur is dead. There is only one possibility. Fawebolo." Michael pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, "That is, the host of the ceremony, will Count Vote Thunder, is not completely dead yet, so the summoning ceremony can continue to operate. Although it is hard to believe, it is not impossible." Lod narrowed his eyes and slowly swept his gaze over the complicated blood-red runes beneath his feet. He silently acknowledged the angel's guess in his heart. According to his previous experiences, although Wilbur's individual strength was not strong, in terms of tenacity, he was comparable to cockroaches hidden in damp sewers. And what was most admirable about cockroaches was their exuberant vitality. Even if their brains were cut off, they could survive for more than 7 days. In addition to the terrifying breeding speed of the species, other than the difference in appearance, it was almost the same as the feeling that Wilbur gave. "Do you have a way to find it?" Lod frowned, a hint of impatience in his tone. He noticed that the degree of drawing of the ritual under his feet was gradually approaching completion and success. The blood-red mysterious runes were drawing an extremely large and complicated ritual slowly. It was obvious that there was not much time left for them. I'm very sorry. If I were at my peak, I might have a way to find its traces. But currently, I can't use the blazing angel wings, so I can't help you. Michael's emerald green eyes dimmed a little, and her words revealed a sense of loss. I understand. You don't have to feel sorry. Lod was expressionless, and he was not disappointed in his heart. He said calmly, it seems that I can only use that move. Although it will be a bit wasteful, it is better than letting that ghost come. Michael opened her mouth slightly and his eyes were full of curiosity. Although she really wanted to ask what other trump cards Lod still had, since the situation was urgent and it was not the time to ask these questions, she suppressed her doubts and planned to see what move he was talking about. This is the first time I used it. Lod took a deep breath and spiritual power rushed out like a surging river. Since you insist on hiding in the dark and not coming out, then destroy together with this city, Wilbur. Wang Wang. The Ryūjin in the atmosphere trembled violently and was attracted like a hurricane. The spiritual energy visible to the naked eye turned into a torrent, roaring like an invisible hand that stirred the entire sky. Finally, a huge funnel formed above Lod. The huge amount of spiritual energy gathered instantly poured down, crazily pouring into the man's body. The huge spiritual power that could not be described with words was constantly released from his body. A huge pitch-black pillar of light rose from the ground. It was like a sharp sword that pierced through the sky. Even the blood-red ritual boundary was unable to completely block this terrifying spiritual power. The color of the entire world seemed to be plundered at this moment, leaving only the endless deep darkness in front of her. This level of energy was different. Michael stared at it in a daze. At this time, the unknown energy gathered by Lod was infinitely approaching its peak. Lod's bright eyes flashed with a light that was like the stars. He raised a finger to the sky and read. He spat out a series of vague words from his mouth, but they contained an invisible pressure. Those prayer words were only recited, but they had already activated the huge amount of spiritual energy that had gathered. The entire earth was continuously collapsing. Hollow was swept by the ripples of spiritual energy. It was the scene of paper being torn apart. The crisp sound of collapse could not bear the burden. It was like the crackling of firecrackers. Spiritual power, that was gathered in the air, was almost about to liquefy. Michael, who was near Lod, suddenly felt that her breathing was a little difficult. The smooth surface of her skin, which was as white as jade, was actually covered with countless goosebumps. Her green eyes revealed deep shock. The long and complicated prayer words finally ended. Had number 99. Gori Tenmitsu, 5 swirling dragons of destruction. Lod read out the name of Hado from the highest list word by word. After completely chanting, the power of Hado was enough to erase this city from the surface. No matter where Wilbur was hiding, it was impossible for him to survive this attack. Roar! The earth-shattering dragon roar shattered 1,000 miles of the sky. The surging, almost tangible flood of spiritual power gradually solidified, turning into ferocious and majestic divine dragons that circled around, and then shook into the clouds of the 9 heavens, releasing heaven-shaking roars in this blood-red world. The dragon-shaped body formed by the enormous spiritual power released incomparable power every time it moved through the clouds, causing the entire sky to tremble, setting off waves that were visible to the naked eye. Chapter 562, The Arrival of God. Had number 99. Gori Tenmitsu, 5 swirling dragons of destruction. The dragon-shaped spiritual power was mighty, crashing down with endless heavenly might. After the extreme condensation, spiritual power poured down like a torrential river. The dragon roar between the soul surges resounded in the 9 heavens and earth. The extremely violent spiritual power tore apart the air and atmosphere of Hollow like a flag being pulled by an invisible force, emitting a golden cry that could pierce through stone and clouds. A huge light tore through the heavens and earth. For some reason, Michael straightened her upper body and raised her slender, white neck. Her expression was solemn and solemn. Her emerald eyes were filled with fascination as she silently stared at the dazzling light that split the sky. Rumble. The 5 dragons fell, the sky and the earth split apart. The dragon body carried the extreme power of the world as it smashed through the layers of hollow. An earth-shaking, earth-shattering rumble filled Michael's entire brain in an instant. An incomparably vast and majestic force rose from the ground that was thousands of square meters in size. The moment it collided, it burst out with a fiery light that was as bright as the silver flowers that filled the sky. A huge mushroom cloud slowly rose up. Dazzling halos spread out layer by layer, and dazzling brilliance filled the sky. It was as if another blazing star was recklessly releasing the destructive power it contained. The space was suffused with ripples that were visible to the naked eye. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were trampling on all directions, destroying anything with a destructive force, attempting to block anything in front of it. Boom! Layer upon layer of shock waves whistled through the air, sweeping across the ground. Whether it was the dust in the atmosphere or the debris on the ground, they were all completely crushed at this moment. In the cracks that spread all over the mountains and rivers after breaking the earth, hot lava actually gushed out from under the rock layer, as if the power of the attack just now reached deep into the earth's core, as if it was a fleeting doomsday scene in the dream. On the surface of the ground that was hit by the violent shock, countless streams of burning hot magma gushed out from the thick black smoke that was as thick as clouds. The shattered ground was burned red by the magma and was pushed to a height of 100,000 meters by the erupting flames. Then, it was pulled down by gravity, leaving a meteor-like mark. The entire new castle was filled with magma. The magma that flowed on the surface of the ground emitted a strong volcanic ash, forming a light that even the sun could not penetrate through the white and grey clouds. The pungent smell of sulfur filled the air, and it even covered the other smells, making people feel suffocated. It was unknown how long. The apocalyptic scene in front of them finally dissipated along with the airflow. At this time, Michael finally came back to her senses. Apart from the area they were standing in, the new castle, which was shrouded in the summoning ritual, had become a giant pit in the abyss. The diameter was almost 1,000 meters, and the depth was almost impossible to see through at a glance. Phew! Laud slowly let out a breath. There was neither sadness nor joy in his heart. There was neither the surging battle intent after the great battle nor the slightest joy after victory. There was only a faint calm. The spirit energy in his body was almost dried up. His limbs felt sore and weak, as well as the pain of his nerves twitching. These seemed to be silently telling him that the more powerful the move, the greater the flaw. Had number 99. Gori Tenmitsu. Among all the highest levels of Hado, there are only a few in the whole of Soul Society. In the original book, only Aizen, who was the Transcender, was released under the circumstance of breaking the chant. If only the destructive power of one blow was considered, it might be slightly better than the captain's flow. And more importantly, the special effect of 5 dragons transformation. The 90th level Hado is not only amazing in terms of destructive power, but also permanently altered or cursed the region. From now on, there would be no spiritual droplets in this region, and it would be even more impossible to give birth to any spiritual bodies or hollow. It was equivalent to being completely wiped out of the spirituality. Only after hundreds of years would the remnants of the 5 dragons fade away, would the earth gradually return to its original appearance. If it was impossible to understand, then the 5 dragons could be turned into atomic bombs. The area that was thrown into the atomic bombs would be occupied by radiation, and anyone or even living creature would be radiated to death. The effect of the 5 dragons turning was roughly the same, but it was only a needle for any spiritual body. Moreover, considering the uniqueness of Newcastle, the curse could not be said to be a bad thing. After taking this attack, you should die, right? Laud crazily extracted the spiritual energy that was constantly dissipating in the atmosphere. Because soon, this area would become a completely soulless area. At the same time, he raised his eyes and slowly observed the situation around him. The complicated and huge summoning ritual had disappeared at this moment. It should have been destroyed by the 5 dragons. After all, the entire new castle was destroyed, not to mention a magic array that was built on it. Finally, just as Laud was about to heave a sigh of relief, he heard Michael click his tongue. Wait! Something is wrong. Michael frowned and pointed at the barrier that still existed. He asked in confusion, the summoning ritual has already disappeared. Why is the isolation barrier still here? Barrier? Laud was stunned. He narrowed his eyes and observed carefully. He realized that he had actually overlooked this point. Although the summoning ritual had disappeared, the enchantment that isolated the world from this area was still standing strong. It was just that the original color was as red as blood and became infinitely clear. That was why it was hard to detect. The barrier created by the ritual was still there, which meant that a terrifying thought appeared in the hearts of Laud and Michael. The two of them looked at each other silently and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Rumble. At this moment, the only foothold they had left under their feet began to tremble violently. The sudden change made Laud and Michael's expressions change. But before they could react, crazy ravings suddenly echoed in their ears, mixed with the screams of the souls of pain. That feeling was incomparably torturous. It was like countless dull and rusty swords slowly peeling off your flesh bit by bit, or like someone had stabbed a red-hot iron needle into your brain and furiously stirred it. Ugh! Laud covered his head and half knelt on the ground. He clenched his teeth tightly, not letting himself cry out in pain. Large beads of cold sweat oozed out, dripping down his blue veins and onto the ground, immediately leaving a large wet mark. Ah! 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 Painful wailing, resentful resentment, and crazy raving. The spiritual storm formed by the interweaving of the three was like a raging tide, crashing against Laud, the only remaining barrier known as reason. The higher the level of the soul, the clearer the ravings one could hear. For someone like Laud who had a very high soul level, it was as if there were hundreds of speakers in his brain, continuously broadcasting those crazy ravings that could drive anyone crazy. No. The ritual is not over. Michael's pupils suddenly contracted. Her trembling voice was mixed with a trace of fear and anger. We have all been deceived by Wilbur. The real summoning ritual has always been carried out in the fragments of the limbo. Limbo. Fragments? Laud, who was hit by the spiritual storm, barely opened his eyes. From the shattered earth and the abyss, in the grey substance that spewed out lava, a white arm that was huge enough to reach the sky or even cover the sun suddenly stretched out from the depths of the earth vein. At this moment, the trembling from the depths of his soul was like thousands of steel needles, crazily stimulating all his cells. Chapter 563, Skyaku. The god had descended. Heaven and earth changed color, mountains and rivers collapsed. A mighty force that could not be expressed with words suddenly rushed out from the depths of the earth. This caused the already broken earth to be completely torn apart by this extreme violence once again. Although a city that was not famous, it also had all kinds of history. Under this destructive attack of heaven and earth, it had completely become a scene after the end of the world. However, this was only the beginning. As a god that had descended into the world, how could there not be a welcoming ceremony that matched his identity? Rumble. Volcanic ash piled up in the clouds. The visible particles formed a giant cloud that was stirred up by the invisible hand, as if it was the giant mouth of the abyss that devoured the world. The lava that gushed out from the depths of the earth vein was lifted up by the huge impact and rushed straight into the clouds in the sky. Then, it shattered and exploded into a gorgeous ring of fire. It also cut through the atmosphere like a group of falling stars, leaving behind countless scarlet traces. It was as if it was offering gorgeous fireworks for the arrival of the gods. Along with the countless light fireworks falling down, the red streaks that were drawn out illuminated the huge and formidable arm bit by bit in the eyes of Laud and Michael. The pale grey arm seemed to be a pillar that stood tall in this world in ancient times. Even though it had been washed away by the long river of time, it was still unable to erase its ancient aura. A rotten and ancient feeling arose. Although it was very far away from the arm, because it was too large, even an ordinary person could clearly and intuitively see the structure of the surface. Countless grey shells that looked like fish scales were arranged in reverse. They covered the surface of the arm, so from a distance, it gave people the feeling of deathly pale. The scales of the ash-grey shell were fluctuating in a very small manner. When they opened and closed, they released some light grey substance. It was as if there was some kind of creature hidden underneath, and it was breathing rhythmically. In the gap between the grey scales opening and closing, Lod condensed his spirit energy into his eyes, raising his vision to an astonishing level. Like an eagle, he penetrated the volcanic ash fog that was scattered by the lava and saw what was hidden under the scales. But after looking at it, he was surprised. Or, it should be said that the strange thing was hidden under the grey scales, not the disgusting things he imagined. It was neither a sticky tentacle like an octopus nor a few 100,000 dead heads, nor was it a gelatinous matter. In short, it had nothing to do with anything that could be described as disgusting. Underneath the greyish-black scales were pitch-black holes that were tightly arranged like a rattan pot, as if they had been gnawed open by some kind of creature. They were even more disgusting than the tentacles. The holes that looked like rattan pots were of different sizes and shapes. They were tightly arranged and densely packed, giving people the feeling that there were countless empty eyes that were silently watching you through those holes. Lod immediately felt his scalp go numb. He immediately looked away, but his entire body still seemed to have been electrocuted. He could not help but tremble slightly. Even people without dense fear would feel extremely uncomfortable when they saw such a dense and large number of holes, as if they were deep black and quiet. If it was someone who lived by the sea, they might be able to understand this feeling better. If they went to a rock wall or reef by the sea, they could almost see that it was covered with rattan pots. Just imagine! If the number of these rattan pots were suddenly magnified to hundreds of thousands of times, and they were densely packed in front of him, what kind of feeling would you have? Just this extremely visual impact scene was enough to make any person with dense phobia die on the spot. The disgusting nature would not disappear, and it would only change from one form to another, the law of nausea and conservation, by Lord Karl. After forcibly moving his eyes away, Lod suddenly felt a surge of warmth, and the sweet and melodious hymn sounded in his ears. The ethereal and sweet female voice instantly suppressed the crazy ravings, which made the nerves in his mind tear apart, and the invisible pain eased greatly. Without those crazy ravings, Lod finally got rid of the stiff situation on his limbs. He turned around and saw Michael's hands clasped in front of her chest, like a holy praying girl in the church. The holy prayer song came from her mouth. There were fine beads of sweat on the angel's beautiful face. Her long golden hair that was scattered on the ground was already soaked in sweat. Her jade-like eyes were filled with fatigue that could be seen with the naked eye. The sweat gathered to the bottom of his cheeks, drawing a stunning arc, finally flowing on the dirty ground, and gradually moistening the thick dust. In order to help him resist the crazy ravings, this seraph had to bear a great deal of pressure. Moreover, judging from her current state, it was obviously impossible for her to hold on for too long. Lod analyzed the current situation in his mind and found that the situation was not optimistic, and it had already reached a critical juncture. Judging from the appearance of the arm, the summoning ritual of Wilbur could not be said to be completely successful. The 5 dragons should have an effect. At least, it destroyed the spirit particles in this region, causing the summoning ritual to be incomplete. Only a part of it was summoned, and the summoning ritual of the evil god was still lacking. In other words, this was their last chance. If he did not take advantage of this time to think of a way to completely destroy that terrifying arm or the summoning ritual, the moment the angel's voice disappeared, he would be attacked by those crazy ravings, so much so that he could not even mobilize his spiritual energy. Recalling those crazy ravings, Lod could not help but feel some lingering fear. If he was alone, he might not be able to solve it. Quick! I cannot hold on for long. The angel girl's prayers were gradually falling. The crazy ravings came back, faintly echoing in his ears. Lod understood that the situation was dangerous. He could no longer think about it. He had to get rid of that incomplete evil god body as soon as possible. Phew! The huge palm slowly spread out. The clouds and mist were rippled, and the roaring air howled in the sky. 5 fingers of different shapes seemed to hold the entire sky in the palm of his hand. Even the light of the sun had dimmed at this moment. I can only use it. Lod suddenly took a deep breath and then spat out all the air in his lungs. He raised his hand and pressed it on the ground. Spiritual power, which was in his body, surged again and poured out as if he didn't want any inside his body system. Rumble! A huge spear that was 100 meters tall suddenly broke out from the shaking ground. The top of it was a huge sword blade that was shaped like a half-moon and exuded an invisible pressure. The huge spear-shaped weapon was just standing here. The sharp air that rushed into the sky seemed to pierce through the sky. The airflow that rolled up faintly emitted a sharp cry, like the cry of a divine beast. The Spear of Skyaku. This was a trump card that Lod had hidden in the beginning. It was originally an execution prop for Wilbur Whatley. It was just that he did not expect that things would go contrary to his wishes. Chapter 564, Phoenix. The bottom of the huge spear that rushed into the sky was nailed to the ground by dozens of hemp ropes. The surging spiritual power immediately rolled up an invisible airflow, surrounding the huge spear like a tsunami. Hollow suddenly stirred up countless ripples in the air, as if he had been thrown into a giant rock to break the calm surface of the lake, tearing out dark and deep cracks. Michael could tell at a glance that this giant spear was definitely not as simple as it looked. Just the aura emitted from it was enough to tear Hollow apart like a broken cloth. This degree of sharpness was simply shocking. The spear Skyaku was Soul Society's most cruel and extreme punishment. Only the soul who committed the most serious crime would be subjected to such a cruel punishment. In fact, if it was a complete execution tool, there should have been a dismemberment rack to restrain the sinner who had been set up. At the same time, it was also used to prevent the explosive power of the explosion of Skyaku from completely destroying the execution platform after penetrating the sinner. However, they had not yet been pulled out of the dismemberment rack, so they saved this punishment. In fact, it wasn't important to have a dismantle. In any case, that incomplete god was there, and that huge and exaggerated body was actually more beneficial for the aim of the double eradication. The true form after Skyaku was the giant phoenix known as Kick. As for this divine beast that was wrapped in flames, its beak was said to have the destructive power of millions of ZANPAKUTOU. As the final executor of Soul Society's extreme punishment, when it pierced through the sinner's body, it meant the end of the punishment. In the original work, the lance had only appeared once, and it had been blocked by Kurosaki Ichigo with the Zangetsu. However, considering the attribute of Kurosaki Ichigo himself hanging on the wall, plus the soul of Waiwak that Zangetsu was boarding at that time, it was not strange to block the attack of Kick. If not for blocked, it would be a big problem. If Kurosaki Ichigo could block it, it did not mean that the Kick in the liberating form was very weak. It was equivalent to 1 million pieces of Zanpakutou's destructive power. Just thinking about it with his brain, it was definitely not as weak as it was in the original work. Just think about it, if Kick was really weak, why would he let Kyoriko Shunsui and Jaishur Yuka take? These 2 top captains of Soul Society joined hands, and even used the Shihauran's armor, which was equivalent to gathering the strength of the 3 captains to stop it. Even Yamamoto Genryusai showed a very shocked look at that time. This existence is equivalent to Soul Society's history of Captain Commander. He must be able to block or destroy the Sokyoku, but that is only limited to his level of superior. Looking at the entire Soul Society, there are only a few people. Being blocked by a nobody, he will naturally be very shocked. So, no matter from which perspective. With the destructive power of the Sokyoku, it was absolutely enough to kill such an incomplete god. Spiritual power had almost accumulated enough. With the unique talent of Quincy, it allowed Laud to absorb the surrounding atmosphere of spiritual energy. Although the area was cursed after the 5 dragons of destruction, the spirit energy would not disappear directly, but would be consumed at an extremely fast speed. He was taking advantage of this time to replenish about 70% to 80% of spiritual power. It should be enough. Laud took a deep breath and released the Sokyoku. Crash! The huge spear instantly turned into a golden phoenix. The wings that carried endless flames slowly spread out, instantly releasing an incomparably resplendent radiance. The monstrous flames and endless grey fog were on equal footing. It actually formed a strange and brief stalemate. The world was filled with 2 completely different powers. The formless laws and tangible energies interweaved, and then divided into 2 distinct regions. Grey, sinister and strange. Gold, sacred and solemn. Kick proudly looked down. His golden eyes were suffused with a cold and ruthless temperament, showing the majesty of a divine beast to the world as much as possible. The terrifying spiritual power directly made the space collapse. Boom 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 boom. The flames hanging down along the golden wings were like endless stars falling. Streaks of fiery red light streaked across the sky and then slammed into the ground in a violent manner. The entire Nuli Kaswais immediately shrouded in endless roaring and brilliant flames of explosion. A pitch-black figure landed on the phoenix. The Black Death Tyrant fluttered in the wild wind. His silver hair danced wildly in the wind. A blazing battle intent rose in the depths of his azure blue eyes, as if it was burning like the phoenix fire beneath him. Incomplete god. Laud licked his lips. His tone was mixed with a cold killing intent. It was like sharp swords that shook hollow. Let me see if you, such a high and mighty existence, can block my full power attack. Roar dash. The incomplete god seemed to sense danger. Its huge palm stirred the endless wind and clouds. From its original state of stretching straight into the sky, it suddenly turned into a bent elbow. Its 5 strange-looking fingers spread out and grabbed at the proud golden phoenix. No. Michael's pupils trembled slightly, red blood dripped from the corners of her lips, and he gritted his teeth to remind, it tries to stop you. It's too late. Laud's cold voice flowed into Michael's ears along with the wind. Cruel. Kick howled into the sky. The phoenix cried out, like a sorrowful song, like weeping blood. In an instant, the entire world seemed to have fallen into a state of stagnation. The dust particles floating in the air fell into a standstill, visible to the naked eye. All the noise gradually faded away, and the color of everything was stripped away bit by bit. It was like a lead brush brushed by an eraser, and everything became blurry. The incomplete god instinctively stopped, as if it had sensed a strong crisis. The strange scene that spread out from the surroundings of the kick made the incomplete god stop. The scales that covered the surface of the scales spread out in unison. In the pitch-black holes that were like rattan pots, countless dazzling star-shaped halos suddenly lit up. The moment the light blossomed, the space seemed to be stretched countless times by an invisible hand. It was like a solid wall that stood between the incomplete god and the kick. Even the light of the kick flame could not penetrate the wall and was forcibly distorted. It overlaps the space. Michael's voice was so weak that she could not be heard. She had already collapsed to the ground, but she still maintained the holy song blessing. It doesn't matter, my sword, no one can stop it. Laud's eyes lit up, and he said coldly and confidently. He used kick as a powerful carrier and integrated with the power of rules connected by the holy text, setting the target behind the incomplete god. Then, the problem came. The strongest spear and the strongest shield, who was stronger between the two, everything was about to be revealed. Script, B, the balance. Laud thought for a moment and decided to add another heavy chip. FEENV.com This was the first time he used the power of this rule system. He directly mobilized all the luck within a radius of 10,000 meters and temporarily added it to the body of Kick. At the same time, he added the same misfortune to the incomplete god. Bastard evil god, eat 1,000,000 of my Zanpakuto's strength. Lod let out a crazy roar from the bottom of his heart, and his soul force almost poured out. After he was completely liberated, he turned into a divine beast phoenix form, Kick, and rushed towards the incomplete god. Boom! It was extremely quiet and moving, only for an instant. An extremely bright golden light suddenly cut through the silent world. A huge sound explosion resounded between the wings. The indescribable gorgeous flames pushed the phoenix and smashed layers of Hollow's wall of space at an extraordinary speed. It was unstoppable like a white rainbow piercing the sun, shook the air inch by inch. This was definitely the strongest attack of Lod so far. Chapter 565, Dead End. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, the world was dazzling. In the way that the kick passed, not only Hollow, but even the earth was torn apart. The power of the rules of the two great characters bestowed the unparalleled destructive power of Kick. It even exceeded the strength of the original work by 10 times. Even the hollow barrier behind the layers could not withstand it. Under the spear tip, it collapsed inch by inch. Under Michael's worried gaze, the golden light collided with the incomplete god. Rumble! There was an endless tide in the air. It was a collision of extremely powerful forces. It was a battle between the God Slayer who initiated the challenge and the unknown incomplete god. Mortals were not even qualified to watch. In an instant, a terrifying roar tore through the sky. The area within a few thousand kilometers was filled with fierce surging energy, and the gravel that floated in the atmosphere was mercilessly crushed. The visible ring of air whistled through the air, forming a terrifying destructive storm. The grand sound of metal colliding suddenly echoed between the heavens and the earth. Under the sharp beak of the kick, the scales of the incomplete god of fish fell off piece by piece. The giant arm that was as big as the sky could not resist this strong force. It was as if the mountain was collapsing. The densely packed rattan holes released even more dazzling and intense radiance, but it still could not resist the increasingly terrifying power of the kick. Finally, there seemed to be an indistinct wail. It was as if some kind of bubble had been punctured, and the sunken space collapsed after reaching the limit of expansion. Ruthlessness! Kick let out a high-pitched cry, vibrating the magnificent fire wings, and piercing through the incomplete god in an unstoppable manner. The end result of the God Slayer and the incomplete god was the collapse of the strongest shield created by space, and the strongest spear came to a close. Rumble! The gorgeous flames exploded like a river of stars exploding. Waves of terrifying explosive airflow gathered and formed, gushing out like countless huge bombs. Countless brilliant fiery meteors, dragging huge exhaust flames, fell to the ground, and the boundless tide that was set off by the fall, trampled in all directions in the most brutal manner. The pure destructive force spread, and everything in its path melted. Even if it was an incomplete god with unimaginable terrifying power, the power of the Quincy was like his natural enemy. After being penetrated by the kick, the power was amplified to the extreme. The incomplete god became more incomplete. The parts above the elbow were all destroyed by kick, leaving only black ashes scattered in the wind. At this moment, the world fell into a dead silence. Hollow's weak feeling invaded. Lod only felt a spasm of pain in his body. He knew that he had consumed too much energy and stepped on Ho-Ho with great difficulty. In a few flashes, he returned to his original position. Hucky! 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 Lod gasped for breath, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. All the cells in his body seemed to be crying out hysterically. Now, even moving his fingers had become something that could not be reached. The blazing angel was even more unbearable than him. In order to resist the crazy murmuring of the incomplete god, she continued to use the hymns to support Lod, making her, who was already weak, even weaker. Her delicate body was drenched in sweat, as if she had just come out of a bath. Her face was full of exhaustion, and she lay limply on the ground beside her, carrying a trace of a different kind of delicate beauty. It made people unable to help but protect her. Finally, Laud tried hard to calm down and forced out a smile. However, because his muscles were too sore, it looked a little strange. No. I'm afraid things are not that simple. There was a hint of bitterness in Michael's eyes. There was a rare hint of despair. Her eyes reflected the brilliant radiance of the seraph. She said, I'm afraid the incomplete God is not dead yet. Laud noticed the scene reflected in the angel's eyes, and an uncontrollable chill immediately rushed into his heart. He felt like a stiff puppet, twisting his rusty neck, turning back bit by bit, looking at the location of the incomplete God just now. In the dazzling starring radiance, the incomplete God recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. No. 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 That route was not a recovery, but time was flowing backwards. Laud noticed that it was not only the incomplete God. Even the space and the world that had been destroyed by the kick were gradually restored to their previous appearance as the starring radiance bloomed. Even the blood-red ritual boundary appeared again. Moreover, he also discovered something. It was the resplendent starring radiance that originated from the pitch-black, deep, vine-shaped holes beneath the scales of the incomplete godfish. What the f***ck is this thing? Laud directly swore. His pupils expanded to the limit. He was deeply shocked by the scene in front of him. Any words at this moment became pale and powerless. Time, space. What the incomplete God displayed were the two most powerful powers in the universe. Not only could he lengthen or shorten it at will, stack or shatter space, he could even freely control the flow of time within the range of his control, allowing him to move forward for dozens of minutes as he wished, restoring everything that had been destroyed. With the combination of time and the power of space, who could rival him? If Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, was here, she might still have a way to contend with the Eye of Agamotto. The veins on Laud's neck bulged. His will defeated his tired body and he released the last of his strength. He forced himself to stand up with his trembling sword. There was a hint of determination in his azure eyes. Although he was exhausted and had no power to counter the power of the incomplete God, he still chose to face the God. It was not his style to sit still and wait for death. No matter what kind of dangerous situation they were facing, Laud would rather fight for that 1 in 10,000 chance of survival than sit in the same place and wait for death, even if that so-called chance of survival was so slim that it almost didn't exist. Michael's eyes flickered slightly, and her heart suddenly had an inexplicable feeling. In the countless years of her life as the Blazing Angel, this was the first time she had truly experienced the tenacious will of a human when he was in a weak state. When facing an invincible and powerful divine spirit, he had displayed that tenacious will. He would never yield, never bow. Even if the enemy was a high and mighty god, he would still use the rebellious sword blade against him. Who? Laud let out a breath, but his mind was inexplicably calm. This was the only powerful enemy that he felt fear and despair in the battles he had experienced, and even when all his trump cards were used up, he was unable to defeat. It was hard to imagine how to defeat the incomplete God. Any attack from an existence who grasped the two strongest powers of space and time was like a child playing in front of him. Father, I'm here. A delicate voice suddenly sounded from the side. It was so familiar. What are you doing here? Laud was stunned. He turned around and saw the familiar girl. A bitter smile appeared on his lips as he sighed, Nexia, you shouldn't have come back. Arino.cm. He hadn't seen Nexia before, and I didn't notice her spiritual pressure. Lord thought she had already left, so he let go of his actions unscrupulously. He didn't expect this cheap daughter to still be there, not only did not leave, but also unexpectedly it's back. This made Laud feel warm and helpless. No, you are wrong, father. Nexia smiled faintly and said, I came to help you stop him. Stop him! Laud was stunned for a moment. Then he thought of Nexia's special identity. Perhaps she really had a way to restrain the incomplete god. He controlled the excitement in his heart and asked, "Do you have any way to restrain that thing?" "That's why I'm here." Chapter 566, Guardian Angel. The authority to seal a god? How was this possible? Laud was shocked at first, but then he couldn't help but look up at his daughter again. The first thought that came to his mind was that it was impossible to achieve. Even if the enemy they faced was a god that was incomplete, his authority was not something that ordinary people could shake. Not to mention whether Nexia's ZANPAKUTOU had the ability to seal the divine power, just the difference in essence between the two was enough to make all efforts turn into bubbles. Although he was not clear about Nexia's origin, he could clearly sense that spiritual power, who was roughly equivalent to an ordinary captain level, was only about third-class level. And just now, he had borrowed the power of spiritual power in the atmosphere and used kick as a carrier. With the power of the two high-level characters, the destructive power that erupted in an instant was comparable to the strength of first-class spiritual power. Even so, he was unable to defeat the incomplete god, let alone third-class spiritual power. The battle between Death God and spiritual power was the battle between spiritual power. This sentence was also suitable for God. When the gap in strength between the two sides was almost as large as the latitude, any method used for shortcuts was just a drop in the bucket, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Just like after stepping into the transcender level, Aizen crushed many Death God, and the latter could not even sense his spiritual power and existence, as if there was a huge gap between the latitude and latitude. Nexia saw through Laud's worry, pursed her white and dry lips, and squeezed out a smile. "It doesn't matter, father, please believe me. Although the gap between us is very big, this is the meaning of my existence with Fusion." Looking at Nexia's firm eyes, Laud thought for a moment and decided to believe in his daughter once. After all, there was no other way now. So he nodded slightly and said, "I can still accumulate the last power. How can I cooperate with you? With Death God's power, it is impossible to destroy the incomplete god." Nexia looked at the seraph beside her. There was a strong emotion in her eyes, but it quickly disappeared. She said slowly, "Only you can give Father the power to destroy darkness and evil spirits, allowing light to reappear in the world." This child. Why does it give me a very familiar feeling, and it seems to have the aura of heaven? Michael looked at the girl in front of him. His calm heart suddenly rippled, as if there was a special emotion surging. Because of the angle, Laud did not notice the difference between the two, but he was deeply puzzled by Nexia's proposal. She can't use the seraph wings. How can she give me the power to break the darkness and regain the light? No. There is another way. Nexia opened her mouth slightly. She took a deep breath and stared at Michael. She said word by word, "Are you willing to sign a heaven contract with my father in ancient times and become his guardian angel?" Heaven contract? Guardian angel? This series of terms made Laud confused, and his mind was filled with question marks. However, Michael's expression became a little thought-provoking. There was a hint of doubt in her complicated expression. Her green eyes rippled, and she stared at Nexia silently. Laud frowned, his gaze wandering between the two women. He felt that this so-called guardian angel contract might not be that simple. "Do you know the meaning of the guardian angel?" A strand of golden hair hung down. Michael's gentle gaze suddenly changed, giving off an extremely strong sense of oppression, as if she was interrogating the person in front of him. "I know. But there is no other choice." Nexia bit her lips, her voice a little low. "This is the only way to stop the arrival of the incomplete god." Michael was silent. She neither agreed nor refused, and her emerald eyes seemed to become even deeper. Through her pure eyes, it was as if she could see a quiet river, shining like stars. She was still hesitating. After all, if they really made a contract, it meant that she had made a choice and placed her last hope on this man. Buzz. At this moment, the change intensified. The trembling earth continued to crack apart, revealing a huge ravine. Endless grey mist seeped out from below, surging like a tide, gradually rising into the sky. In the region where the grey mist pervaded, the incomplete god slowly opened 5 fingers. Billions of dazzling rays of light blossomed from the palm of his hand. One could vaguely see the blurry figure of hollow formed by countless stars slowly rotating on the inside of the 5 fingers. It was as if he was holding the entire universe. Time and space interweaved, setting off extremely surging waves of power, surging out in all directions, scattering in the sky along with billions of rays of light. Space was like a crushed piece of paper, showing a twisted and folded scene, and the time within this range showed a chaotic state. What was chaos and disorder? The things that had been destroyed or disappeared on the timeline now reappeared under the influence of the light, overlapping the 2 states of destruction and recovery, constantly repeating the process of life and death. Time did not move forward, but it did not move backward. Instead, it moved back and forth in a leap, causing today's strange scene. Newcastle, which was restored in 1 second, will be destroyed again in the next second. Wilbur, who had been resurrected a second ago, had yet to let out the smug smile on his face when he turned into a pile of bones in the next second. The tens of thousands of ordinary people who had suddenly appeared in the last second thought that they had been resurrected in astonishment. In the next second, they were thrown into the slaughter factory again and experienced a painful torture again. In the chaotic and disorderly jumping time, the grey fog gathered billions of radiance. In the palm of the incomplete god, it gradually projected and constructed a bronze door. There is no time. Nexia bit her lips tightly. The scene of the future appeared in her mind. She tried hard to control herself from being so afraid. Looking at the hesitant Michael, she suddenly opened her mouth and spoke a paragraph. The tone was very high, and it was a rather strange language. Michael's pupils shrank slightly, and there was a bit of surprise and confusion on her face. This bizarre language was actually the Enoch language she was familiar with. The Enoch language was the language of angels. Although some mages with extraordinary talent and the favor of angels could understand the meaning of it, they could not use this language. No one was an exception, even Sorcerer Supreme. For a human to be able to use Enoch, this matter itself was already strange enough. As for the contents of Nexia's words, this seraph was even more shocked, directly falling into a deep silence. As you wish. After a moment of silence, Michael finally made up her mind and slowly stood up from the ground. Step dash. Step dash. Step dash. The pure and holy wings of the seraph slowly spread out. Michael's expression was solemn, as if she was a deity that had transcended this world. A pair of sparkling, jade-like feet stepped on the dirty road covered in dust, but they did not touch the dirt at all. Step by step, they walked towards Laud. The next moment, the distance between the two was almost zero. The tip of his nose was surrounded by the special fragrance of an angel, and he could not tell what it was, but it made people feel at ease. Under Laud's confused and nervous expression, Michael's cheeks flushed slightly. She seemed to have made up her mind. She bit his lips and suddenly stood on tiptoe, letting their lips touch. A soft voice suddenly sounded in his brain. Accompanied by the blooming gorgeous light, white feathers fell from the sky. Father above. In the name of Archangel Michael. Michael made an ancient heavenly vow with the man in front of her and became his guardian angel from then on. Love what he loves, think what he thinks. I bore the pain and suffering for him. Be it poverty or wealth, be it lowly or noble. Be in troubled times or being abandoned by God. I will draw my sword and fight for him. Chapter 567, Light of Hope. After a long time, their lips parted. Up until now, Laud's entire brain was still in a daze. He subconsciously raised his hand and touched his lips, which were still a little moist. It was as if there was still the warmth of an angel. Was he being forcefully kissed? Moreover, the angel who had forcefully kissed him actually had the title of an archangel, the head of the 7 seraphs. According to the legends recorded in the Dead Sea Ancient Scroll, the one who wielded the Sword of Light and led many angels to defeat Lucifer in the name of God and banished him to the deepest part of hell, symbolizing glory and glory. All of this had already gone beyond his expectations. Lord Karl, from now on, I am your guardian angel. Michael tiptoed back a step, knelt on one knee, and folded her wings. I will become the invincible blade in your hand, helping you remove evil, cut off darkness, and welcome dawn. Finally, in the song and light, you will step on the supreme throne. The vow of protection was officially made at this moment. White feathers fell from the sky, and melodious long and musical instruments echoed in the air. In the light that implied holiness and purity, 6 pairs of wings made of pure light slowly stretched out behind the man. In an instant, Lod completed a qualitative transformation. He could clearly feel that there was an extra strand of extremely pure and sacred golden energy in his body. It was like an endless ocean, and there was a destructive explosive force hidden under the seemingly calm surface. He rose from the original 3rd-class spiritual power to the peak of 2nd-class spiritual power in a single leap. It is only a line away from the 1st-class spiritual pressure. Spiritual power's improvement brought about many changes, including this brand new, never-before-seen power of the Seraph. It seemed to contain a lot of power, but now, due to the threat of the incomplete God, Lod could not calm down and experience it. Lod exhaled lightly and opened his eyes again. But at this moment, his azure blue eyes had already been dyed with a pure gold color. Just looking at it was enough to make one's soul tremble. Everything in Hollow's field of vision seemed to be burning and twisting. It was like 2 blazing suns emitting boundless heat and light. This was Michael's power? Lod suddenly had a trace of enlightenment in his heart. This was a completely qualitative change from a human to a god. Congratulations, Father! You finally succeeded. A hint of gratification appeared in Nexia's eyes, and the corners of her lips could not help but curl up into a faint smile. Although there were all sorts of deviations along the way, causing the future she saw to nearly be led to destruction, fortunately, the final result did not change. She still completed the mission her father had given her. She directed history to the correct path. And the scene in front of her was the correct path her father had spoken of. Nexia put down the last bit of concern and turned to look at the incomplete god. The bronze door reflected in the billions of lights seemed to become real over time. It was no longer just a blurry projection of Hollow. This meant that he was about to descend. Father, please remember that there is only one chance. Nexia stared at the door and said in a deep voice, Next, I will seal the incomplete god, but it will only last for an instant, not more than 1,000th of a second. And what you need to do is to grasp that 1,000th of a second and use the strongest power to destroy the bronze door and completely disintegrate the descending ritual of the incomplete god. This way, you can stop him. The strongest power. Lod murmured softly, then nodded slightly and said, If I use that thing and combine it with the power of Michael, it should be able to destroy the incomplete god, right? It's enough. Nexia pursed her lips and did not ask what it was. She, who had never come back to the timeline, had already learned through the correct path that what her father said was actually a sealed soul, and this technology originated from one of the Zero Division members established by her father. Hikifune Kiryu created the temporary soul. Just as Nexia thought, Lod took out a 6-sided crystal. Item, Temporary Soul. Evaluation, this item was created by Hikifune Kiryu. It contains the soul of a first-class spiritual power. By putting it into the body, it can temporarily improve spiritual power. However, it will consume a lot of fat later. If you don't want to become a skeleton, it is recommended to hoard a lot of fat before using it. For the time being, the soul is actually a kind of alternative soul. However, it did not possess a self-consciousness. It was just a pure form of spiritual power, so it was used to replenish most of the time. Laud did not hesitate. He crushed the seal on the temporary shell of the soul and swallowed it directly into his stomach. A stream of heat quickly spread through his throat, limbs, and bones. Following this, spiritual power directly burst out. Spiritual power rose steadily like an erupting volcano. The empty space seemed unable to withstand this power. In an instant, it collapsed like a shattered mirror. "I'm ready." Laud took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the berserk spiritual power. He calmly said, "It's up to you next." "Yes, Father." Nexia took a deep breath. Her heart suddenly felt a little blocked. She could not bear to look at her father. Finally, she suppressed her surging thoughts. Holding the milky white light blade, she turned around and walked towards the incomplete god step by step. For some reason, Laud suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. He always felt that Nexia's gaze seemed to contain some kind of emotion. Everything goes against the journey, and 100 generations pass by, like a galloping shadow, to spend leisure time. Life is fleeting, and death is an abrupt stop. Bankai, Fuse. The blonde girl's eyes were firm, and she walked step by step to the incomplete god, and her spiritual power suddenly rose to the peak. As the crisp sound echoed in the air, the milky white light blade became like a mirror, reflecting countless dazzling brilliance, flashing white light in the chaotic and disorderly space and time. The next moment, in countless bright streamers, walked out of countless Nexia. Laud could not help but widen his eyes. He was sure that those Nexia were not some so-called clones. Every one of them was real. The real Nexia Karl, but where did so many Nexia come from? No one could answer his question. Countless Nexia stepped out of the white light, holding the exact same milky white light blade. Their expressions were solemn and solemn. All of a sudden, they turned to look at Laud. In the countless pairs of emerald eyes, there was a touch of sadness that could not be wiped away. "Goodbye, Father." Laud seemed to have read this message, and an ominous thought emerged in his mind. However, before he could react, he saw all Nekaikia raise their Zanpakuto high and pierce her own chest like a sacrifice. Hidden in the endless sky, there are countless possibilities. Please listen to Nexia Karl's call. Gather here into the light of hope. I am willing to sever the connection of the myriad of space-time. It will exist in all possibilities. The weak and tiny flame of hope will be ignited. Overgrowth. Myriad. The clear sound of words shook the time and space. All the Nexia closed her eyes, and her body slowly disintegrated into light spots. Rebve.co. Endless bright spots of light gathered into stars, turning into bright pillars of light that rose from the entire ground. Chapter 568, The Last Chance. The light of hope was like the brilliant light of the stars. Rays of dazzling white light pierced through the sky like sharp swords, trapping the incomplete god within them. The soft and warm light fell down like thin white gauze, as if there was an invisible hand that calmed the chaotic and disorderly time. For some reason, this scene came into view, but Laud felt inexplicably sad. His heart seemed to have been cut off, as if he had lost something important. Where did Nexia go? What was the power of Fuse? Why was there a sense of reluctance and nostalgia in her eyes when she looked at him at the end? All kinds of questions lingered in his heart, making Laud feel heavy in his heart, but he quickly reacted. This was not the time to be sad. No matter what happened, no matter what Nexia did, his most important task at the moment was to wait for the incomplete god to reveal a flaw and defeat it in one fell swoop. Therefore, Laud suppressed his surging sorrow. His pair of pure golden eyes changed to a cold and indifferent expression. He looked at the area where the stars were shining brightly and quietly waited for the time to come. Reduce all creation to ash, Ryūjin Jakka. As the cold voice fell, the hot and boiling flames ignited the dark sword. At this moment, Laud's momentum was pushed to the peak. The preparation was ready. Now, all he needed to do was wait for the opportunity that Nexia had created to arrive. Rumble. Rays of light were gradually closing. The grey fog that flowed out from beneath the scales churned violently like a living creature. The chaotic and irregular space-time region gradually returned to normal as the resplendent light beams gradually closed. The incomplete god sensed danger. The radiant beams of light that connected heaven and earth were gradually stripping away its power and severing its connection with the world. The grey scales that were originally closed on the surface of the arm suddenly opened and opened slightly. In the pitch-black holes one after another, they released even more resplendent starring radiance. Bang! Layer after layer of starring radiance stacked together. From a distance, it looked like a huge twisted galaxy, like a vast and boundless universe, full of mysterious and strange aura. The incomplete god was resisting the power of separation, and the huge galaxy formed by the star rings seemed to be connected to some mysterious existence. The projection of the bronze door in Hollow's palm was turning into a physical body at an astonishing speed. From the depths of this distorted starry sky, a gaze suddenly cast down, indicating that this ancient god was about to revive. A powerful and ancient aura overflowed from the gradually solidified bronze door, instantly tearing the cage made of light pillars. Bang! The light of hope that Nexia turned into, under the will of the ancient god, was tottering for a moment, almost becoming dim, like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. Not good. He is accelerating. Michael exclaimed. He saw through the intent of the incomplete god. He wanted to summon the ancient bronze door before his authority was completely sealed. Just a little bit more. The authority of the incomplete god was not sealed. If he acted now, it would only make the situation worse. Lod's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the twisted nebula. His hand that was holding sword was trembling slightly as he tried his best to restrain the impulse in the depths of his heart. He stood there like a wooden stake. There was only one chance. Therefore, he had to hold onto it and concentrate on waiting for Nexia to create that fleeting flaw. He would never allow any mistakes to occur. After all, no one could bear the consequences. Buzz buzz buzz. The light of hope that was on the verge of collapse suddenly rose from the ground one after another, streaking across the boundless horizon like the flames of the stars burning the plains, and finally converged above the incomplete god. The countless rays of hope converged into an extremely gorgeous huge divine sword. The surface of the sword was engraved with obscure runes that were difficult to understand. Brambles interweaved to form a sacred hall. It was like the legendary sword of Damocles, and beneath the sword was the incomplete god. Fenvo. After hanging for a moment, the gorgeous divine sword suddenly descended. With the support of gravity, the terrifying speed of acceleration directly broke through the sound barrier. Amidst the thousands of roaring wind dragons, rings of air currents exploded one after another, as if a huge meteor had fallen from the sky. Rumble. The huge greyish-white arm of the god of mutilation was pierced through by the magnificent giant sword that descended from the sky. An incredibly terrifying kinetic energy slammed into the ground. A terrifying vibration that was comparable to the collision between heaven and earth threw tens of millions of tons of dust and boulders into the sky. Even London, the capital of England, which was tens of thousands of miles away from here, could clearly feel this vibration. Countless dense cracks spread out from the impact as the center, spreading out in all directions. The huge impact force carried by the sword tip reached deep into the Earth's crust, piercing through the stone ring nearly 1,000 meters away. At the very end, the remaining surging spiritual energy poured into the soft layer between the surface and the mantle. The lava flowing in the soft layer seemed to have finally found a vent. The surging force that had accumulated for 1,000 years rushed to the outside world under the push of the high-pressure airflow, and finally shot out a beam of lava into the vast sky. Boom 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 boom. One after another, substances that were covered in lava and burning with flames were sprayed into the sky, sending out black volcanic ash that emitted a pungent smell of sulfur. Sparks bloomed like gorgeous fireworks. The unimaginably high temperature and lava filled every corner of his vision. There were crisscrossing cracks all over the surface of the ground, like a nest weaved by a giant spider. Hot and red lava flowed everywhere, and the twisted nebula surrounding the incomplete god had been smashed by the sword of judgment that fell from the sky. The chaotic time and space within the range had returned to normal. The opportunity had finally appeared. The depths of Lod's eyes shone with divine light. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for a long time. It was also the flaw created by Nexia. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion resounded through the entire horizon. This was the first time Lod had used the seraph wings on his back. 12 wings made of pure divine energy condensed into a pair of seraph wings. With just a light vibration, they exploded with unimaginable power, easily raising a 10th level hurricane, creating a terrifying destructive power like a natural disaster. His original foothold seemed to have suffered a violent impact of hundreds of tons. When the power poured into the ground, it caused a shockwave that was hundreds of meters high. The ground within 100 meters was directly shattered and collapsed. The boiling hot lava was even extinguished by the howling wind. In the next instant, a blazing and dazzling light tore through the sky. In an instant, it accelerated to a terrifying speed that broke through several times the sound barrier, and even the explosive sound clouds that were in the shape of a ring were torn apart. Amidst the rumbling thunder that resounded through the sky, the blazing and dazzling light directly collided with the incomplete god. Whoosh! The seraph wings vibrated for the second time. Pure white feathers fell down, and the radiance and melodious long cry rang out, as if it was a blessing from heaven. The blazing golden flames instantly lit up the sky, and the divine power of angels gathered at the heart. One of the authority of the Michael, the flame, combined with the power of the Ryūjin Jakka, once again pushed Lod's speed to another peak. It surpassed time and space. Chapter 569, Cut Down the Darkness. Slow. Too slow. At this moment, in Lod's eyes, everything in the world had been pressed down on the pause button. Even the power of time and space, the high and mighty incomplete god, had his movements slowed down more than 10,000 times. In his eyes, he was like a snail, slow, and stiff, wanting to make a counterattack. In the domain where time was frozen, he had an abundance of time. The divine wings brought Lod to the incomplete god. When he saw that the distance was getting closer and closer, he took a deep breath and threw his messy thoughts out of his mind. He recalled the technique that Hollow had used to transform into Lod. He tried to control every bit of spiritual energy and the precise amount of control. Awakening all the power hidden in the cells in the deepest part of his soul and letting the will control the form of power. Concentrate the power in sword's blade, compress the flames released to the extreme. Bankai, Zanka no Tachi. The endless flames surrounding him suddenly disappeared, turning into a charred and carbonized sword blade. However, in the position of the blade that looked like a withered tree branch, which was charred black and carbonized, a pure gold color could be clearly seen, flowing slowly like flowing gold. Although there was no flame, the temperature became even more terrifying. After fusing with the divine flame of the Michael, the temperature of the Ryūjin Jakka suddenly rose by several levels. Just by the residual heat of the sword blade, the entire atmosphere was in a terrible state of boiling heat. This kind of power. As the master, Lod felt even more clearly. The explosive power contained in sword's blade could completely wipe out any city on the ground with a light swing of his sword. Even the ashes after burning would not be left. As long as he maintained this state for 30 minutes, he would be able to completely change the atmosphere of Earth. The stinky oxygen layer would dissolve in the rapidly rising temperature. Level 2 glaciers would melt under the climate, and the sea would set off violent waves of destruction. The magma hidden in the soft streams would spray out, and the entire world would face a true natural disaster. At that time, 90% of the species in the world would face extinction. And all of this only took half an hour. Even though it was not as good as the real flickering Seireitei long sword, it was almost the same. I am a god. No, I am stronger than a real god. Asgard's god King Odin, sorcerer supreme who protects the earth, Thanos who kills half of the living beings in the universe, Captain Marvel who has infinite energy, Lucifer who is closest to the position of Satan, and the tyrant of the dark dimension, Dormammu. They are not as powerful as me. The lives and deaths of the billions of living beings on the planet are in my hands. I am the real God, I am stronger than those people. Look, even the God who controls time and space, the high and mighty incomplete God is afraid of me. What is this sound? It seems to be the wailing and crying of the incomplete God. Ha 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 ha, are you begging me to let him go? Wait. A sound? A bright golden light flashed in Lod's eyes, dispersing the fog in his brain. The faint muttering gradually faded away. Lod's vision was clear, and he broke away from that strange state. He looked at the charred and carbonized Zanpakuto in his hand and felt the destructive power. He couldn't help but feel a trace of fear. It was so dangerous. Cold sweat broke out on the depths of Lod's forehead, and his heart was filled with shock. Even if it was an incomplete god, he absolutely could not let his guard down. While he was controlling this power for the first time, the incomplete god's ravings took advantage of Hollow's time to enter. If he did not wake up in time and instead became engrossed in this powerful power, he would probably become a completely mindless puppet of power that only knew how to kill. However, after waking up, Lod was certain of one thing. That was that the incomplete god had no way out and could only rely on these ravings to influence him, thus allowing the bronze door to appear as soon as possible. That's it, incomplete god. Lod held the charred and carbonized Zanpakuto and poured all of his spirit energy into it. Next, he would bet on his soul. Facing a powerful enemy that he had never encountered so far, he did not hold back at all. He pushed his essence, energy, and spirit to the peak state. All the faith and the last hope he had condensed into this sword. Oh! The damaged divine sense was affected by the will, as well as Death God who was gradually approaching. He let out a sharp and ear-piercing cry. The radiance of the star ring that had disappeared once again emerged from the dark holes, but this time, it became much dimmer. This crazy roar sounded like the sound of a referee's gunshot. Dong! In the next second, a magnificent light cut through the sky. A terrifying impact was like a magnificent army charging forward. Countless sonic booms exploded one after another. The vast sea of clouds rippled, and a gorgeous light dragged the exhaust flames to plow the atmosphere, setting off a gale that swept the entire world. Just as the magnificent light was about to approach the incomplete god, an unimaginable change occurred. Oh, 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 oh. Amidst the crazed screams, the bronze door held by the god of destruction finally turned from hollow to reality. The grey substance that flowed down caused the space to freeze layer by layer, and time even fell into a slow and sluggish state. A vast eye that was constructed from countless nebulae was coldly watching the outside world through the crack in the door. Lod, who was trying to get close and destroy the bronze door, was horrified to find that his body was actually retreating uncontrollably. Not only was he alone, even the collapsed earth and the shattered hollow were recovering in the form of. No. This was not going backwards. Instead, it was time. Time was flowing backwards. Under the gaze of the giant eye that was constructed by the nebula, time in this world was like a rewinding image that was being pulled back to before everything happened. Lod tried to resist this power, and spiritual power was almost squeezed to the limit. But soon, he discovered the sad fact that no matter how hard he tried, he could not resist the regression of time. Could it be that it was really over? Even if they worked so hard, in the end, they were still unable to stop the arrival of the incomplete god? A feeling of being teased by fate surged into Lod's heart. The humiliation turned into endless anger, completely igniting this man. No. If fate is destined to fail, then I will shatter this fate. Dong! In the river of time that was flowing backwards, Lod suddenly stopped. His body aged at an extremely fast speed under the scouring of time. However, he stubbornly raised his head. His pure golden eyes revealed a hint of unyielding pride. He raised his sword high with a trembling hand, pointing it at the mysterious existence within the bronze door. It was a rebellious flag raised by humans to the gods. The spiral gene in his body was like the Tower of Babylon, engraving the will to rebel deep in his heart. Boom! 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 Step by step, he stepped on the raging river of time. Under the gaze of those giant eyes, everything in the world was frantically retreating, and only that man was moving forward. Whoosh! The divine seraph wings vibrated, lifting Lod up high. Forward! 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 At this moment, there was only one thought in Lod's mind. He looked up to the sky and let out a long roar. He rushed towards the bronze door without any regard for anything else. He held the charred and carbonized ZANPAKUTOU. He was like an extremely tiny glimmer that went against the flow of time. Follow me and read it. A cold voice suddenly sounded from the depths of his soul. I swear on my name that I will sever all things in the world. Lod read it out subconsciously, and a sword suddenly appeared in his left hand. ZANPAKUTOU, who was in a semi-transparent state, shook violently in his silent soul sea and burst out with a completely different power. At this moment, he saw the lines. Countless bright lines like cracks divided the entire world into pieces. The invisible air, the burning flames, the dazzling radiance of the stars, the body of the incomplete god, and even the slightly opened ancient bronze door was covered with colorful cracks. All the cracks intertwined together to form the foundation of the world. However, those colorful cracks gave off an aura of destruction, as if the entire world would collapse at any moment. Yachiru style, Zanjutsu, heaven and earth. Lod squeezed out the last bit of his strength and roared with all his strength. He held a black and white pair of ZANPAKUTOU, and his entire body went against the long river of time. His figure seemed to be pulled out countless after-images and passed. In the end, in the midst of the grand blazing meteor, he ruthlessly smashed into the bronze door. Rumble! The two swords crossed and slashed down. The grayish-white light of sword took away the color of heaven and earth. It illuminated the boundless and dazzling light, completely illuminating the dim world. In the crisp sound of the mirror shattering, the ancient bronze door shattered with a bang, and it seemed to collapse and disappear in an irreversible darkness. Chapter 570, Inevitable Death. Time returned to normal. Amidst the crisp sound of metal shattering, the ancient mottled bronze door was covered in dense cracks. The 100 meters of space in all directions became like a broken mirror. The sky seemed to have been plowed out a gully, and the huge torrent carried the clouds and spread to both sides. The huge body of the incomplete god seemed to have collapsed at this moment. In the bloody sea that covered the sky and the earth, there was thick and scarlet flesh mixed, dyeing the sky above the entire city in a strange red color. Crash! Blood poured down like a torrential rain, pouring into the ruined land. Gradually, it gathered into countless branches and flowed into the earth's core along the cracks all over the place. The divine seraph wings slowly brought Lod from the sky to the ground. After completing his mission, he turned into white feathers and scattered. When he raised his head again, he just happened to meet the giant eyes of the Shumagarath. Behind the bronze door, Shumagarath, who seemed to be made of countless nebulae, faintly revealed a hint of unknown meaning. It seemed to be mocking and ridiculing, but it also seemed to be angry and resentful. However, it was more of a kind of cold and indifferent, high above. Lod felt as if he could read the information that the giant eye revealed. It was telling him, "We will come back." Lod's eyes were dyed with pure gold. He slowly raised ZANPAKUTOU in his hand. The pitch-black blade was suffused with a cold light. He pointed at the giant eye from afar as if he was making a silent answer. No matter how many times he tried again. "I will use my own sword to expel all of you." The giant eyes formed by countless nebulae stared coldly at Lod. Finally, under the shattering sound of the bronze door, they hid in the depths of the desolate and boundless starry sky. The crazy whispers that had been echoing in his mind before finally disappeared and returned to peace. It was over. This time, it was truly over. Thinking back to what had happened, Laud couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Wilbur didn't hesitate to abandon his identity as a member of the family and sacrifice hundreds of thousands of civilians in the city just for the godly ascension ceremony to obtain eternal life and power. He didn't expect that the moment the final ceremony succeeded, he would sacrifice his own life. In general, it was considered to be a retribution for evil. Although Laud felt a little regretful that he could not personally punish the culprit, thinking about it carefully, this kind of ending might be the best punishment for a villain like Wilbur Whatley. This kind of ending should be as you wish. The corners of Laud's lips curled up. He grinned at the ruins and said, although the form may be different, it has indeed allowed you to obtain an instant of eternal life. To be sacrificed to an incomplete god to obtain eternal life in another form, wasn't this wish of Wilbur? At least that so-called god had perfectly kept his promise. As for whether Wilbur would be satisfied with this result, he would have to ask himself. However, Laud estimated that it might not be very satisfied. But unfortunately, it had no right to refuse. To pray to the existence of an unknown latitude, the greater the wish was, and in the end, it could only obtain a distorted result, regardless of whether the person was willing or not. When the scattered thoughts gradually recovered, and Laud's tense nerves relaxed, all the feelings that had been blocked just now instantly returned to his brain like a tide. All the parts of his body, the intense pain of his muscles, bones, and internal organs, as well as the hysterical moans that were now released after every cell had been squeezed to the limit. This is the first time in history. The exhausted Laud lay on the ground, a bitter smile on his face. He didn't even want to move a finger now, and only wanted to sleep quietly. However, he could not rest now. Nexia had not returned yet. Laud used his willpower as a source to control his body, which was already on the verge of reaching its limit. He propped his hands on the ground and wanted to stand up. It was just a simple action. For him, who had reached the limit of his spirit and body, it was undoubtedly a challenge comparable to kill God. It took him 7 or 8 minutes to stand up with great difficulty, swaying as if he could fall at any time. Nexia! Where are you? Laud swallowed his saliva and called out with a hoarse voice. His eyes wandered around, trying to find the figure of the blonde girl in the ruins. Nexia! 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 Laud swayed in the ruins, stumbled on the ground, and kept calling the name of the blonde girl. His hoarse voice echoed nearby, but he never got a response. A bad premonition gradually surfaced in his heart. Although his entire body was in unbearable pain, he still gritted his teeth and persevered, walking towards the direction where the giant sword had fallen in his memory. Fortunately, before his strength was exhausted, the place where the seraph wings had descended was about 10 meters away from where the giant sword had fallen, and there were no obstacles in the way. This distance was not long, but it was extremely difficult to walk. Laud's footprints were deep and shallow, and every step he took, he had to stop in place for a long time to rest, and accumulate strength to take the next step. In just a few dozen meters, he walked for a whole 10 minutes. After passing through the last obstacle in front of him with difficulty, Laud finally saw hope. A milky white zanpakuto, emitting a dim fluorescence, lay quietly on the ground. The body of Sword, who was originally as smooth as a mirror, was now covered with shocking cracks. At the end of the handle of Sword, there was a ribbon tied. At this time, with the breeze blowing, it slowly fluttered, as if it was waving to him. It was Zanpakuto, the Zanpakuto of Nexia, Fuse. However, there was no sign of the golden-haired girl around it. Could it be? Laud's pupils trembled slightly. His breathing suddenly became rapid, and a few bulging veins appeared on his face. He seemed to vaguely know the ending of the golden-haired girl. The completely shattered Zanpakuto Fuse and the almost dissipated spiritual power all showed the girl's fate. It seemed that she had reached the end just like Sword. Nexia. Laud walked over with stiff steps, slowly crouched down, and reached out to touch the almost shattered Fuse. Hum. The shattered body of sword started glowing with a faint light. A fragmented and fuzzy memory suddenly flowed into Lod's mind along with the shattered Zanpakutou. In a magnificent white palace hall, there were dozens of captains dressed in white feathers standing on both sides. All of them looked solemn, facing the white throne at the end of the palace. 7 gemstones of different colors adorned the white throne. A man whose face could not be seen clearly was surrounded by dense and almost tangible spiritual energy. Only a pair of eyes that were like pupils were staring at the front through endless time and space. Nexia slowly walked into the palace. She pressed one hand on sword and walked out of the queue on both sides. She knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Father, 13th Division Captain, Nexia Karl is here for an audience. There is a task for you to do." Lod, who was sitting on the throne, supported his cheek with one hand and knocked on the armrest next to him with the other. His indifferent voice echoed in the entire White Palace. Someone tampered with the timeline of the past. Go back to Newcastle 15 years ago and help the weak me to survive this disaster. Yes, father. Nexia did not hesitate at all. She immediately agreed, but then she hesitated for a moment. She looked up and asked, "Father, what do you see in your eyes?" "Your death." A ripple appeared in Lod's heavy eyes. He stopped tapping his fingers and said lightly, "But I will survive and embark on the right path from now on. And this is the value of me adopting you." Death. This heavy word made Nexia tremble, and then she buried her head deeply, as if she was unwilling to face this ending. "Go, Nexia." Lod's voice did not waver in the slightest. He completely ignored the girl's reaction and continued to speak in that cold voice, "Complete your mission. Don't let me down." Chapter 571, I will control my own life. The memory fragments ended here. Fuse completed its final mission. The shattered sword trembled and let out a soul-like wail. Along with the last trace of spiritual power being exhausted, it shattered into countless fragments that scattered on the ground, leaving only the lonely hilt of sword, as well as the white ribbon tied on it, floating gently with the breeze. This scene was deeply reflected in Lod's eyes. It was as if a hammer had struck his heart heavily, causing his brain to buzz and instantly go blank. The last bit of his fantasy was mercilessly broken, leaving him with no choice but to face the cruelest outcome. Nexia. Dead. After coming into contact with Fuse, Lod not only saw that fragmented memory, but also understood the ability of this sword. Unlike other Zanpakuto, Bankai will not directly enhance the combat power, and it will not let the user's spiritual power double. Its only ability is to connect all the oneself in the parallel universe through this sword. Nexia used Fuse as a carrier, simultaneously summoning all the parallel universe's own. Then, through offering sacrifices, she gathered the power of countless parallel universes and forcibly cut off and sealed the authority of the incomplete god. This was the truth of everything. But compared to this, what Lod could not accept was the vague memory fragment. Wilbur was the culprit that triggered all these disasters. There was no need to say this, but the person who really caused the death of Nexia was himself in the future space-time. Soul King, Lod Karl. The high and mighty pure white throne, the 7 shining gems embedded in it, as well as the pair of eyes that seemed to split apart, all kinds of characteristics were not told to him that the person was Lod Karl. It was him who had made Nexia return to the past. It was him who had made Nexia sacrifice herself. It was still him. He had clearly seen the outcome, but he still chose such a ruthless solution. Although his memory was not long, and it was only a few short sentences, he could still clearly feel an extremely strong sense of incongruity from that Lod. Sitting on that pure white throne, he felt unfamiliar. He seemed to have lost that kind of humanity. There was not the slightest fluctuation of emotions in his emotions, and he became a cold rock. In those eyes that symbolized omniscience and omnipotence, he could only see almost pure indifference and disregard, like a high and mighty god, mercilessly overlooking the small and insignificant things in the world. He had seen that kind of gaze before. In the bronze door summoned by the incomplete god, the vast eye made of countless nebulae looked at the world through the crack in the door. It was this kind of indifferent and cold gaze. He hated this kind of gaze. Because in those eyes, there was no trace of humanity. In the eyes of the future Soul King Lod, whether it was adopting Nexia or giving this girl strength, it was as if they were all carefully cultivated for the arrival of this day. A prop that could allow him, who was still very weak in the past, to survive this disaster and walk the right path. Step on the right path. Lod squatted down and carefully picked up sword's handle. He held it in his hand and watched the incomplete body. The white ribbon gently brushed against his cheek along with the breeze, giving off a faint fragrance. The memories in his mind suddenly appeared, and scenes flashed by like running lanterns. From the first time he met the slightly nervous blonde girl in the hotel lobby, to the connection between their bloodlines, although they had not been together for a long time, they had already left an important position in Lod's heart. She seemed to be a little introverted and rarely expressed her opinions. However, she always followed his every step and followed behind him. From time to time, she even liked to quietly look up at him when he was not paying attention. Her words and actions were always full of trust in him, and his figure was always reflected in the depths of her emerald eyes. Even if she knew that she was just a pawn. But she still firmly followed the order of Soul King Lod and guided him to the right future at the cost of sacrificing herself. It was only at this moment that Lod understood all of this. Why was Nexia always talking about the right future, and before the last moment came, the girl looked back with a hint of determination in her eyes. Presumably, her heart must be full of reluctance. The first time she was touched by her father, the first time she was carried by her father, the first time she felt her father's love for her, and the first time she followed behind her father. In this broken Zanpakutou, there was the emotion left behind by Nexia, which made people feel so heavy. For all eternity, there was only death. But the girl did not hesitate at all, sacrificing herself to turn into a candle to illuminate the future. Ah, what a silly girl! Lod slowly closed his eyes and clenched the remaining hilt of sword. The man on the pure white throne appeared in his mind. The corners of his lips parted bit by bit, revealing a mouth full of white and neat teeth. Your father, in this life, I hate self-righteous kindness the most, so I may have to disappoint your good intentions. The right path? No, that was definitely not the right path. If he was determined to step on this path in the future and become a soul king without any human emotions, then he would rather not have everything he had now. He would become an ordinary person again. At least that way, he would still be a person, not a cold stone. I know, you must be watching me. Lod slowly opened his eyes suppressing endless anger. He tightly clenched the hilt of sword who was floating in the sky and said word by word, look clearly with your omniscient and omnipotent dog eyes. My fate is decided by myself. The future path is under my own feet. I don't need anyone to tell me what to do. Hee hee. A breeze suddenly blew in the ruins, mixed with a faint laughter. The man sitting on the pure white throne, high and mighty like a god, seemed to be passing through those omniscient and omnipotent eyes, passing through the barrier of endless time and space, and sneered coldly at his past self. It's funny, right? Lod also smiled, but the coldness in his eyes became colder. I also think it is ridiculous, so laugh as much as you like. Sit on that chair, and soon I will catch up with you and cut off your head. Who dash? The wind blew the dust on the ground, and gradually formed 3 Chinese character, I will wait for you. The handwriting made of dust quickly dissipated in the wind, as if nothing had happened. Silly girl, don't be afraid. Chapter 572, Black Cat Michael. I have miscalculated. Lod lay in the ruins, his face filled with despair. After resting in place for more than 10 minutes, he felt the weak spiritual energy in his body. He could not help but hold his forehead and let out a long sigh. He thought to himself that he was too rash at that time. He should not have used Hado number 99. The area was cursed by the 5 dragons. The concentration of spiritual droplets had almost completely dried up and empty. This place had become a land without any spiritual droplets. It was even rarer than a land with heavy spiritual droplets. As a result, he could not replenish his spiritual energy after his spiritual energy was exhausted. His recovery speed was too slow. According to this recovery rate, it would take at least half a month to fully recover spiritual power in his injuries. However, Lod could not wait for such a long time. The time illusion that Ancient One had given him could only last for 3 days at most. Once this time passed, he would never be able to return. From the time he came to this time and space, to the end of the whole matter, it took him almost a day. And in the remaining 2 days, he still had to find Tony's lover, Little Pepper Potts, so there was not enough time, and there was even a bit of nervousness. Hope Potts is not here. Lod exhaled a breath of turbid air from his lungs, and stood up with the ruins beside him, saying, "But I didn't feel anything from spiritual power at the hotel or new castle. She must have been thrown somewhere else by the weeping angel." At this point, he could only hope that Potts was not here. Otherwise, based on the destructive power of their fight, if Potts was really in Newcastle, she would probably have turned into ashes by now. Otherwise, she would have been caught by Wilbur and thrown into the factory to be minced meat. After spiritual power recovered a little, the superspeed regeneration began to work. The muscles and bones that had been torn apart after surpassing the limit were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just the time of a cigarette, Lod had recovered to the standard of an ordinary person. Although spiritual power had been exhausted, at least his movement would not be affected. "Fortunately, my level is not low," Lod muttered in a low voice. Relying on the strength of his soul, he stepped on Ho-Ho and ran towards Michael. Although spiritual power had dried up in his body now, it was no problem for him to use Ho-Ho to move in a small area. After all, as Hakuta's level increased, the strength of his soul would also increase. Shua, 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 shua. After more than 10 times, Lod found the unconscious Constantine. Beside the unconscious Constantine lay a black cat with glossy black fur. Its body was well proportioned and slender. Its pair of vertical pupils were dyed with pure gold, like 2 precious gems that were rarely seen in the world. "Michael." The corners of Lod's mouth twitched, and his eyes were a little strange. He asked tentatively. "It's me." The black cat looked at him lazily, licked her claws, and said faintly, "Don't look at me like that. If I hadn't signed a guardian angel contract with you and consumed the remaining power of the seraph, I wouldn't have become like this." Bullsh *T. Didn't you become a cat when you were in Los Angeles last time? Lod resisted the urge to ridicule her, afraid that if he said it, he might be scratched in the face by the angry Michael. "Your eyes tell me that you seem to be thinking about something very rude." Michael raised her meaty paws and flashed her claws. "Although I am your guardian angel, this does not mean that I have to listen to your orders. At least not now." Cough, cough. "No, no." Lod was so scared that he quickly waved his hands to show that he did not think too much. He said innocently, "I will not force you to do that. You can rest assured. I have the moral character on this side. Besides, I am not interested in cats." Michael was speechless. He put away her claws and said, "I really don't know if choosing you is right or wrong." When she mentioned this matter, she remembered that when she mentioned the guardian angel contract, Michael was obviously hesitant. It was Nexia who said something that made her change her choice. Lod frowned and asked, "By the way, what did Nexia say to you that made you change your mind in an instant?" "This is a secret." Michael's eyes were flustered for a moment, and her tone was obviously nervous. "Now is not the time to tell you. When I truly acknowledge you, I will naturally tell you." "Secret?" The corners of Lod's eyes twitched slightly. Although he really wanted to know what Nexia had said, he hesitated slightly in his heart. He did not choose to force Michael. He sighed, "All right, I won't force you. When you feel that you recognize me, tell me. You are a good person. In all aspects, you are a good person." Michael let out a sigh of relief. The feeling of nervousness disappeared. In fact, if Lod had been a bit more unyielding, he might have really told him. "Did I get a good person card? Moreover, the other party is a cat." The corners of Lod's eyebrows were vaguely stretched into a cross. He took a few deep breaths in succession before he calmed down the desire to ridicule him in his heart. Then, he sat cross-legged on the ground, his hands naturally on his legs. After a few seconds of silence, he said, "Don't you have anything else to tell me?" The black cat put its two front paws together and looked up at the serious Lod. "What do you want to know?" Lod exhaled and said, "All of them, including the Battle of Heaven. The source of all these changes, even the shattering of the heavenly hell, all the ancient gods in the depths of the starry sky looked down. They were all linked to the Battle of Heaven in ancient times. It could be said to be the final truth, and this was exactly what he was pursuing." "Your question is too vague." The black cat's tone was a bit lazy. She said lightly, "And it's still too early for you to know about the Battle of Heaven. The more you know, the easier it is for them to find out. If you don't want to experience such a battle again, I advise you not to investigate further." "But I have already been involved." Lod frowned deeply and said, "You want me to not pursue the truth of the Battle of Heaven at the moment? When do you think I have the qualifications to know?" "Oh." The black cat tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said, "Don't you have a hell fragment? When you can stand on equal footing with Lucifer and fight for the position of Satan, you will be qualified to pursue the truth of the Battle of Heaven. It's okay, not too difficult." Lod smiled easily and said, "It seems that I will know the truth soon. It is a good thing to be confident." Michael looked at him strangely, as if he did not understand why Lod was so confident. He said helplessly, "But even with your talent, if you want to reach Lucifer's level, you will need at least several thousand years of training." "A 1,000 years?" Lod smiled and shook his head. He did not refute Michael. Chapter 573, The Real Culprit. "Oh right, I almost forgot about that." The black cat stuck out its pink tongue and licked its fur. "The limbo fragment that I snatched should still be hidden under the hotel. Go and take it away." "Are you talking about this?" Lod pulled out a dark red, irregular crystal from the shadows. "When I came out before, I took it away." "That's right, this is it." Michael nodded slightly. "The spiritual prison is the lowest level of all hell. It is the manifestation of the original form and authority of hell. With this thing, your hell level should be enhanced a lot." "Tisk." Lod's expression was a little strange. A seraphim who guarded the highest level of heaven was teaching him a hell demon king to become stronger. No matter how one looked at it, this scene was filled with a strong sense of disharmony. It was unknown what kind of wonderful expression the Vatican's Pope would make if he found out. "Your thinking is too narrow." Michael seemed to have seen through his thoughts. The relationship between heaven and hell is coexisting, not an ordinary mortal enemy. The two are like the front and back of a piece of paper, existing on both sides of the world. No matter who, they are indispensable. But your relationship with the demons doesn't seem to be like this. Lod asked the question in his heart. The coexistence of heaven and hell does not mean that angels and demons coexist. Michael was not impatient at all. She carefully explained, "Let's use a piece of paper as an example. The human world is the paper itself, and heaven and hell are attached to the two sides of paper. Heaven enjoys the bright side. Hell gives birth to the dark side, and the human world maintains the existence of the two. The three sides cannot interfere too much with the other worlds, but they maintain a delicate balance. But not everyone is satisfied with the current situation. The demons born in the evil environment of hell suffer the cruel dark side all year round. Under endless negative emotions and evil, they are jealous of the environment of heaven and the human world. In the end, they developed other ideas and wanted to ask for more souls, so as to get out of the cruel environment like hell. But this way, it will destroy the paper itself. So the heaven that symbolizes light is to stop the hell that conceals darkness. Laud said. That's more or less the reason. Michael licked her paws and said indifferently, the real reason is very complicated, but generally speaking, it's almost like this. After all, the battle between light and darkness is the eternal truth in the universe, isn't it? It does sound a bit reasonable. Laud was still half understood, but he was too lazy to care about the contradiction between heaven and hell. He changed the topic and said, I have another question. How did you and Constantine come to Newcastle in 1915? This matter had always made him feel very strange. After destroying the incomplete god, all his memories returned. Naturally, he remembered Michael and Constantine. He went to Newcastle to save the demon that Constantine had summoned many years ago. The girl who had been forcibly taken away by Constantine had been summoned by the wrong spell. But the timeline that these two people were in was 2008. How did they suddenly return to 1915? In the face of Laud's confused gaze, the black cat's licking of its paws froze, and then it said in a helpless tone, if I were to say that I don't know what's going on, would you believe me? Even you don't know about this. Laud raised his eyebrows, revealing a very surprised expression. However, the way he looked at Michael didn't seem to be fake. For a moment, he felt a little strange. Even if Michael didn't have Gabriel's omniscient eyes, it wasn't to the extent that he didn't even know about this matter, right? I really don't know. Michael sighed. At that time, when I fought with Nair, I just pulled out the soul fragment from his body and was suddenly enveloped by a magic array. Before I could react, I was sent to this time and space. The magic array has an incantation that specializes in restraining angels, forcing me to use the power of the seraph to resist. In addition, I consumed a lot of energy when I fought with Nair. In the end, I had to use the holy protection magic to hide myself and the soul-thin prison inside, waiting for the power to be accumulated again. At this point, the whole thing was basically clear. No wonder when Michael appeared, she was soaked in a jar. It turned out that it was one of the demon kings that fought against Gore, causing the power of the seraph to be consumed too much, which was why humans took advantage of the loophole. When the seraph walked in the human world, it would be restricted and supervised by the contract of Vishanti. No matter if it was Michael or Gabriel, they were unable to unleash all of their power. Moreover, the power of the seraph was used a little less, and it would take a lot of time to accumulate again unless they chose to return to heaven. However, once they returned to heaven, it would be difficult to come back down. Therefore, the seraphs who had descended upon the human world all adhered to the principle of being reasonable and would try their best not to make a move. After all, every bit of their seraph's power required a large amount of time to accumulate again, as well as the massive amount of faith power condensed by the Holy See. It could be said to be quite difficult. Laud suddenly understood why there was a feeling of wanting to kill him in Michael's eyes. The power of the seraph that he had worked so hard to accumulate had ended up being squandered by him so wantonly just now. It was almost the same as returning to before liberation overnight. How could Michael not want to kill him? You better be careful. I keep feeling that this matter is not over yet. Michael's tone was a little solemn. The mage who ambushed me in secret gave me a very familiar feeling. I seem to have seen him somewhere before. Although this summoning ritual failed, he will definitely make another move. Yes. I understand. Laud pinched his tightly knitted eyebrows and said with a headache, it seems that Wilbert is not the real culprit. There is another person hiding in the dark who can use such a powerful time magic. Think about it carefully. It has powerful time magic and can transfer the seraph. Throughout the entire earth, there were very few people who fit this condition. The most likely one was Sorcerer Supreme. Could it be that it was Ancient One who did it? Laud fell silent. Although the bald woman was mysterious, she should not do such a thing. Moreover, she had no reason to summon an ancient god in the depths of the starry sky. From the looks of it, you seem to have some thoughts about the murderer. Michael jumped up and landed on Laud's shoulder. She lifted the meat cushion and pressed it against his cheek. Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One. How likely do you think it is? Laud asked. It's completely impossible. Michael was slightly disappointed. She said, Vishanti will not let her mess around. Moreover, if it really is her, how could I not know? That's true. Laud sighed and said, by the way, how did the two of you return to the original time and space? This is not difficult. Michael said lightly, the moment I was pulled into the space-time magic, I left a special mark of heaven. As long as it is activated, you can take me and Constantine back. Since you can come here, you should have a way to go back, right? The illusion of time on the eye of Agamotto, the magic mark that Ancient One gave me. Laud lit up the mysterious eye symbol on the back of his hand and said, since you can go back, you can help me find a woman who was also thrown into this space and time. Her name is Pepper Potts, the CEO of Stark Group. The magic to find people, the guy over there is more familiar than me. Michael raised her cat claws and looked at the unconscious Constantine. Let's leave this place first and find a place to rest. Laud nodded slightly and let out a long breath. When he wakes up and finds that woman, we can return to the original time and space. Meow dash dash. Michael yawned, her eyelids drooping lazily. I'll leave the rest to you. I need to sleep for a while. Holding a cat should be no problem for you, right? Have you forgotten about Constantine? Before he could finish his sentence, the black cat burrowed into his clothes. In the end, Laud could only carry the black cat and drag Constantine out slowly. In the ruined city, the space suddenly rippled like waves, causing intense ripples. A thin man suddenly appeared. He reached out to pick up the golden pocket watch that had fallen on the ground and gently pressed the top. The golden cover popped open with a crack, revealing the broken transparent dial inside and a black and white photo embedded inside the cover. It was a woman with soft long hair and an outstanding appearance. Did I fail again? The man's blue eyes were filled with indescribable pain. Chapter 574, Return. The Times. Yesterday, Newcastle was suspected of being hit by a meteorite, which was as destructive as the Tunguska explosion, resulting in none of the civilians surviving. The last Viscount of the Whatley family, Sir Wilbur, unfortunately died. The great King of Britain, George IV, deeply mourned for the Newcastle. He was prepared to personally attend the ceremony and pray for the dead people. This is the most painful day in history of the Great Britain. Let us mourn for the dead people and pray for these poor people. In a house, Constantine closed the newspaper in his hand. There was a trace of fear in his eyes, and his face was full of horror. He said, "Are you sure? You actually destroyed an entire city." Laud, who was sitting on the chair, looked like he was not surprised. He leisurely picked up the teacup at the table and took a sip. A battle involving the gods only caused this degree of destruction. I think you should be glad. But even so, Constantine still found it hard to accept that a city was erased from the map. Presumably, the destructive power of an atomic bomb was only so. He is right. You should feel lucky. A black cat lay in Laud's arms and said calmly, if that thing were to descend, it wouldn't just be a city that would be destroyed, but the entire earth. Hiss. Constantine sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at his body that was still intact, he couldn't help but sigh, it seems like my life is really tough. I was able to survive even after encountering such a thing. Don't you want to know what happened after you fainted? Laud raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. No, I don't want to know. Constantine hurriedly waved his hand and shook his head frantically. Don't tell me that the more you know, the more dangerous it will be. I don't want to be involved again. According to his experience, there must be a huge conspiracy hidden behind the matters related to the level of divine descending. It was definitely not something an ordinary person like him could participate in. The first trick to saving his life was to not ask what he should not ask and to not pursue what he should not know. Regarding this, he could be said to be very knowledgeable. He was quite self-aware. It was just that with Constantine's eyesight, he had probably already discovered the truth from the clues, which was why he was so afraid. Laud had a meaningful look in his eyes. He smiled and did not expose him. Instead, he changed the topic. Have you found the person I asked you to find? Yes, she is lucky. Constantine heaved a sigh of relief and immediately replied, according to the guidance of magic, she should be in Edinburgh. Other than her poor health, there should be no problems in other aspects. That's good. Laud also let out a sigh of relief. Although he knew that the probability of something happening to Potts was low, he was still a little worried. Since he knew that the person was fine, he could give Tony an explanation. Since we have found him, Constantine and I will not wait for you. Let's return to the original time and space first. The Black Cat said. Sure. Laud nodded slightly. Anyway, there was only the ending left. It was fine to let them go back first, so he turned to Constantine and said, when you go back, you can go to Queens in New York and find me in a grocery store called Spirit Cleansing Pavilion. Can I not go? Constantine hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively, I think I am more used to being alone. I feel a little uncomfortable joining the Soul Society you mentioned. According to the law of Soul Society. Laud showed a kind smile and said, anyone who does not get the consent of Soul Society and has the power of Death God will be hunted by the Godii 13th until it is completely destroyed. I am kidding. Constantine trembled and forced a smile on his face. To tell you the truth, I like Soul Society the most. And my dream since childhood was to become Death God, Soul Society, and so on. He is the best. Laud stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. He smiled and said, it doesn't matter. I admit it. When I go back and don't see you, I will tell Soul Society that someone has seized my power. Please send a captain to pursue me. We are all acquaintances. Is there a need to be so extreme? Don't you believe in my character? Constantine looked down at his shoulder. There was a keto mark on the place where he had been patted. Moreover, it could not be removed at all. He immediately revealed a look of despair. He. Laud replied with a sneer. To believe in Constantine's character, it was better to believe in Mephisto. Although these two people were not good people, at least the demons would abide by the contract. I'm leaving. Laud waved his hand and turned to leave directly with Ho-Ho. Constantine stared at the mark on his shoulder and did not speak for a long time. His eyes flashed with hesitation. I advise you to listen to him the best. The Black Cat leisurely walked over, jumped onto his shoulder, found a comfortable position and laid down, saying, this matter is far from over, and you are already involved. I know. Constantine sighed and said, from the very beginning, I knew that once I was involved in this kind of trouble, it would be impossible for me to get away. Soul Society should be a good choice. Time returned to the present. The Citibank branch in the center of New York, since Tony reported a special incident, was seized by SHIELD under the guise of CIA, and 3 elite combat teams were dispatched to block the entire upper lobby of the bank. As for the secret vault of the lowest level, it was left to Tony Stark to guard it. In order to ensure that Potts could return safely, Tony had arranged a total of 10 or 8 steel armor at all costs to guard the position of the vault door. Without his permission, anyone who tried to force their way in would be hit by a fierce artillery fire, even SHIELD was no exception. So up until now, other than the director, the other soldiers in charge of guarding, including Hydra and former director Pierce, did not know what was going on underground. Tony sat on the ground without any grace. His clothes were torn apart. Next to him was a pile of coffee cups and hamburger paper. With two large dark circles under his eyes, he stared at Bakutou's barrier with bloodshot eyes. It had been a full 60 hours since Lod left. During this time, he had not slept. He had relied on cups of coffee to hold on until now. He did not dare to sleep. He was afraid that as long as he closed his eyes, the weeping angel trapped inside would break the seal and escape. At that time, Potts would be dead. This was the first time he had not slept for 2 days and 2 nights for a woman, but Tony did not feel that there was a problem. Just as he was thinking about it and trying to not fall asleep, the transparent barrier in front of him suddenly shook, and then 2 figures walked out. Tony was suddenly awakened. He forced himself to look and found that it was actually the little Pepper Potts that he had been waiting for a long time. Tony Potts was just an ordinary person. After experiencing this strange event, she was so scared that his face turned pale. At this moment, when she saw the familiar Tony, she immediately ran into the man's arms and cried loudly. "It's okay, it's okay. I'm here, I'm here." Tony knew that Potts was very afraid. He gently patted her back and softly comforted her, "Don't be afraid, everything is over. I won't let anything happen to you, Potts. As the saying goes, 1 day without seeing each other is like 3 days apart. 2 days without seeing each other is probably 6. A pair of adulterous couple carried each other in front of Lod, and even their saliva splashed out. When he fought with the incomplete god, he had never been so seriously injured. The corners of Lod's mouth twitched. He really didn't want to look at this couple anymore. After putting the weeping angel statue and the enchantment into the shadow space, he took advantage of the time when the 2 of them forgot themselves and directly left. Spirit Cleansing Pavilion. Pushing open the bell door, he saw Nemu with 2 white and tender feet, holding a big bucket of ice cream, sitting on the sofa watching cartoons, laughing from time to time. "Ah, brother!" Nemu was so scared that her face turned pale. She hurriedly hid the big bucket of ice cream behind her, like a child who had been caught by a parent on the spot when he had done something wrong. However, the bucket of ice cream was really too big. It was almost half the size of Nemu. Even if it was hidden behind her back, Lod could see it at a glance. Nemu knew that she was wrong. She stared at Lod with a pair of big black eyes and looked pitifully at him. She said timidly, "I'm sorry, brother. I couldn't help but eat a little bit of ice cream." A little bit. Chapter 575, Brief Respite. Spirit Cleansing Pavilion. A man dragged his tired and heavy body and pushed open the door with the golden bell hanging on it. The 2 golden bells shook and collided together, making a crisp and melodious ring. As soon as Lod entered the door, he immediately saw Nemu. She was holding a big bucket of ice cream and sitting on the sofa watching cartoons. She was laughing from time to time. "Ah, brother!" Nemu's face immediately turned pale. She hurriedly hid the large bucket of ice cream behind her back. However, the bucket of ice cream was too big. It was almost half the size of Nemu. Even if it was hidden behind her back, Lod could still see it at a glance. Nemu was like a child who had been caught for making a mistake. He stared at Lod with a pair of large, dark eyes. He looked pitifully at Lod and said timidly, "I'm sorry, brother. I couldn't help but eat a little ice cream." "A little bit." Lod glanced at the ice cream bucket and found that only a third of the ice cream was left. The bucket was full of potholes. Suddenly, he couldn't help but chuckle. He walked over and rubbed Nemu's little head. "Brother, aren't you angry?" A surprised smile appeared on Nemu's face. His eyes curved into 2 crescent moons, as if he was glad that he had avoided a calamity. "Don't do it again next time. Lod flicked Nemu's forehead and chuckled. "Children can't eat so much ice cream. It's not good for their development. Oh, I know. Nimue covered her forehead with tears and pouted, I won't do it again next time. Don't flick Nimue's head. It hurts. As long as Nimue doesn't steal food next time, I won't flick you. Laud pinched Nimue's chubby face and said with a smile. I'll send for I won't steal food next time. Nimue raised 3 fingers and said seriously, if you steal food again next time, brother, you will. At the end of his sentence, Nimue lowered his voice and stuck out his tongue in embarrassment. Laud gently stroked her hair and suddenly thought of Nexia in his mind. If the child did not die, it should be very interesting to see Nimue in the future. With Nimue's current character of bullying the city, he estimated that he would be threatened to call her aunt. Brother! Are you unhappy? Nimue saw the sadness that flashed in Laud's eyes and the eyebrows that could not help but frown. She could not help but reach out her little hand to touch his cheek and gently comforted him, no matter what happens, Nimue will share the burden with you. So please don't bear it alone, okay? Nimue. Laud lowered his eyes and his eyelashes trembled slightly. After a long silence, he said in a hoarse voice, if one day I become a person without the slightest emotion, losing all humanity, and no longer values your lives, what will you do then? But, brother, why did you become like that? Nimue tilted her head, expressing that she did not understand. Perhaps it was to pursue strength. There was a hint of loss between Laud's brows. He sighed faintly, in fact, even I don't know why I became like that, a completely strange self to me. It doesn't matter, don't worry. Nimue put her 2 little hands on Laud's face. The warm and soft touch woke him up from his low state of mind. No matter what kind of child you become, Nimue will always be by your side. If you lose your humanity and emotions, then Nimue will help you find what you lost. All right, then it's a deal. Laud was moved by this innocence. He smiled and pinched Nimue's face, then extended his pinky. Nimue made an agreement with me. If one day I lose my humanity and emotions and become a stranger to you, remember to help me find those things I lost. Nimue nodded heavily. Her small hands connected with the big hand and she shouted tenderly, pull the hook and hang it. Don't change for 100 years. Laud smiled and said, whoever wants to change is a puppy. Brother, I want to eat. What do you want to eat? Sweet and sour pork ribs. No problem, leave it to me. At night, the moon hung high in the sky. Laud covered the sleeping Nimue with the quilt. He looked at the little girl who was still smashing her mouth in her sleep. She murmured that he still wanted to eat braised pork. He could not help but chuckle and shake his head. Then he turned around and walked out of the room carefully. After coming to the underground amusement park, Laud planned to count the harvest of this time. At that time, the situation was really too urgent and dangerous. The oppressive feeling of the incomplete god and the vast giant eye was strong enough to be called the strongest one in his life. After the end, he was recovering his injuries. So he did not have time to check the system prompt. The transparent screen was presented in front of him, and Laud glanced at it one by one. Not bad. After Laud browsed through all the rewards, he was not as excited as usual. He just nodded calmly. Ever since he learned about his future self, he had always felt that there was a huge rock weighing on his heart, especially Nexia's last glance. That heavy feeling made him even more unable to let go. The silence lasted for a long time. Laud sighed and sat cross-legged. It was Sword's preparation posture. There was something in his heart that he wanted to ask Guan Kanghai. Breathing. After several breaths of calm and concentration, Laud's mind gradually sank into Sword. When he opened his eyes again, the scenery had already changed. In the vast and boundless sea of clouds, there stood a proud and aloof mountain peak. At the top was a huge platform. The broken surface was as smooth as if it had been sliced by Sword. Welcome back, Master. The gentlewoman with black hair to her waist smiled as she got up and bowed. I know what you want to ask, but I can't tell you about it right now. After all, that child doesn't like you very much. Sure enough, it exists. Laud was not surprised. He only confirmed his thoughts. He could not help but sigh. Even I did not know that there was a second Zanpakuto. You hid it from me so bitterly, Guan Kanghai. Please do not blame me, Master Guan Kanghai lowered his head apologetically and said with grievance, that child doesn't want me to tell you, so I have no choice. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be too much of a difference in ability between Zanpakuto and me. Laud finally asked the question in his heart, but your abilities are almost completely different. What is going on? Generally speaking, it is like this. Chapter 576, Spin the Wheel. A Special Existence. As Laud recalled this sentence, his heart suddenly had some strange changes. Although the content of what Guan Kanghai expressed was very subtle, and could even be said to be extremely obscure, he still grasped the key point keenly. He vaguely understood why he had two Zanpakuto. He was a transmigrator. Lord Karl was the unlucky person who had his body occupied. Even though this body had lost its soul the moment he crossed over, he still fused with the remaining soul. They were one person, but not completely one. He clearly only had one soul, but he possessed two different soul attributes. This was his special characteristic. But no matter which one, he was him, Lord Karl, and also a transmigrator. Master, in your opinion, what is Zanpakuto? Guan Kanghai pursed his red lips and revealed a faint smile. He raised a question. It was impossible for Laud not to know this common-sense question. Although he did not understand what Guan Kanghai meant, he still answered her, Zanpakuto. Using Death God's own soul as a prototype and giving it a shape and ability weapon. This explanation is not wrong overall, but it is still missing a part. Guan Kanghai lifted a strand of hair from his temples and said gently, then do you know why each of Zanpakuto's abilities are different, or even strange? Isn't it because of the difference in souls? Laud asked in surprise. Yes, but not all. Guan Kanghai said faintly, the reason why Zanpakuto's ability is so strange is not only because of his soul, but also because of the desire and belief in the depths of each person's soul. Wish and belief. Laud thought about it and felt that it was quite reasonable. This theory is interesting. This is the first time I've heard of it. Hehe, it's good that you understand. Let us return to the original topic. Guan Kanghai continued to smile. The wish in the depths of Lord Karl's soul, as well as the belief in his pursuit, is let everything be repeated. Therefore, based on this point, I can summon a clone that exists in the past. You mean? Laud's eyes moved slightly. He already understood what Guan Kanghai wanted to say. But what exactly is the belief and wish that your soul desires? Guan Kanghai's eyes were like two bolts of lightning that struck straight into the depths of Laud's soul. The belief that I pursue. Laud frowned into the word Chuan and fell into silence for a long time. In fact, Guan Kanghai's meaning was already very obvious. Guan Kanghai was actually Lord Karl's Zanpakuto. Although in a sense, it was also one of his powers. However, as a transmigrator, he, the second Zanpakuto born from the soul, did not really acknowledge him from the beginning to the end. That child, let me tell you. Guan Kanghai said softly, when you remember and find your own beliefs, it will naturally appear in front of you. It was really troublesome. Laud helplessly let out a long breath. Thank you for answering my questions. My pleasure. Guan Kanghai playfully blinked his eyes and smiled. After all, I am also looking forward to the child coming out to help you. He returned to the real world. After ending Sword's meditation, Laud slowly opened his eyes and let out a breath. Although he knew of the existence of the second Zanpakuto, he had no clue at all at the moment, and he also did not know what the wish and belief that was hidden in the deepest part of his soul was. In fact, even he himself was very vague about the memories of the past. He would often forget some important things, such as the development of the plot and so on. Now, it seemed that his memory might have been damaged during the process of transmigration, which led to the current situation. This is really a headache. Lod rubbed the space between his eyebrows with a wry smile and sighed. Forget it. Let's not think about this anymore. There must be a way to get to the front of the mountain, and the boat would naturally go straight to the end of the bridge. Even if he was worried now and pulled out all his hair, he could not remember it. After all, memory was different from other things. It was not a problem that could be solved with hard work. He could only wait for time and luck. System, I want to draw a prize. Lod called out the system interface and glanced at his savings. This time, his total income was 40 superior souls. Including the remaining souls from before, there was a total of 45 superior souls. After thinking for a moment, he decided to send 30 test water. Considering that the special store had been refreshed this month and that there was a new character in the battlefield in the heart of, he left behind 10 superior souls. Perhaps he could buy some good things. Draw it 30 times. Lod looked at his savings with heartache. After the system deducted 30 superior souls, he became a lonely 15. Boom 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 dash. When he saw the 3 pillars of light with a hint of orange in them, he knew that there must be something good. Purple, Arankar skill, Yera and LV1. Purple, Arankar skill, Super Speed Regeneration and LV1. Gold, Kaja Negation *3. Gold, Divine Body. Gold, Male Death God Association Special Edition, Jaishur Yukatak. Purple, Zanjutsu *10. Gold, Tosen Kaname. Gold, Superior Spiritual Power Pearl, *10. Purple, Kido Experience Book, *10. Orange, Zanpakutou, Tensa Zangetsu. Purple, Tiger Portrait of Courage. Gold, Yamamoto Genri Usai, Kendo Manual. Gold, Zanpakutou, Kokujou Tenjin Mayuo. Purple, Strong Limb Repairing Serum. Purple, Spiritual Power Amplification Device. Purple, Nerve Coagulant. Gold, Shinigami Women's Association, Kuzajishi Yachiro Collection. Gold, Script, Superstar. Purple, On Mitsukid Steps. Orange, Carnival of Souls. Orange, Special Building, Lying Pig Palace. Gold, Special Building, Infernal Hell. Gold, Script, Heat. Purple, Ho-Ho Experience Book *10. Purple, Hakuda *10. Gold, Superior Spiritual Power Bead *10 FREWBNV. Purple, Kido Experience Book *10. Purple, High Spirit Soul Decoy. Purple, Silver Wind Flower Yarn. Orange, Eisen Saushuk. Holy She *. The moment he saw the man, even with Lod's current state of mind, he could not help but be shocked and almost jumped up from the ground. Chapter 577, Eisen and Soul King. What did he see? Eisen Saushuk, the king of tough acting. Because of his personal unique charm and often saying all kinds of pretentious golden words, he always sat in the top 10 of the major villains list. He was once thought by many readers that he was the most charming man in Death God, and in Death God's formula book, he was personally given the keyword God. In front of this man, Soul Society was known as a rare genius in 100 years. Chweerhit Shugaya, who had learned Bankai for several years, could not help but become dull. Usually, other captains more or less have 1 to 2 aspects that they are not good at, but only this man is full marks. Whether it is Zanpakuto, spiritual power, or IQ, personal charm, stratagem, etc. A series of them are infinitely close to perfection, and strength is crushing the other Death God captain several dimensions. He is the only man who has approached Yamamoto Genrisai Ishigakuni from all aspects since the establishment of Soul Society for thousands of years. Even Kurosaki Ichigo, as the protagonist, lost because Aizen felt too lonely, and deliberately created an enemy for himself. Just think about it. A variety of faces is infinitely close to perfection, IQ almost reaching the ceiling level, and there are good achievements in the scientific field, personal charm is broken through the sky, and even can make people willing to die for it. Such an existence called it God, it is not too much. This is really great luck. Laud's chest heaved violently, revealing a hard-to-hide ecstasy, thinking that the dog system had cheated him for so long, and this time he was a person. And with Aizen, this IQ layout ceiling, he had a lot of things in the future to ask this act-tough king. Hugyaku, Kaji negation, Hollow transformation technology, Death God transformation technology, Ironkar technology, and so on, the most urgently lacking technology at present, will be unlocked with Aizen appearance. Summon Aizen. Almost without hesitation, Laud directly chose to summon the man. As his voice fell, a figure gradually solidified. A brown slightly curly short hair, paired with a pair of black-rimmed glasses, dark brown eyes as calm as a deep pool, the corner of his lips holding a gentle smile, a white 5th Division Captain Hayori, looks like a scholarly atmosphere, exuding an elegant and easygoing aura. Your Highness Soul King. The man slightly raised his eyelids, and a ripple appeared in the depths of his brown eyes. He smiled warmly and said, I didn't expect that the person who pulled me out of the boundless hell would actually be an existence I once wanted to kill with my own hands. What a funny scene. Laud was expressionless and silent. Don't look at him like this, in fact, he is a little panicked in the heart. Although there is a system that guarantees loyalty, the opposite party is actually Aizen. Pa-ta dash. Don't be so nervous. Aizen raised his slender fingers and pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, revealing a warm and gentle smile. I don't mind being loyal to you, and I won't be a threat to you. I just feel a little funny and angry about fate. The gift known as fate has actually been marked in the dark for a long time. Since you saved me, I will choose to bear the corresponding price. And Aizen paused for a moment, with a faint smile, and said indifferently, for the current me, compared to overthrowing the rule and status of the Soul King, it is more interesting to understand this world, isn't it? It doesn't matter. Laud's expression was as calm as water. He said calmly, in the face of absolute power, any resistance and technique is nothing more than an ant. It is like being swept away by dust. The difference between 1 and 2 is not that big for me. It's a very familiar sentence. Aizen narrowed his eyes and smiled. Your Highness Soul King means that as long as you are willing, you can clean up the sand grains like me at any time. You can think so. Laud looked at him calmly and said slowly. If the one standing in front of him now is Surpasser, Aizen, then he will definitely not say such arrogant words, but unfortunately, Aizen has not yet fused with Hugyaku, and he can't even touch the boundary of Surpassers. Although it is still very strong, it is not impossible to defeat. Aizen just smiled and did not refute. Or there is no need to refute. The intuition that has been tempered for many years tells him that the Soul King in front of him is no longer the thing in his memory, the thing that is regarded as the wedge of the 3 realms, but a real god walking in the world. Then the next topic. Aizen pushed the black frame and said, Your Highness Soul King, what do you need me to do? Hugyaku. Laud directly threw him something and said lightly, Go to Soul Society to find Kisukura, make it in the fastest time, and serve as 5th Division Captain for a period of time. Later, I will let Jin and Tsunkaname cooperate with you. It's actually this thing. Aizen raised his hand to catch that thing, and after looking at it, he felt familiar memories in his heart, smiling, I am very curious about one thing. Since you are a Soul King, why do you use your own nails to create the so-called Hugyaku? The thing that was thrown to him was a nail that emitted a bright light. Soul King's nail is the most important material to make Hagyaku. It can be said that if there is no nail that has the strength of a Soul King, then even the Hagyaku that is made is just a pseudo-Hagyaku. Kisokura Hara's Hagyaku before was this. And the Hagyaku made by Aizen merged with the Soul King's nail, and then swallowed hundreds of talented death god souls and Kisokura Hara's semi-finished Hagyaku, which formed the final product Hagyaku. Why don't you guess? Laud did not answer the question, but looked at Aizen with a smile, seemingly waiting for him to answer. No. Aizen gave him a meaningful look, then chuckled and put his nails into his arms, shaking his head. Curiosity can sometimes push people to improve, but sometimes it is a deadly poison. Laud was too lazy to beat around the bush with him and asked directly, "How long will it take?" "Oh. If you are in a hurry, you can do it in about a month." Aizen slightly estimated the time, and then said, "I need hundreds of excellent death god souls and hundreds of hollow souls, otherwise I can't make Hagyaku smoothly. Is this okay?" Laud took out a superior soul to show to Aizen. A very pure soul crystal, the quality is probably equivalent to a low-level captain. Aizen's eyes raised a trace of surprise and said, "Although the quality is enough, just one is not enough to completely satisfy Hagyaku's appetite. Does collapse consume so much?" Laud frowned and looked at Aizen suspiciously, thinking that this guy was not planning to fill his private pocket. Although this soul crystal structure is indeed tempting, we are not greedy. Aizen saw through his thoughts at a glance and said directly, "Hagyaku is a very picky child. If he fed it with this quality soul at the beginning, do you think it will accept the following inferior souls?" "No." Laud sighed and understood the problem. It was not that the superior soul he provided was not good, but that the quality was too high, and it could easily make Hagyaku's taste. "What is your opinion?" Laud intends to ask Aizen. After all, he is the creator, and he knows more about Hagyaku's characteristics. Since there are better things, why not? Aizen pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and smiled slightly. If it is to feed Hagyaku with this quality, how powerful the final finished product after formation is, even I, the former creator, dare not make a light conclusion. That is hundreds of superior souls. Laud felt a little pain in his heart, but Aizen's proposal was really tempting, so after thinking for a moment, he said, "According to your thinking, make the prototype of Hagyaku first, and then slowly feed it later." 1 month. Aizen nodded slightly, paused slightly, and asked, "You just said to let me temporarily be the 5th Division Captain, and Tsun can name an Ichimaru-jin to assist me. Can I ask what you want us to do?" Laud smiled and said, "I just want to see your hair gel hand." Chapter 578, Kyoriko Shunsui. Aizen left in a hurry. It is hard to imagine that such a perfect hexagonal man like him will be choked to speechless one day. Especially when Laud chased to ask him, what was the use of the hand to gently stroke it like a hair gel to change the hairstyle. Aizen, who was full of temperament in the past, suddenly had a feeling of disorder in the wind. This Soul King seems to have a little problem. But anyone who is normal, who will pay attention to whether his hand is smeared with hair gel. Moreover, this kind of big matter, can spiritual power do it? But if it is only this, Aizen can still endure it until this Soul King in front of him took out a book called, Male Death God Association Anniversary Magazine. Inside, it actually published his portrayal. Aizen's eyes twitched crazily. He didn't know when he was photographed by the group of people. He saw a hazy fog in the portrayal. He had a warm and gentle smile on his face. Half a bath towel was wrapped around his lower body, and he was lying on the chair next to the warm spring. His perfect figure was almost revealed. The scattered brown hair hanging from the dew made him look lazy. It was intertwined with the elegant and easygoing temperament, enough to make any woman scream. Aizen, who was known as the Act Tough King, finally could not resist the defeat. Looking at Aizen's rushing figure, Laud could not help but smile from the bottom of his heart. It seems that the special magazine that the system gives every time is not completely useless. At least it can make Aizen, the act tough king, suffer, and prove how valuable it is. Oh! Next time, do you want me to show the Anohana one? Laud really thought about it and finally decided to give up this tempting idea. With Anohana's black-bellied and insidious character, if she saw this kind of thing, she was afraid that she would drag him to the hell to fight. Thinking back to the last time he fought with Sister Anohana, if not for Guan Kanghai saving the scene at the last moment, he would have been melted into blood. Don't court death. Laud couldn't help but shiver, muttering to the system, "System, open the battlefield in your heart." SSS, level, Kurosaki Ichigo. Challenge fee, Superior Soul * 100. SS, level, Kurosaki Ichigo. Challenge fee, Superior Soul * 10. SSS, rank, Yamamoto Genrisai Ishigakuni. Challenge condition, unlocking special scenario hell to check. SSS level, Aizen Saoshuk. Challenge fee, Superior Soul, 100. SS, rank, Kyoriko Shunsui. Challenge fee, Superior Soul * 5. SS, rank, Zaraki Kenpeiki. Challenge fee, Superior Soul * 10. X level, YWAC. Challenge requirements, gather all script abilities and omniscience and omnipotence. Good fellow, really all of them are above S. From top to bottom, none of them were easy to beat. Laud looked at the golden list and fell into a deep silence. He suspected that there was something wrong with this dog system logic. It pulled out all the ceiling. Did it think too highly of him? Even the final stage of merging with Hagyaku, reaching the surpasser Aizen, can be given to sword. He does not want to touch this mold. The transcendent Aizen, Yamamoto Genryusai, Zaraki Kenpeiki, and Kurosaki Ichigo are basically at the peak of their respective combat power. After a while, I have to pass. As for the last YWAC, he seriously doubted whether the system brain was gnawed by dogs. Not to mention the fact that he could not beat it at the moment. He could not even gather the most basic conditions for the challenge. Looking left and right, he found that the only one suitable for the challenge seemed to be Kyoriko Shunsui. No, system. Laud frowned and found a problem. The last time I saw Kyoriko Shunsui, the challenge fee was 50 medium-level souls. How did it become 5 superior souls this time? Ding dash dash. S-class Kyoriko Shunsui is in the period of Karakura town, not using Bankai. SS, level Kyoriko Shunsui is in the period of the 1000 Years' War. All aspects are at their peak state and can use Bankai. You are really AF King Profiteer. Laud gnashed his teeth in anger and said, Kyoriko Shunsui already knows Bankai. Can it be divided into 2 people? In Karakura town, although Kyoriko Shunsui is the first Arankar in the ranking list, but due to his own Bankai ignoring the characteristics of his teammates, he did not use Kaiten Kaikotsu's Bankai. It is just such a simple difference, and the dog system actually started the price. Ding yes. Strictness is one of the most excellent virtues of the system. I thank you. Laud gritted his teeth and spat out a few words from his teeth. Kyoriko Shunsui is really worthy of being a water ceiling, just one Bankai is enough to pit his soul for a full 500 times. Does the host choose to challenge? If I don't challenge, will Kyoriko Shunsui upgrade next time? This time, Laud was careful and intended to say hello in advance. SS end level, Kyoriko Shunsui. Rating, after several years of training and growth, after spiritual power accumulated to the limit, he once again improved to a stronger state. Challenge condition, unlocking special scenario hell to be checked. You really have AF King hidden one. This time, Laud was even angrier. His teeth were grinding so hard that they creaked. He wished he could drag the dog system out and beat it up. Ding host, do you choose to challenge? The system was easy to see, so it chose to avoid it and become a repeater. Special scenario, Hell. Laud immediately thought of the door of hell that had appeared in the original work. In his memory, that thing had only appeared twice. One was the evil soul in the early stage of the animation trial, and the other was in the theater version of the hell. A person from hell had appeared. However, in all the subsequent chapters, there was no more related information about hell, as if it had been deliberately forgotten. Unexpectedly, here in the system, he can actually see the relevant information of hell again, and it seems to be related to a timeline called, the Whispering of Hell's chapter. Yamamoto Genrisai Ishigakuni in the Thousand Years Blood War is SS rank, and after that, it should have completely died in battle, but in the prison light system marked, it was once again evaluated as SSS rank, and the relationship was a bit intriguing. A bit interesting. Laud rubbed the broken hair on his forehead and grinned, System, I want to challenge Kyoriko Shunsui. Challenge, the Kyoriko Shunsui in your heart. Deduct the challenge fee from the Superior Soul *5. The reward will be doubled according to the settlement. Challenge Batlistage is the beginning. Chapter 579, Kaiten Kyokotsu. In the next moment, a pure white palace that was like a cone was suspended in the sky of the vast sea of clouds. Two huge white jade pillars stood beside him. Under his feet was a wide corridor, which was the only way to the Soul King Palace, the Omotsando. The concentration of spirit particles in the air was extremely high. Just a casual wave of the hand could cause ripples, making people feel as if they were at the bottom of the sea. Even the vice-captain, Death God, would probably be pressed here to the point of suffocation. Fortunately, Laud was already familiar with such an environment, so he did not feel any discomfort, and this atmosphere full of reishi could be said to be more advantageous for him. Fighting in such an environment, the atmospheric reishi was at his disposal, and the Quincy almost did not have to worry about spiritual power, and could be squandered freely. If it was in the words of a famous person, it should be that he had never fought such a rich battle. The time and place were all here with him, and Laud suddenly felt 100 times more confident at the moment, feeling that his odds of winning had increased greatly, so he stepped forward. Following the 2 rows of huge white jade stone pillars, after walking through the channels of the watch ginseng, a semi-fan-shaped platform came into view. One could vaguely see a pink coat fluttering slowly in the breeze. Beside it were scattered petals, as well as a pot of wine and 2 jade plates. It was outrageous. Laud resisted the desire to ridicule him. He had long heard that Kyoriko Shunsui was coquettish, but he did not expect it to be so coquettish. This posture did not seem like he was here to fight. Instead, it seemed like he was here to drink wine. As he approached, the man slowly raised his head. A ponytail with slightly curly brown hair was casually tied to the back of his head. 2 flower petals were inserted to fix it. He had the face of an uncle in his 40s. There was a short stubble on his lower jaw. He looked like he hadn't scraped it clean. He looked like he had a decadent temperament. Although this uncle's appearance and age were jumping between the uncle and the uncle, he wore a pink coat embroidered with roses and other flowers. The corners of his mouth seemed to be faintly raised, revealing a lazy and frivolous arc. At first glance, he gave people a very unreliable feeling, and if his appearance was not good, he would probably be pasted on in public, strange uncle or other negative labels such as pervert, and pervert, and then directly die in this life. It had to be said. Having a good appearance was really important. At least when you smiled at a girl, it would only make people feel that there was a deer running around in their hearts, not making people feel as if their hearts were being hit by a train. Kyoriko Shunsui pressed the straw hat with one hand and smiled at Laud in front of him. He picked up a palm-sized jade plate and said lightly, "Guest from afar, no matter what your purpose is, why don't you sit down and drink with me first?" Yes, this was very like him. Who would have thought that the system would perfectly reproduce Kyoriko Shunsui's persuasion wine? Kyoriko Shunsui has a problem, that is, he likes to drink, especially when the other party is an enemy, he will take the opportunity to delay or get drunk. But to be reasonable, will there really be enemies who are stupid enough to fall for this guy's trap? I don't drink. The corner of Lod's mouth twitched. I'm in a hurry, so let's get straight to the point. What a pity. Kyoriko Shunsui shook his head regretfully, picked up the jade plate and took a sip. He smacked his lips and said, alcohol is a good thing. Your life is lacking a great interest. Are you really not going to try it? I promise that you will never forget it. After drinking it once, you will want to drink it a second time. No. I refuse. Lod revealed a look of disdain. God damn, you drank it. Did you put some ingredients in your bottle? What a pity. Kyoriko Shunsui looked quite helpless, as if he felt sorry for Lod. He sighed and said, I thought I would meet a soulmate, but I didn't expect it to be a natural enemy. This was his third attempt to persuade him to drink, and it undoubtedly ended in failure. Since you don't want to drink. Kyoriko Shunsui smiled. He put down the jade plate in his hand and said, then let's get to the point. Although I don't like being direct, it is my style to be more tactful. Swish. Before the last word landed, a straw hat was thrown out at a high speed, bringing with it a sharp whistling wind. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Lod. Lod seemed to have expected this. He calmly took half a step to the side, and his right hand, which was always pressing on sword's handle, pulled sword up from the bottom to the top with lightning speed. The straw raincoat was suddenly cut off from the middle. Kyoriko Shunsui held both hands, one long and one short, and two zanpakuto chopped down with an extremely fierce momentum. Clang! The moment sword crossed, a blazing fire burst out, like a dazzling fireworks blooming. The two spiritual power collided together, arousing visible spiritual energy waves. The half-fan-shaped round platform under his feet shook violently. Little brother, your intuition is very sharp. Kyoriko Shunsui showed a trace of appreciation in his eyes and praised, not only can you see through the bait I threw in an instant, but you can also adjust your posture in time to make a beautiful counterattack when dodging. It's better not to compliment. Lod held sword up with one hand, and after shaking off the short-haired sword, he did not choose to pursue. Instead, he said faintly, this is the end of the test. Next is the main event. Boom! A strong, almost solid spiritual power, with an extremely deep, pitch-black lake, instantly covered the entire watch path. The spiritual droplets in the air, which were extremely thick, were stirred up like tides, and even the space was faintly distorted. The very powerful spiritual power. Kyoriko Shunsui, who was under great pressure, finally put away the smile on his face, removed his disguise, and his eyes showed a touch of seriousness. I thought it was a sheep, but I didn't expect it to be a lion. This is really good luck. Since you still don't intend to use Bankai, let me start first. Lod did not get along with his nonsense at all. He raised the dark sword peak and pointed to the vast sky above his head. Bankai, Golden Lightning Palace. Waves of thunder resounded through the sky. The dark clouds, as thick as ink, rolled and surged from the distance, turning the originally cloudless sky into a stormy night. Endless violent thunder, like a raging tsunami, appeared in the clouds, and then under the guidance of Lod's sword, it gathered into a golden canopy, from which hundreds of thousands of golden bead curtains were hanging down. Churusei Sakib's Bankai. Kyoriko Shunsui recognized the thunderbolt Hwagai, smashed his mouth, sighed, if I am hit by this move, it is not good. It seems that if I don't take it seriously, it is impossible. The two Zanpakuto swords, one long and one short, were arranged in the shape of a cross. As the Kyoriko Shunsui slowly pulled, it made a crisp sound of swordswind friction. When the flower wind rages, the flower god roars, when the wind of heaven rages, the god of the underworld sneers. Kaiten Kyokotsu. The short sword suddenly turned into a big one and a small pair of black big sword. The arc of sword's blade was almost like a crescent moon, and there were 2.5 circles on the back. The end of sword's handle was tied with red silk. Swish! The pink flower robe and feathers suddenly floated up, among the scattered red petals. When he looked closer, he could no longer see the figure of Kyoriko Shunsui. Bushgoma! A hoarse and lazy voice suddenly floated over from the sky above his head. Chapter 580, Kaiten Kyukotsu 2. Using the angle of sword slash, the whirlwind formed a fierce hurricane. The only flaw was that this move was not about killing, but more about besieging or stopping the enemy from moving. Laud narrowed his eyes slightly. He did not show any panic. In fact, before choosing this challenge, he had already memorized all the abilities of Kyoriko Shunsui, the captain. Yachiru style, Zanjutsu, Crescent Moon. The pitch-black Zanpakuto returned to his sheath. Laud let out a clear breath. The cold light shone through his pair of pure gold eyes, reflecting an extremely terrifying killing intent. In the next moment, his right hand gripped sword's handle tightly and he suddenly pulled sword forward. Clang! Sword unsheathed his sword at an astonishing speed, the friction producing a sharp and ear-piercing sound explosion. The loud noise carried the roaring sound explosion. The violent airflow stirred up and rushed into the clouds. Like a giant dragon that had awakened from ancient times, it exploded toward the black dome above the vast sea of clouds, releasing a world-shaking, high-pitched dragon roar. Bang! The fierce whirlwind was completely shattered in an instant. Kyoriko Shunsui's pupils suddenly contracted. He thought in his heart that the situation was not good. He did not expect this young man to be so sharp. He grasped the gap between the moves and launched a fierce attack when he was unable to dodge. Hundreds and thousands of beautiful white sword lights rose up one after another like a sad and beautiful waning moon. The dense sword lights that flooded over like a tide even cut the entire space in front of them into a ferocious appearance. Those crisscrossing black hollow cracks in the air, swallowing everything that touched them and tearing them apart. The high concentration of spirit particles contained in the atmosphere directly exploded under the light of sword, forming a vast expanse of mist. And these sword lights did not have the slightest intention of stopping, as if they were going to continue like this forever. The wild and fierce wind howled, and it counterattacked and cut the man's cheek. What a terrible sword skill! If not for the fact that he knew that he was in a crisis at the moment, such a beautiful waning moon scene, with his character, he might have drank a few cups alone, but unfortunately, the surging killing intent hidden under the beautiful scenery made the frivolous 8th Division captain feel a shudder and fear in his heart. But just this level, it is impossible to defeat me, young man. Kyoriko Shunsui is the disciple of head captain after all. He has been captain for more than 100 years, and his combat experience is enough to rank in the top 10 of Seoul society, and he has excellent insight, which makes him find a way to crack it in an instant. Even if he will be beheaded in the next second, his mouth is still teasing people. This kind of seemingly frivolous and fancy, but in fact, using words to interfere with the enemy and taking the opportunity to find a flaw in the style, it is worthy of 8th Division captain's seat, enough to be the Seoul Society's head captain. Takeanai. Kyoriko Shunsui licked his lips, holding 2 Zanpakuto, suddenly cut down. It was just a simple slash, but it did not seem to have any special ability. Spiritual power did not have any enhancement at all. However, after the Shikai, Kaiten Kaikotsu, with a momentum that was close to crushing rotten wood, forcibly tore the turbulent flow of sword's light into pieces. The fierce wind howled and scattered in all directions. Scared to death, Kyoriko Shunsui fell to the ground and showed an expression of lingering fear. There was a feeling of escaping death in his tone. I haven't met such a powerful young man in a long time. If I had been a little careless just now, I would have been dismembered by you. Uncle, it is not a good habit to lie. Laud glanced at the corner of his mouth and said disdainfully. In fact, as long as one looked closely, one could find that this man was not as panicked as he said. The corners of his lips were slightly raised and he always held a calm smile. His eyes were as calm as the surface of a lake, revealing a calm and collected expression. I forgot to tell you. Kyoriko Shunsui casually put sword on his shoulder and said leisurely, Kaiten Kaikotsu's ability is to turn a child's play into reality. The rules of the game are set by Kaiten Kaikotsu. Anyone who enters spiritual powers range must obey the rules, including me. After saying that, he paused for a moment. Seeing that Lod's eyes seemed a little strange, Kyoriko Shunsui just thought it was strange and continued to say, the game that I played just now was the victory of the one standing at the top. According to the height of both sides, the power of the slash will increase by several times. I have never asked you this. Lod looked at him expressionlessly and said, and there is no need for you to explain your ability to me. The basic rules of the game are fairness. Kyoriko Shunsui had a helpless expression on his face and sighed, children are not as despicable as adults. If I don't tell you the rules of the game, my child will lose his temper. Children are not easy to coax nowadays. Yes. At this point, Lod was deeply moved. Nimue often liked to throw tantrums, and he was often unreasonable, which sometimes gave him a headache. From this point of view, we are in the same boat. Kyoriko Shunsui smiled and said, it seems that your family also has a child that gives you a headache. About the same. Lod thought for a moment and could not help but smile. Although it is usually a headache, it is always unexpectedly reliable at critical moments. She is my favorite sister. I'm so envious. Kyoriko Shunsui seemed to mention the sad part and sighed with a sad face. If only my children were as sensible as your sister. They were spoiled by me too much and were often manipulated by them. The two seemed to be chatting, and the atmosphere was not as depressing as before. However, at this moment, Kyoriko Shunsui was one-sided with bitter water, while suddenly holding sword back and fiercely stabbing toward the ground. Kajinai! Lod sneered in his heart. He already knew that this old guy had bad intentions. But unfortunately, he knew Kaiten Kaikotsu's ability clearly, so after seeing Kyoriko Shunsui's action, he immediately used Ho-Ho to leave the place. And the moment he disappeared, from the long dark shadow on the ground, a shadow of sword suddenly stretched out. Hey! Kyoriko Shunsui looked slightly serious and looked up at Lod in the sky. I don't think I told you about the rules of the game. How did you judge? Hehe, I won't tell you. Lod stood on a high spot and looked at Kyoriko Shunsui with a smile that was not a smile. Kajinai, if you are stepped on by the shadow, you will lose. Both sides can enter the shadow of the other side and attack the other side from a distance. Am I right? Hiss. All seen through. Kyoriko Shunsui's face changed slightly, as if he did not expect this scene. It was clearly the first time he had used Kaiten Kaikotsu's special ability in front of this young man, but the other party seemed to be familiar with it, and his familiarity with the rules of these games was almost no less than his master. Takeanai. Lod read out the game name, and then swooped down from the sky, waving sword to attract the thunder in the sky. Rumble. The vast golden lightning suddenly crashed into the ground. The huge shockwave caused the ground to crack open. The violent lightning wantonly erupted, raising a grey cloud of smoke and dust. A figure emerged from the smoke and dust. It was Kyoriko Shunsui, who was in a sorry state. Although he narrowly avoided the lightning, the aftermath of the destruction still made his chest feel stuffy. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard a familiar voice. Kajinai. Kyoriko Shunsui almost subconsciously jumped into the sky. With the other party's familiar ability, staying on the ground below was too dangerous, and it was safer in the air. But it was a pity that his escape route was already within Lod's expectations. Ring, ring. Above him was covered by a shadow. Kyoriko Shunsui's pupils suddenly shrank, and his heart fiercely beat. Irony, white. There was a touch of coldness in Lod's eyes. The pitch-black sword raised high and fell down with the momentum of splitting the mountains and splitting the earth. Puchi! Bright blood bloomed in the sky like fireworks. Chapter 581, Kaiten Kyukotsu 3. The third type of game, irony. If you cut the color you speak of, you will obtain victory. In layman terms, the two sides who were caught in the game chose to say the name of the color. The two sides could only attack the area covered by the color. If they cut into other colors, they would be ineffective. The color red by one side, the larger the area of the color, the stronger the strike of the color, but at the same time, it also meant that the larger the area of the attack, the more dangerous it was. On the other hand, the color that was called out, the smaller the area covered by the color, the weaker the strike of the color. The larger the area of the color, the stronger the power of the strike, but at the same time, the more dangerous it was. The smaller the area of the color, the smaller the power of the strike. However, this also meant that the smaller the area of the attack, the safer it was. What Lord shouted before was white. Kyoriko Shunsui is wearing Captain Haori, and he is also wearing Haori, so the power and area of the attack is very big. In the rules of Kaiten Kyukotsu, he won the game. As for Kyoriko Shunsui, who was the loser, he suffered the most powerful attack in the area of white. Cough cough. Kyoriko Shunsui half knelt on the ground, coughing blood non-stop. That sword showed no mercy at all and directly cut open the flesh and bones of his chest. If not for his quick reaction at the last moment and timely distance from the young man, he would have been cut into two. It was the first time in 100 years that he was injured to this extent by his own ability. Kyoriko Shunsui couldn't help but feel bitter on his face. He didn't expect that there would be such a day. If Yukatake saw his miserable appearance, he would probably be ridiculed when he went back. People who play with the rules will be played with by the rules sooner or later. Once the so-called Zanpakuto of the rules was figured out, such a problem would occur. On the other hand, Death God, who used Anohanaretsu as an example. Even if people know Zanpakuto's ability, they can't beat him. There is no possibility of winning against the strong with the weak, and there is no chance of winning with tricks. From a certain point of view, this could be considered a big misfortune for him. Takeanai. Lord did not intend to give him a chance to catch his breath and started Kaiten Kyukotsu's game again. When falling from a high place, the power of the slash would increase exponentially, and according to the height difference between the two sides, it was enough to kill the enemy. Ho ho! Kyoriko Shunsui, who was seriously injured, barely stepped out of Ho-Ho's teleport. But the moment he landed, Lord had already grasped the opportunity. He raised his hand and the spiritual liquid turbulence condensed into form. A huge blue arrow, almost in the blink of an eye, drew a sharp cold light in the air. A large divine saint destroyer arrow. Ryūjin. Ho ho! Kyoriko Shunsui forced his seriously injured body to avoid the arrows coming at him again. Don't think about escaping. Lord's eyes turned cold and sword pointed upwards. The golden canopy that covered the sky exploded with a world-shaking roar, sending down endless thunder and raging waves. The attacks formed by countless thunder strikes were so dense that it could be said to be crazy. It almost filled the entire space. It followed the footsteps of Kyoriko Shunsui, never stopping like a storm. Even though Kyoriko Shunsui was extremely powerful, one wrong step caused him to almost be unable to raise his head. He could only drag his seriously injured body. Under such a dense bombardment of thunder, he could actually rely on Ho-Ho to dodge left and right, like an ant living in the cracks. For a time, Ho-Ho's shadows joined together. It is hard to imagine that Kyoriko Shunsui is so seriously injured, and Ho-Ho can still use this speed. And every time Ho-Ho is in the position where the thunder will not fall, Kyoriko Shunsui's almost abnormal insight let him find the safest position repeatedly under the storm of thunder. This is the captain of 8th Division, one of the most proud students of Yamamoto Genryūsai, the strength of the top 5 in the whole Soul Society. In a moment, the thunder stopped. The golden canopy was a little dim, and there was not enough thunder in it. The space where Soul King Palace was located was a little strange. The astronomical phenomena formed by being controlled could not gather thunder infinitely. In some ways, it could be considered a weakening for him. This is bad. Kyoriko Shunsui covered the wound in front of his chest and looked at Laud breathlessly. I didn't expect to be deceived by you. You deliberately pretended not to know my ability, and then took advantage of my carelessness to launch a fatal blow. You answered right, but unfortunately there is no reward. Before Laud's attack hit the target, he stepped on Ho-Ho and suddenly rushed over. Sword was wrapped in dazzling lightning. Irony, black. This time, sword aimed at his heart. As the captain of Death God, Kyoriko Shunsui had two colors on his body at most. First, it was the white feather knitting that symbolized the identity of the captain, and the second was the black death tyrant suit on the inside. Being within the range of Kaiten Kaikotsu and spiritual power, it was difficult to end the childlike game once it started. Both sides had to follow the rules of the game and play in a fair and just environment. This was the advantage of Kaiten Kaikotsu, but it was also his fatal weakness. Because once someone knew the rules of the game beforehand, it meant that the advantage of being the owner had disappeared. Laud took this opportunity to make Kyoriko Shunsui make a wrong judgment, and the result was that he became the first step general. When experts fought, there was only a moment. The misjudgment caused by false information led to his mistakes, and he finally swallowed the bitter fruit of failure. Don't forget, although black damage is the greatest, it is the same for you. Kyoriko Shunsui did not retreat, but advanced. Double sword dragged on the ground, causing sparks to fly. He faced Laud from the bottom and slashed out two sharp sword rays. Irony, black. Clang. Sword's blade collided again, and the sound of metal clashing resounded in all directions. The two of them simultaneously called out the largest color that covered the other person's body. The power of the collision between the two swords was almost equal. The messy sword's chi wantonly spread out, plowing the surrounding ground with many cracks. Fortunately, this sword, both sides were not injured. But there was already the injured Kyoriko Shunsui. The impact of this collision of sword made his wound tear and blood once again spurt out, spilling all over the surrounding ground. The originally pure white semicircular stage was now dyed with bright red plum blossom marks. It looked like scattered petals, with an unspeakable sense of sadness and beauty. Young people nowadays are really scary. Kyoriko Shunsui slowly breathed out. With a bitter smile on his face, he sat on the ground powerlessly. He looked up at Laud, who was holding sword, and said helplessly, "At least I am your senior. Can't you let me catch my breath? Forgive me for refusing." Laud said expressionlessly, "The gentleness given to the enemy will only hurt yourself in the end." Looking at Laud, who was approaching step by step, Kyoriko Shunsui sighed, "Originally, I didn't want to use this move. Now it seems that there is no way. Since you are so familiar with my shikai, you should be more clear with my bankai. Don't think about it." Laud's pupils moved slightly, and at the same time as he took half a step, a huge sword energy broke through the air. "It's too late, young man." Chapter 582, Kaiten Kyukotsu 4. Kaiten Kaikotsu, Karamatsu Shinjuyu. Kyoriko Shunsui, who was sitting on the ground, reflected a dark and deep light in his eyes. A charming female shadow formed by an unknown material suddenly appeared behind him. Immediately after, from the twin sword that was inserted into the ground, a nearly tangible black spiritual power gushed out, giving people an extremely ominous feeling, and even a faint aura of grief and sorrow. As this black spiritual power gradually spread in all directions, in the blink of an eye, it covered a range of several kilometers. And in the position where Kyoriko Shunsui was originally the center of the circle, several black pine trees with needles and leaves extended out. From Laud's position, it was like a top painter who painted a painting with the brush of spiritual power in the world. Affected by this spiritual power, the light in the area became a little dim. The people in this domain, even if they did not see or hear anything, just touching this spiritual power made their hearts stop for half a second. Then they were enveloped by inexplicable palpitations and trembling, and all the hair on their bodies stood up. The irrepressible sorrow and thoughts seemed to be abandoned by the person they loved deeply. The bitter and sorrowful cold made the sky dim. It was like falling into a long and endless night. It made people feel dark and desperate. This was the spiritual power in the spring. Like the lovers who loved deeply parted ways in the end, the woman finally felt sad and desperate, just like the story of couple who loved each other and chose to commit suicide together. It's coming. Lod shook his head helplessly and sighed softly. He gathered spiritual power in advance as if he was preparing for a certain situation. The first act. Kyoriko Shunsui slowly raised his head, and his dark eyes reflected a terrifying killing intent. Hesitance and apportionment of wounds. Puchi. The moment the voice fell, Lod suddenly groaned, and a large amount of blood burst out of his chest, as if he had been cut by a sharp blade, and his flesh and bones rolled and cracked. The huge wound from his left shoulder to his right abdomen, the depth almost split him in half, and even a bloody heart was still beating inside the open wound. Thump, 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 thump. Lod took several steps back in a row before barely managing to stabilize his body. The blood that sprayed out from his chest spilled all the way, looking extremely terrifying. This time, it's a fair game. Kyoriko Shunsui coughed up blood as he staggered up from the ground. There was a fine cold sweat deep in his forehead. He grinned and said, "Don't say that I am despicable. After all, you know my ability. Although I knew it long ago, when I really experienced it, I understood how shameless your bankai is." Lod covered the wound, his face was a little pale, and he said helplessly, "Originally, I planned to fight quickly and not give you a chance to use bankai. Now it seems that it is too naive." The first act, hesitance and apportionment of wounds. To share the injuries to each other, like a couple in love, bear the pain together. The most insidious part of this move is that it is the injury in front of bankai. After bankai, it will also appear on the other side. Although the injury will not be healed, it can make the enemy suffer a heavy injury in an instant. To a certain extent, this move was equivalent to a forced realization. The oath of sharing hardships and suffering together could be said to be the worst ability in all of Soul Society, and it was absolutely not one of them. If Kaiten Kaikotsu's Shikai was to turn the child game into reality, then Bankai was to turn the adult drama into reality, and further strengthen rules, from the child game to the adult drama. The tragedy that had happened in the past reappeared on the enemy again. This was the ability of Kaiten Kaikotsu, Karamatsu Shinjuyu. It was a pity. As early as before he chose to challenge Kyoriko Shunsui, Lod had already made enough preparations in this area. Although he could not stop his bankai, he would not fall into a passive position. Unfair? Hee. Lod's fingertips swiped across the wound on his chest, dipped in a touch of bright red blood, and slowly said, "You can rest assured about this. I will not say that you are despicable. After all, to some extent, I am more despicable than you." Hey! Kyoriko Shunsui was slightly stunned. He did not understand the meaning of Lod's words. What was more despicable than him? Hee. Lod grinned and released the breath that he had gathered in advance, causing the cells to crazily increase and split. The huge wound that was so deep that the bones could be seen and almost cut off was actually healing at an astonishing speed. In just a few breaths of time, it returned to its original appearance. As expected. Kyoriko Shunsui, who witnessed all this, did not show any surprise on his mature face. He even seemed to be relieved and spat out a mouthful of turbid air that was accumulated in his lungs. "You don't seem surprised at all." Lod raised his eyebrows and was a little surprised by Kyoriko Shunsui's calmness. No, I am actually very surprised." Kyoriko Shunsui cooperated with surprise, but immediately the mature face showed a deep bitterness and said, "Although I have already guessed that you have a way to avoid or restrain my bankai, I did not expect that this method is actually super fast regeneration." Then Laud carried ZANPAKUTOU and slowly walked towards him. He tilted his head and asked, "Are you going to continue to use the second act or directly use the fourth?" The second act. Although his moves had been completely broken and his life was in danger, Kyoriko Shunsui still maintained his demeanor and smiled frivolously. "Women are different from children. I can't go against her idea. After all, this is also the rule. A drama that could not be skipped." Hearing this, Laud roughly understood. Although Kaiten Kaikotsu, Karamatsu Shinjuyu was strong, there were various restrictions on the rules of. One of them was that he could not choose to jump over the drama freely. He could only follow the order and perform it in a row until the end of the tragedy. The second act. Pillow of Shame. Kyoriko Shunsui sat on the ground, the black pines and cypresses growing thicker, and the coverage area also expanded. A hoarse and magnetic voice, mixed with the voice of a woman who was half sad and half crying from all directions, made the already deep cold spiritual power suddenly become even colder, and even faintly impacted the mind of people. "The man who regrets making his partner injured will lie on the bed because of shame and will suffer from incurable disease." Along with the voice of Kyoriko Shunsui, Laud's naked upper body was suddenly covered with a large number of irregular black dots, as if he was suffering from some kind of incurable disease. Each black dot was only the size of a fingernail, and they were not more than a millimeter apart from each other. The density was comparable to a beehive. Moreover, these black dots that suddenly appeared were like countless holes that pierced through Laud. Fresh blood continuously flowed out from them. F***ck. F***ck. Even the super-fast regeneration could not stop it. Not long after, the entire semicircular platform of the Omotsando was covered by endless blood, like a huge pool of blood. It could be seen just how much blood was flowing. "How do you feel?" Kyoriko Shunsui grinned and said, "Although there is a super-fast regeneration, it will only consume your spiritual power. Is this your purpose?" Laud's face was extremely pale, as if it had been painted with a layer of white paint. His brain felt dizzy and powerless, which was the after effect of excessive blood loss. That's right. Chapter 583, Kaiten Kyukotsu 5. He couldn't continue. Laud took a deep breath, planning to be serious. In the children's game during the Shikai, when familiar with the rules, Shunsui chose to take advantage of the situation. But in front of Kaiten Kaikotsu after Bankai, any trick is useless. As long as it is within the range of Kaiten Kaikotsu, Karamatsu Shinjuyu's heart spiritual power, unless it is a powerful beyond the level of spiritual power, otherwise it has to follow the rules it has set. This is something that even as the master of Zanpakuto, Kyoriko Shunsui cannot go against. Taking advantage of the current second scene tragedy, he must defeat Kyoriko Shunsui as soon as possible and stop the third scene tragedy. Once he is dragged to the third scene tragedy by Kyoriko Shunsui, then no matter how many tricks he has, there is no use for martial arts, and he can only be forced to compete with Kyoriko Shunsui's spiritual power. This is the situation he is most unwilling to see. A gaze full of killing intent. Kyoriko Shunsui was still sitting on the ground. Noticing the change in Laud's eyes, he chuckled and said, "If I guessed correctly, you are planning to stop the third act, right?" "Yes." Laud slowly lifted the pitch-black sword. His two fingers gently brushed across it, and sword let out a soft moan. "If you drag me to the third act, it will not end well. With your current body, can you do it?" Kyoriko Shunsui used his two hands to support sword to slowly get up. The wound on his chest made him suck in a cold breath and grimace. "Don't look at me being injured like this, but I still have the strength to delay you for a while. I hope you can still say that after a while." In the depths of Laud's pure golden eyes, there was a touch of dark blood. He carried sword and walked slowly, Bankai. Gonzome. In the next moment, the endless blood-colored spiritual power churned. From the upside-down blade and sleeve, it was as if endless blood was flowing down. It gathered around his body and formed a surging wave, turning this pure white semi-fan platform into a surging sea of blood. Even the Bankai of Anohana. Kyoriko Shunsui's pupils trembled. Knowing the danger of the sea of blood, he jumped high in the sky with a few steps and said with a speechless face, "Young man, how many Bankai do you have hidden?" "Guess." Laud, who was in the sea of blood, spat out more blood from the black hole all over his body, but his recovery speed went up a level, almost the blood that just flowed out, and the next second it was replenished. Laud used such a strange method to crack his pillow of shame. What a pity! Kyoriko Shunsui touched his wound and could not help but sigh when he thought of the past. If I had known earlier, I would have learned a bit more from Anohana. Now it is not so bad. Then come down. Laud picked up the bloody sword blade, stepped on the surging blood, smiled and said, "Although I am not Anohana, you should be clear about the healing effect of Gonzome, right? This kind of lie is better left for girls." Kyoriko Shunsui curled his lips with disdain and said, "That blood pool is a panacea for you, but for me, it is poison. I don't want to be excessively treated and then become an ugly white bone. Although both can cure each other, that is based on the will of the user. Otherwise, the blood pool that had been transformed into would be a violent poison that could corrode the bones and muscles, hundreds of times more terrifying than concentrated sulfuric acid." FEENV.com. Haha. You have indeed seen it. Seeing that there was no way to trick Kyoriko Shunsui into coming down, Laud was too lazy to argue with him. He raised his foot and stepped on the blood pool that stirred up the waves. Bang! The bright red blood pool shook, immediately stirring up waves that were 100 meters high. The surging waves were layered, and like a roaring giant dragon, they soared into the sky. Laud stepped on the boundless blood sea, holding sword's blade that was condensed from blood, pulling out a long and thin blood-colored thread. Sword, who was wrapped in spirit energy without skin, headed straight for Kyoriko's head. Bushagoma! Kyoriko Shunsui waved his hands, bringing up a hurricane that whistled over. The roaring hurricane collided with the roaring sea of blood, and the two of them actually emitted a clanging sound of metal colliding. Two completely different spiritual power, mixed with monstrous killing intent and resentment, swept the entire world in a split second. The exploding air mass produced a strong thrust, like a pair of invisible giant hands, repelling the nearby sea of blood and air, forming an area that was similar to a vacuum. The two people in it did not stop at all, still engaged in an intense life and death battle. As the light and sword shadows of sword crossed, countless flames burst. In just a breath of time, the two had fought hundreds of times. Ordinary people could not see their movements at all. Only through the occasional sparks, could they determine where they were, but that was all. The raging wind was like a sharp blade, cutting a trace on the ground below. Being the captain of Soul Society for several hundred years, and one of the favorite disciples of Yamamoto Genrisai Ishigakuni, who will inherit the position of head captain in the future, continuing to guard Soul Society, perfecting the four-fighting method of Death God, there is no flaw in his technique, infinitely close to the broken Aizen. Even if he was seriously injured, Kyoriko Shunsui still showed the super-high accomplishment of captain, finding a gap between Laud's moves. Kaiten Kaikotsuya broke through Laud's storm-like attack in a strange position like an antelope horn. Puchi! Two black blades of different lengths easily split apart the steel skin defense. This is the moment I've been waiting for. A trace of ruthlessness flashed through Laud's eyes. He deliberately revealed a flaw in order to wait for Kyoriko Shunsui to take the initiative to attack. Not good, I've been tricked. Kyoriko Shunsui was shocked and realized that he had been fooled. The huge wound on his chest caused his mind to be in a mess, so he could not see through Laud's trick at a glance. His tense nerves in the fierce confrontation did not allow him to think too much. When he saw the flaws, his body naturally reacted. Kyoriko Shunsui, who noticed that he had been fooled, was about to retreat. A deadly threat of death surged into his heart. It was as if he was pointed at by thousands of blades. The hair on his back stood up. He raised his head and a black hollow shadow appeared in his eyes. He held a short zanpakuto and aimed at him. Bankai, god-killing spear. A dazzling light of sword, accompanied by a fierce momentum, was instantly extended. In a hurry, Kyoriko Shunsui did not care about his image, forcibly turned his neck to the side, narrowly avoiding the vital part, but his cheek was cut deeply, almost half of his face was lifted up. With the handsome uncle's skin, he became even more terrifying than a ghost. But Kyoriko Shunsui felt a trace of relief in his heart. If he had not dodged quickly, his head would have been hung on sword. Jumping on Ho-Ho several times in the sky and pulling a safe distance from Lod, he could finally catch his breath. Kyoriko Shunsui was tired and panting, not only because of the injury, but also his physical strength was rapidly consumed. It was already a miracle that he could still stand. If not for the fact that he had nothing to do in the past and learned a bit of healing technique from Anohana, he would have fainted from excessive blood loss. He could not drag this on any longer. There was no trace of frivolity in Kyoriko Shunsui's eyes, but it became extremely serious. Chapter 584, Kaiten Kyukotsu 6. In the next moment, spiritual power exploded. Spiritual power, which was full of sadness and resentment, poured out like a raging torrent, filling the entire world, turning into an endless abyss of the sea. The cold and bone-chilling coldness revealed a heavy pressure. The two of them seemed to have fallen into the deep sea thousands of meters below, and the surroundings became even darker. The huge pressure that came from all directions, as well as the suffocating feeling that was almost impossible to breathe, made Lod feel a little uncomfortable for a moment. A string of white dense air currents formed by bubbles slowly rose from the abyss of the sea to an invisible place. This was Abyss of Despair. The third act, the Severing Abyss. Kyoriko Shunsui slightly raised his eyelids, and his dark eyes reflected a hint of determination. He said coldly, "The two people who have made up their minds, throw themselves into the gushing water together until spiritual power is exhausted." The third act, the Severing Abyss. The lovers who deeply loved each other finally made up their minds and fell into the bottom of the sea together. With the underwater abyss created by spiritual power, no matter if it was friend or foe, as long as they were within the scope of the game, they would be forcibly dragged into it until one side of spiritual power was exhausted. The two people who were thrown into the abyss at the bottom of the sea, spiritual power continued to flow away like a dam had been opened. The most terrifying thing was that the speed at which spiritual power was leaking out ignored any rules or individual will. In other words, he could only watch helplessly as his own spiritual power crazily flowed out, and then gradually became incomparably weak. And in this process, both sides still had to endure the feeling of suffocation, as well as the pressure from the deep sea that was pressing down from all directions. In this dark and lightless abyss of the deep sea, spiritual power, who had bone-piercing skin, was like a maggot in his bones, nibbling away at his rationality and constantly pressing down on his brain nerves. If it was someone with a slightly weaker mind, they would probably be driven crazy soon. However, after experiencing the descent of the incomplete god and the crazy murmuring, he had been tempered. This level of pressure was only an appetizer to him, and it could not even shake his will. "You look very calm." Kyoriko Shunsui looked quite miserable at this time. Half of his face was hanging on his lower jaw, revealing the bloody muscles inside, but he seemed to not care at all. He joked, "Can you tell me what method you have prepared to crack this move of mine?" "Yes." Lod looked very calm and said faintly, "As the disciple of head captain, you should know about Quincy, right?" "I remember, the arrow at that time was the divine saint arrow." Kyoriko Shunsui's face was a little strange. At that time, he thought it was some kind of ability, but he did not expect it to be the divine saint arrow of Quincy. After the extermination of the Quincy, several hundred years had passed, and he had long forgotten the ability of the former great enemy, so he did not remember until now. You, not only have the power of Death God, but also the power of Hollow and the Quincy at the same time. Kyoriko Shunsui's pupils contracted slightly, and suddenly thought of a terrible idea. Only the last power of the Fullbring, you have all the qualities of Soul King. The power of Fullbring technique. Hearing this, Lod's eyes flashed with divine light, and the question in his heart suddenly became clear. If not for Kyoriko Shunsui's sudden reminder, he almost forgot that Fullbring technique was also one of the branches of Soul King power. All along, he was missing the last jigsaw puzzle. That is the power of Fullbring, one of the sealed Spirit King fragments, is also an important condition to have. So, are you going to absorb the spirit in the atmosphere? Kyoriko Shunsui's remaining half-face showed a puzzled expression, but in my severing abyss, it is completely isolated from the outside Reishi. Even if you have the blood of Quincy, you should not be able to absorb Reishi. Under normal circumstances, that is indeed the case. Lod nodded slightly, confirming his judgment. He then said, but there is an exception. That is to use other methods to replenish the portion of spiritual power that you lost. Other methods. Kyoriko Shunsui was obviously stunned. He could not think of any other way to make up for the loss of spiritual power in a short period of time. It is this thing. Lod took out a transparent glass tube from his bosom, which was flowing with thick dark blue liquid. Although you have never seen it, you should be able to feel what this thing is, right? High concentration, spirit liquid. Kyoriko Shunsui stared at the glass tube and his face was extremely ugly. I didn't expect that you actually compressed the spirit liquid into a high concentration of liquid and stored it in a special container in advance to prevent yourself from falling into my severing abyss. There is no way. Lod looked rather helpless and sighed, if not for your Zanpakuto ability and being too shameless, I would not be willing to use this thing. After all, this is a high concentration Reishi liquid. There will be a lot of risks if you drink it directly. If he was not afraid of Kyoriko Shunsui's Bankai, he would have used the condensed form of Ryūjin Jakka in the beginning. If he was not 100% sure that he could instantly kill Kyoriko Shunsui, once he used the large range of Ryūjin Jakka, and the attack power was amazing, he would be forced to share the damage with him. As for killing Kyoriko Shunsui, it may be possible to borrow the strength of Soul Society outside. But in the battlefield in the heart, even if Aizen who merged with Hagyaku's third stage came, I am afraid that he can't kill him in an instant. Pa! Lod crushed the glass tube in his hand and poured the dark blue liquid into his mouth. The high concentration of liquid spiritual droplets melted into violent spiritual energy the moment they entered his mouth. The hot temperature swept across his throat. It was as if he had swallowed a mouthful of lava. His face and muscles could not stop twitching. Rumble. The continuous violent spiritual energy was like a huge flood that broke through a dam. The roaring mountain torrent was like a group of startled wild horses, madly galloping along the blood vessels in the body. It launched wave after wave of unstoppable attacks, crazily smashing into the barrier made of flesh and blood. And every time it collided, the spirit particles that spilled out would slowly merge into the body. Cough cough. I succeeded. Lod coughed out a mouthful of blood and wiped the blood from the corner of his lips. Although it is said to have wasted a lot of spiritual energy, but fortunately, I still absorbed a portion of it. My current spiritual power should be taller than you. A complete defeat. Kyoriko Shunsui, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly sighed and revealed a self-mocking smile. All the moves have been completely cracked. This is the first time I have encountered such a troublesome and terrifying enemy like you since I became the captain. It's over, Captain Kyoriko. Lod still maintained his respect for this captain. I'm sorry for using such a cheap method, but as long as I choose to participate in the battle, no matter what reason or belief I have, all I have to pursue is victory, right? There is no need to apologize to me, young man. Kyoriko Shunsui's eyes were half closed. From the moment the battle begins, both sides will bear the sin and give up on victory without being restrained by the rules. This is what a qualified captain should have. As you wish, I will personally end this battle. Lod picked up the dark Zanpakuto again, and a black hollow figure appeared beside him. He said slowly, "Allow me to formally introduce myself to you. My Zanpakuto Gonzome can reproduce any technique I have seen in the past 30 days. The game is not over yet." Kyoriko Shunsui stood with sword in both hands, and the Haori suddenly fluttered, and the violent spiritual power rose again. However, this time, his spiritual power was no longer sad and cold, but full of a determination to die. Chapter 585, Kaiten Kyukotsu 7. The final act: thread-cutting scissors upon a blood-streaked throat. Women's emotions are extremely cruel. They do not care about the man who is making noise. What is shining in his throat is the white silk that is filled with attachment. At least, it is cut off with these hands. It is tangled. The silk of attachment is tied here. Kyoriko Shunsui whispered, like an abandoned sad woman, walking with erratic footsteps, like some kind of dance, approaching from far away. The fingertips of the white silk formed by Reishi, fluttering in the air. Danger! 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 Countless particles were stirred up in the skin of Lod's brain. His nerves were like the buzzing of a bee. His intuition gave him a warning. The cold chill coming from his neck emitted a deadly aura. Although he had already detected the source of the killing intent and knew the move of the final act, only when he was in the real world and truly felt it, he finally realized that this move could not be dodged. Those nearly transparent threads had wrapped around his neck at some point in time, and at the end of the thread, they were wrapped around the fingertips of Kyoriko Shunsui. Lod immediately waved sword up, trying to cut off the silk thread around his neck. However, what shocked him was that sword's body passed through the silk thread without any obstruction, and there was no feeling of hitting the real thing at all. The white silk thread seemed to exist, but in fact, it was not. Not only could it not touch its physical body, but even spiritual power could not sense it, as if it did not exist at all. "Young man, let me warn you." Kyoriko Shunsui smiled faintly and said, "The so-called woman's sadness is not so easy to cut off." Bang! In the next moment, Kyoriko Shunsui took a step forward. His body seemed to cross layers of space, and his speed was so fast that even Lod's vision could not catch the afterimage left behind. The airflow set off 1,000 layers of fierce waves, splashing up like a reef on the shore, and then slowly spreading out in a ring, like ripples stirred up by a boulder, rippling endless ripples. The powerful spiritual power in a flash. Like ink spilled by a painter, it covered the shape of all things in the world, causing it to gradually leave this world, leaving only a blank piece of hollow. The moment he passed Lod, his slender fingers, which were surrounded by milky white threads, slanted on the flat space mirror, drawing a slender but tenacious light. The woman's love that had once been filled with love now turned into resentment and despair. Enduring the huge blow of separation, all kinds of warm memories in the past were like torture, causing the woman's hair to turn white, and finally, it fluttered and turned into a flash of light that cut across the ruthless man's throat. It was love, but also reluctance. The white-colored thread that was interwoven without any order was the knot that a woman cut off with her own hands. Thread-cutting scissors upon a blood-streaked throat. The entire time and space suddenly stopped moving. Everything disappeared, and her figure disappeared. Only a milky white thread cut open the space completely and smoothly. Whoosh! In the next second, a head flew high into the air. On the severed neck, the smooth, mirror-like surface could be seen. Blood spurted out several feet high from it like a fountain. Love, shame, death, and love. The sorrowful and tragic adult drama finally came to an end. The grey and dark world gradually collapsed. Rays of light shot in, diluting the atmosphere of despair and sadness. Kyoriko Shunsui's fingertips fell powerlessly, and his eyes lost their luster. After exhausting the last bit of his spiritual power, this frivolous and perceptive captain took his last breath. A moment later, the body that had lost its head slowly walked to the side, picked up the head that had fallen, and pressed it back on its neck. The wound had healed. It's finally over. Laud touched his nearly broken neck and let out a long breath with lingering fear in his heart. His gaze was somewhat complicated as he looked at Kuriko Shunsui. The move of the final act just now was actually only half completed. If not for Kuriko Shunsui's injury being too serious, plus spiritual power didn't have much left, the one who would lose in the end would probably be him. Thread-cutting scissors upon a blood-streaked throat. After cutting off the neck of the enemy, a large amount of ball-shaped spirit droplets would gush out from the wound, and then it would create a huge explosion, using it to blow up the head and throat. But unfortunately, Kuriko Shunsui, whose injuries were too heavy, still did not last to the second segment in the end, and died a step ahead of time. This led to Laud's head not being damaged, and the super-fast regeneration was able to heal the wound. Looking at Kuriko Shunsui, who was still standing straight and maintaining his last posture, standing on the ground, Laud couldn't help but feel emotional and felt a little respect. You must know. All of this was based on the fact that he had made the corresponding preparations in advance and was familiar with Kaiten Kaikotsu's ability. This challenge was so difficult to win, and he was almost killed at the last moment. If he faced an enemy who didn't know the information, the best result would probably be 1-1, unless that guy could revive and cheat. As expected of the last inheritance of head captain position, one of the favorite disciples of Yamamoto Genrisai Ishigakuni, just this degree of difficulty is enough to make him show respect to it. Kaiten Kaikotsu Karamatsu Shinjuyu. The first act, hesitance and apportionment of wounds. The second act, the pillow of shame, let the enemies who hurt their partner suffer from incurable disease and bleed to death. The third act, the severing abyss, forced the battle between friend and foe to consume spiritual power until the end of spiritual power's exhaustion. The final act, final, thread-cutting scissors upon a blood-streaked throat. After gathering his index and middle fingers together, they condensed spiritual power in his fingertips, forming a thin white silk thread. It then spun back and forth around the opponent's neck, and then pulled the thread to cut off the opponent's neck in an instant. In Laud's eyes, this was simply the peak of acting tough. The tragedy of advancing from a child's game to an adult, whether it was in terms of concept level or in terms of power level, the artistic nature of Zanpakuto in Kuriko Shunsui had almost completely broken through his cognition. And the third act, the strength and power are even more terrible. It completely ignored the gap between the enemy, forcing each other to drag into a war of attrition. With the level of spiritual power in Kuriko Shunsui, even if the character is stronger than him, as long as he can find the appropriate time to bankai, he can still drag it to death. Even if it is not good, it can be forced to change one. Using the phrase self-loss is 1,000, hurts the enemy 1,000 to describe Kuriko Shunsui's bankai, it can be said to be very suitable. I finally got it. Laud was inevitably a little excited. After all, the integration of this move with him could be said to be very perfect. Especially after bankai, the mandatory one-on-one rule, let him have super fast regeneration, have great confidence and can kill the enemy who enters it. Challenge successful, Kuriko Shunsui. Return to the modern realm in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Challenge successful, Kuriko Shunsui. Difficulty, SS. Rating, S. Upgrade, Zanjutsu, 7, LV8. Upgrade, Hakuda, V6, LV7. Upgrade, Ho-Ho, LV, 6, LV, 7 RENVL.C. Upgrade, Kido, LV, 7, LV, 8. The reward for this challenge has been issued. Please check. Superior Soul, 5. Medium Soul, 9,000. Zanpakuto, Kaiten Kaikotsu. Bankai, Kaiten Kaikotsu, Karamatsu Shinjuyu. Chapter 586, The First Captain Meeting. As a large number of rewards flashed in front of him, Laud's breathing became rapid, and his face was filled with heartfelt joy. Although the difficulty level rose sharply this time, the degree of reward that came with it was also higher by several levels. In addition to the Kaiten Kaikotsu he wanted the most, he even gifted a powerful helper, which could solve the current situation. Soul Society was short of captain, and could also suppress Aizen from some aspects. Although the system repeatedly guaranteed that Aizen would never betray the creator, he was still a little worried. After all, at some times, absolute loyalty would cause irreparable consequences. Originally, he was still thinking about who to look at Aizen. Don't make a big mess. Now there is no need to worry. With Kyoriko Shunsui and Kisoku Urahara, we can definitely compete with Aizen. After resolving a big matter in his heart, Laud was much more relaxed. The resentment that had been accumulated in the heart for many days also dissipated a little. System, check my attributes. Laud called the system and looked at the attributes panel that he had not seen for a long time. Host, Laud Carl. Bloodline, Death God, Quincy, Hollow. Title, Hell Lord, Kenpeki. Spiritual Power, Level 2, Captain Level. Shikai, Gonzo Mei, Shinso, Senbonzakura, Hyarin Meru, Tenjin, Gonryomaru, Nozarashi, Gagetsubarai, Minajiki, Ryūjin Jakka. Bankai, Daiguren Hyarin Meru, Golden Lightning Palace, Gonzo Mei, Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi, Kaiten Kaikotsu Karamatsu Shinjuyu, Tensa Zangetsu, Kokujou Tenjin Mayu. Zanjutsu, Level 7, Sword Pressure. White Strike, Level 6, Single Bone, Shunko, Thunder God Battle Form. Ho-Ho, Level 6, Cicada Shell. Kido, Level 8, able to instant cast Kido below Level 80. Hollow Transformation, Underworld God, 15. Fullbring Technique, Unlocked. Script, B, Balance, X, X-Axis, D, Death Dealing, E, Explode, S, Superstar, H, Heat. Skill, Soul Partition, Healing, Soul Distribution, Holy Word Seal, Blood Vein, Blood Artery, Shadow Space, Hyrankyaku, Divine Saint Destroyer Arrow, Chaos Heaven Puppet, Steel Skin, Super Regeneration, Yachiru Style, Zanjutsu, Zero. Possessed Soul Superior Soul 5. Prop, Jigai, Hell's Butterfly, Memory Replacement, Composite, God Mercy Guards Uniform, Destruction of Cross, Sinners, Heaven Step Ring, Million Shield, Aizen's Notes, Disabled, Powerful Limb Repairing Serum, Superman Medicine, Black Cloak, 10 Blade Limited Clothing, Shield of Sin, Black Devil, Soul State, Soul King's Nails, Head Number 91. Senjuktente, One-Time Use, Kaja Negation *3, Divine Body, Nerve Solidification, Spiritual Power Amplification Device. 3 days later. Soul Society, Soul King Palace. Sitting behind the First Division, a white palace built on the mountain. The stairs paved with pure white jade walked along the mountain and went straight to the white palace halfway up the mountain. There were several huge pillars supporting the palace. Ancient runes and patterns were depicted on them, as if they were silently telling ancient stories. This white palace did not have any extra carvings. The entire palace adopted an extremely simple oriental style, making it look more mysterious and ancient from the whole body. When placed in it, one could feel the intense shock of the soul as if it was struck by a huge wave. Because they received the order from the Spirit King, the captains of Death God gathered at the door. It's just that the relationship between the captains does not seem to be very good, especially with Chwer Hitsugaya and Swa-Fon. The moment they saw Aizen and Yuja appear, their faces showed a strong hostility. Zaraki Kenpeki eyes are like a beast, staring at Aizen, holding Zanpakuto in one hand, seems to be ready to fight at any time. Ichimarujin stood next to him with a smile and looked like he was watching a play. Zanpakutou stood on the side of Aizen. Although his eyes were blocked by the scenery, he could still feel that he was wary of the people around him. Kyoriko Shunsui and Kisuke Urahara, the two captains, were in an imperceptible position, silently observing the performance of everyone. Aizen! ENL.M. Chweerhit Shugaya's eyes burst with a strong killing intent the moment he saw the man. Long time no see, Captain Chweerhit Shugaya. Aizen pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, with a gentle smile on his lips. I am very honored to work with you again. I hope that some misunderstandings caused before will not affect the relationship between us. Well, don't be too excited. Kyoriko Shunsui, as the oldest and the captain with the strength closest to Aizen, smiled and came out to smooth things over. No matter what happened in the past, now that everyone is working under the Spirit King, it's best not to cause any trouble. Be quiet. Kisuke Urahara stared with dark circles under his eyes and yawned. Don't forget, this is the palace of the Spirit King. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere suddenly quieted down. In front of the Soul King Palace, the consequences were not something they could bear. Since it's over, prepare to go in. The 8th Division Captain Kyoriko Shunsui pressed the straw hat on his head and grinned. The first time Lord Spirit King summoned us, there should be a very important notice, so please don't mess around before this. The captains with white feathers each had different thoughts. After looking at each other, they entered the White Palace in order according to the rank of the division. As everyone entered the palace in a single file, a rectangular hall came into view. The dome was embedded with countless gems arranged in the shape of stars, emitting a gentle light as bright as day, and the dense spirit particles turned into white mist, spreading along the bricks that were neatly paved like white jade, making this place look like a fairyland. At the end of the hall, there was a pure white throne, and there was no one on it at the moment. White feathers drifted along with the breeze. The captains were neatly carrying ZANPAKUTOU at their waists, standing on both sides like loyal guards. Everyone was facing the innermost direction, with a solemn expression on their faces. They waited silently for someone. Not long after, the spiritual mist shook. As everyone looked in the direction of the pure white throne, they saw a huge space vortex appear out of thin air. A big and small figure slowly walked out from inside, accompanied by an invisible pressure that was as vast as a mountain. It suddenly enveloped the entire hall of the Spirit King Palace. Yes, everyone is here. Laud looked at the 2 rows of captains below, and his heart was a little emotional. 2nd Division Captain, Swafon. 3rd Division Captain, Ichimarujin. 5th Division Captain, Aizen Saoshuk. 8th Division Captain, Kyoriko Shunsui. 9th Division Captain, Zanpakutou. 10th Division Captain, Chweerhit Shugaya. 11th Division Captain, Zaraki Kenpeki. 12th Division Captain, Kisuke Urahara. It turned out that unknowingly, Soul Society had so many captains. Even if he did not intervene now, even if he disappeared for a long time, he could still operate well. We pay respect to Soul King. All the captains lowered their heads and half knelt on the ground to express the highest respect in their hearts. Get up. You don't have to kneel when you see me in the future. Chapter 587, Reporting and Deliberation. For the first time, the captain meeting officially began. In fact, the original intention of holding this meeting was not just to show off. But since the year Soul Society was established, he had rarely paid attention to the development of each division. Now as the number of people gradually increased, it was necessary to understand the development situation of each division. According to the development situation of each division, the next phase of the plan was decided. In particular, the recent preparation phase of the Trip Disaster Plan, the momentum is necessary to intersect with Marvel World in the outside world, so it needs to be more clear what stage Soul Society has developed, and what he lacks. Laud casually sat on the pure white throne. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes first fell on Swaifon and said, "Captain Swaifon, let's start with you and report the recent situation." "Yes, Lord Soul King." Swaifon always had a cold look on her face. After slowly walking out of the queue, she said, "Second division on Mitsukid team has been rebuilt. The number of people is about 100 people, but the strength is slightly worse. Most of them are around 7 or 8, and they still need to train for a while." "What about the internal court team?" Lot is more concerned about the establishment of this team. The internal court team is under the control of 2nd Division. It is a messenger team used to transmit orders. It is usually responsible for conveying a first-level strict order. It is faster and more accurate than Hell's Butterfly's transmission method, and the security is the highest. The internal court team and the criminal army have basically been built." Swaifon coldly said, "There is no worm prison at present, so I first choose the most powerful subordinates and set up 2 special teams of the criminal army and the internal court. The rest of the people are put into the alert patrol team. The efficiency is very high." Lod cast a praising look and said, "Yes, your reconstruction speed is very fast. 2nd Division has basically recovered 80% of its establishment. It can already fulfill their special mission. Even at some times, it can be thrown into the battlefield. It can be seen that Swaifon is really very diligent. This is what subordinates should do." Swaifon, who has always been proud, was slightly excited. After taking a deep breath and calming down, she retreated back to the queue. Then, Lod turned his eyes to Ichimaru-jin. "Ah, even I have to say it." Ichimaru-jin shrugged helplessly and said, "In fact, it has only been 3 days since I revived." Lod also knew this, so he didn't make it difficult for him, so he asked other questions and said, "At present, each division is relatively short of people. As the 3rd division responsible for support, how many people are there now?" "About 100 people." Ichimaru-jin put his hands in the sleeves, with a sly smile like a fox on his face, slowly said, "These death god are mostly 8th class spiritual power, unable to complete the duty of supporting each team in a short time, which is equivalent to a semi-paralyzed state." Aizen nodded his eyes and gently said, "5th division, together, cannot serve as a rescue duty for the time being. The situation on my side is similar to them." Kyoriko Shunsui pressed a straw hat, covering half of his cheek, only revealing his chin full of stubble. He sighed, "If you want to collect information, I am afraid that I can only personally go on stage." Tsunkaname was silent and said, "Reporting to Soul King, 9th Division situation is the same. I will start the reconstruction work as soon as possible, at most half a year can be completed." "I know." Lod nodded slightly and did not blame them. On one hand, these people took over their respective division for a short time, and there was no time to reorganize the division, and on the other hand, as long as there was captain, it was actually a very simple thing to rebuild the division, and the rest was just giving them a little time. "Kukaki Byakuya, how is the situation on your side?" Lod asked. "Fewnl. Lord Spirit King, the 10th Division is basically rebuilt." Kukaki Byakuya stepped out of the queue and said with a respectful look, "The current number of 10th Division is a total of 100, 8th class spiritual power 50, 7th class spiritual power 40, 6th class spiritual power 9, 5th class spiritual power 1, can be the 3rd seat." As soon as this was said, all the captains looked sideways. In particular, Swaifon iceberg face almost broke the defense, staring at Kukaki Byakuya with big eyes, as if looking at a stranger. "Oh!" Lod raised his eyebrows and was a little surprised. "Let's not talk about grade 7 and 8, grade 6 and grade 5 spiritual power death god, where did you find them?" Although the team building could produce death god, it could only reach the 7th grade spiritual power and could not use Shikai forever. At present, Death God, who is full of major divisions, is basically made by the division building with the soul, but the 10th division of Kukaki Byakuya, suddenly came out 9 6th class spiritual power, and even 5th class spiritual power, which is a little strange. Reporting to Lord Spirit King, Kukaki Byakuya said slowly, these 10 people are from the Spiritual Arts Academy. They have excellent results and have been approved by the Dean to graduate early. I just passed by and pulled them in. Good fellow. Laud was stunned by this operation. He didn't expect Little White to be so sinister when it looked harmless. Buzz. In the hall, suddenly murderous air filled the air. Swafon is quite rare, and there is a trace of killing intent in her eyes. And not only her alone, even Kyoriko Shunsui, Ichimaru Jin, Tsunkaname, Aizen Saoshuk, their eyes are facing Kukaki Byakuya, showing a terrible killing intent. This time, he can be considered to have offended the public. Originally, everyone was waiting for the graduation of the students of Spiritual Arts Academy, and then they could win over the strength of their own team. It would only take 2 or 3 years for such a cycle to completely restore the former glory of Godai 13th. The result was unexpected, half of it was blocked. The student of Spiritual Arts Academy had not graduated, and this little white face ran over to pick the fruit, and could also pick the best in the quality. Kukaki Byakuya responded, and his back suddenly felt a chill. Captain Tsunkaname, you are a bit too much. Kyoriko Shunsui took a step forward and directly wrapped his arms around Hitsugaya's neck. His face wrinkled into a smile, I'm not talking about you. There are only a few people who can still look at the past, but they have been taken away by you alone. Isn't it a bit inappropriate? Okay. Although Tsunkaname is extremely reluctant, but in the current situation, if he does not divide a few, he is afraid that he will be unlucky from tomorrow, especially Kisuke Urahara, Kyoriko Shunsui, Aizen, Ichimaru Jin. Swafon coldly snorted, 6th class spiritual power, I want 3. Ichimaru Jin eyes narrowed into a line and smiled, I only need 1. Tosen asked, I want 1 too. Kisuke Urahara waved his hand and said, I don't need it. Technological Development Department is special and does not value his personal combat power. Zaraki Kenpeki does not care, the guy who can't kill, I don't need it here. Kyoriko Shunsui was satisfied and took back his hand and smiled, then thank you for your generosity, Kukaki Byakuya. I need 3 people here, the genius of 5th class spiritual power. It was the last one. Although Chware Hitsugaya was more reluctant, he still curled his lips and asked, Aizen, the remaining 6th class spiritual power death god, I will leave it to you. Please wait a moment, Chware Hitsugaya. Aizen smiled gently, walked slowly to the front, leaned over and whispered a few words in his ear. Chware Hitsugaya pupil slightly shrank and looked at him doubtfully, are you sure you won't lie to me? Of course. Aizen smiled faintly and said, in this respect, I will not lie to you. Lord Spirit King can testify. Chware Hitsugaya carefully looked up and found that Laud smiled at him and nodded. His heart suddenly calmed down. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and said, in this case, I will leave the 5th class spiritual power genius to you. The rest of the people were stunned when they heard this sentence. They were curious about what Aizen just said to him that could make Tsunkaname change his mind and give the 5th class spiritual power genius to him. Laud showed a mysterious smile and did not intend to explain it to the crowd. In fact, Aizen gave a temptation that Tsunkaname could not refuse, so it forced him to agree to the exchange. The sentence that Aizen said in Hitsugaya's ear was, if you are willing to give my 5th class spiritual power child, I can replace Hinamori Momo to you in the future and guarantee that I will not interfere with her from now on. Hinamori Momo is the biggest weakness of Hitsugaya. Chapter 588, Prototype Hogyaku. The distribution of the stolen goods was completed. Everyone was satisfied and the meeting continued. The previous reports were all detailed and normal, but when it came to Zaraki Kenpeki, the style was a little wrong. This beast, who only knows how to kill, basically does not pay attention to the situation inside the division, so the report was handed over to Kuzujishi Yachiru. The situation is similar to several other division, the number of people is maintained at about 100, and spiritual power is mostly a low-level death god of 8th rank. But what makes Zaraki Kenpeki the most unhappy is that the group of people do not like to fight at all. This is against the original intention of 11th Division, but because the current number of people is too small, so he can only endure for a while. But the good news is, Lord Spirit King promised him that after a period of time, there will be a person who has already comprehended Shikai, around 5th class spiritual power, Death God who has rich combat experience will officially join 11th Division, and then he will be taught. Here, mourn for Frank for 3 seconds, hoping that when he joins, Zaraki Kenpeki, who has been suppressed for a long time, will not be tortured to death. Next, it's your turn. After 3 seconds of silence, Laud looked at Kisuke Urahara, the captain who had high hopes for him, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes, smiled and asked, as Director Technological Development Department, I think you must have given me a lot of surprises. It's not a surprise. With 2 dark circles under his eyes, Kisuke Urahara tried to lift his sleepy eyelids and walked out of the queue while yawning, looking like he had not woken up yet. Technological Development Department is currently only 30 people, so my progress is a bit slow. Spirit King, please listen to me slowly. At present, Soul Society has more than 1,000 Death God, all equipped with corresponding Dead Tyrant equipment, shallow hits, Hell's Butterfly and other equipment, and part of them are sent to various parts of the modern world to solve the problem of hollow and lingering souls. The detection system set up inside the gate has basically been perfected at present. It can predict the appearance time of the bang in advance. The success rate is about 90, and the passage with the modern world has been built at present. First, the area of Seireitei, after replanning, expanded 10 times, and the 4 gates of the north, south, east, west, and west, as well as the walls to protect Seireitei, have been completed with the murderous stone heavy building, and also perfected the murderous stone shield of Rishi fluctuation. I have already reselected the people in charge of guarding the 4 gates in Drifting Soul Street. At present, I can be considered competent. Next is Lord Spirit King. The matter that he once instructed me about. When Kisuke Urahara said this, he suddenly paused. Then, he raised his head and looked at the person on the throne, as if asking for advice. It's fine. Let's talk here. Laud understood what he meant. He waved his hand and said, how is Hagyaku's current progress? In fact, only 2 people among the team leaders knew about Hagyaku's research. It was the first time that the others had heard about it. Their faces revealed different expressions. However, because this was proposed by Lord Spirit King, no one expressed their doubts in the end. The progress is quite smooth. Kisuke Urahara glanced at Aizen next to him, and then said, with the data provided by Aizen as support, Hagyaku's prototype will soon be completed, and it will probably take about 4 or 5 days. Sure enough, this matter is related to Aizen. The rest of the captain eyes were cold, and they cast vigilant eyes. After all, everyone still remembered the big crime that the guy had committed before. Don't thank me. Being stared at by several captains, Aizen was still calm and collected, as if he did not care at all, smiled and said, after all, I also hope to see this new Hagyaku. Hagyaku. Kyoriko Shunsui pressed the straw hat on his head, and there was a hint of vigilance in the depths of his eyes. He said half-jokingly, I have hooked up a little bit of a bad memory. Are you still going to complete that plan? Those are all the previous thoughts. Aizen smiled and looked at Kyoriko Shunsui. His slender index finger pushed the black frame and gently said, for the current me, understanding this world is much more interesting than Hagyaku. Ah, not good. Ichimaru-jin hung a fox-like smile and said in a strange tone, something that can make Captain Aizen interested, the final result seems to be not very good. This world will not be destroyed because of this. Jin, it seems that your misunderstanding of me is a little too deep. Aizen smiled and looked at the man on the throne. The corner of his lips curved. What I pursue is never destruction, but the way to let me stand in a higher latitude and overlook the world scenery. Aizen. Chweer-hit Shugaya glared at Aizen and gritted his teeth. This time you can't lie to us again, I will keep staring at you. It doesn't matter, that is your choice. Aizen smiled, although there is a lot of pressure on the goal, it can urge me instead. Captain, please continue to work hard. As soon as this was said, everyone looked dignified. It seems that the shadow left by Aizen before, even after being resurrected, still has a great impact on them. Laud looked at them with interest and did not choose to speak to stop them. In a way, this is actually better. With so many people helping to monitor, even if Aizen's mind and means are meticulous, it should not cause any big trouble. After reporting the situation of each division, the next thing came to another thing, which was to choose the agent of head captain. As Soul Society's personnel grew larger and larger, there were two major organizations in the formless empire and Hollow Circle, which had made Laud feel a little overwhelmed. So the most important thing at present was to choose an agent to deal with those trivial things for him. About head captain. Laud thought for a moment and finally decided not to change. His eyes fell on Kuriko Shunsui and said, when Yamamoto Genryusai has not returned, this position is temporarily in your hands. As the current captain of the highest seniority in Soul Society, Kuriko Shunsui is meticulous and has no lack of means and strength. In the future, he is the candidate of head captain, so he is the only qualified and has the ability to manage Soul Society. We have no objection. All the captains expressed their approval and no one raised an objection. The temporary position of head captain in Kuriko Shunsui was almost a choice that everyone expected. Then, disband. Laud sat on the pure white throne, lazily waved his hand, and said, each captain will rebuild the division as soon as possible. I hope that next time we meet, I can see a new Soul Society. We will follow the order of Spirit King, we will leave. The captains slowly retreated out of the Spirit King Palace. Byakuya and Swafon took a step ahead. Zaraki Kenpeki invited Aizen, but after being rejected, he took Kuzujishi Yachiru and left. Kuriko Shunsui and Kisukura, the two wretched uncles laughed, hooked their arms around their shoulders and discussed the evening, and they left after the matter of drinking the wine. Finally, there are three people left. Ichimarujin and Tsunkaname, as well as Aizen, just like the alliance formed by the three people when they betrayed Soul Society. Ichimarujin looked at Aizen and said with a smile, Captain Aizen, there is no objection. Are you not interested in this position? You are wrong, Jin. Aizen smiled at him and said meaningfully, what I covet is not the position of head captain, but the position that Lord Spirit King is going to arrange for me, another more suitable position. Another position. Ichimarujin frowned slightly and didn't quite understand the meaning of Aizen's words. Haha. Chapter 589, Infernal Hell. After the first meeting, Laud led Nimue to the 46th room in the center. They walked down a spiral staircase and reached the deepest part. After passing through several ceiling barriers, there was a huge, well-shaped library in front of them. From the time Soul Society was established until now, everything that had happened had been automatically sorted into relevant books and stored in this well-shaped library. Nimue carefully came to the edge of the well and stuck out her little head to look down. However, she found that she could not see the bottom at all, as if it was a tunnel leading to the abyss. So deep, so scary. Nimue lay by the well, his eyes a little timid. He asked, Brother, why did you bring me to the Great Spirit Book corridor? I'll let you see someone. Laud smiled and touched her hair. Then, he held her hand and stepped onto a floating platform. He said, in the future, if something happens to me, you can come here and seek help from that person. No. Nimue suddenly shouted loudly and tightly hugged Laud's arm. Her big black eyes suddenly became moist, full of worry. She said, Big Brother will definitely be fine, right? I hope so. Laud smiled and said no more. Nimue seemed to have something on her mind, and she was no longer mischievous along the way. Her small face was full of uneasiness, and she held Laud's hand tightly, as if this was the only way to make her feel a little more at ease. Soon, the floating platform reached the end. A huge ancient bronze door stood in front of them. It was covered in mysterious patterns, and there was an indescribable feeling of vicissitudes, as if it had experienced the vicissitudes of time. And below this bronze door, a handsome man with black hair and brown skin sat cross-legged in front of the bronze door, wearing a coarse linen coat. He was sizing the two of them up with his ice-blue eyes. Let me introduce you. Laud held Nimue's small hand. He pulled her in front of him and said to the man, "This child is called Nimue. She is my sister. You can treat her as me." Then he squatted down again and stroked Nimue's black hair. He said gently, "That uncle is called Kane. He is the one I told you about before. If I encounter trouble or am not here in the future, you can come and find him." "Hello, Uncle Kane." Nimue greeted politely. "Hello, child." Kane glanced at Nimue. Although this did not match the conditions he had previously agreed to never interfere, for some reason, the pure gaze of the child seemed to have touched the soft spot in his heart. After a moment of silence, Kane finally did not refuse. He nodded slightly at Nimue and said, "If it is not a very serious matter, try not to disturb me. I'm very happy that you didn't reject me." Laud was a little surprised. Originally, he did not have much hope. He did not expect Kane to agree. Could it be that this guy liked children more? "You seem to be different." Kane did not answer this question. He only looked at Laud carefully. He frowned slightly and said, "I can feel a familiar power hidden in your body." "Yes, many things have happened." Laud sighed and said, "That is the power of the Seraph. I made a contract with Michael. So it's her. No wonder she is so familiar." When Kane heard Michael, his eyes clearly flickered. He seemed to be a little surprised, but he concealed it very well and did not let Laud notice it. "There is one more thing I think I need to tell you." Laud sat cross-legged facing each other, staring at the bronze door behind Kane. He said in a deep voice, 100 years ago, I met an incomplete evil god. It summoned an ancient bronze door that looked extremely similar to the door behind you. I got it." Kane did not react at all. He was still as expressionless as ice. After a few seconds of silence, he said, "If there's nothing else, you can leave this place. Aren't you going to explain?" Laud stared at him, trying to find a trace of surprise on his unchanging iceberg face, but unfortunately, he still failed in the end. Kane had no intention of explaining at all. He slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep. Seeing this, Laud silently sighed, knowing that it was impossible to get any more words out of Kane's mouth. This guy definitely knew some things, but he just liked to be a riddles person, making people want to open his head and see what secrets were hidden inside. Forget it, forget it. Laud did not think that he could get words out of his mouth, so he was not too disappointed. He slowly stood up with his hands on his knees and said, "This time, besides this matter, I have a favor I need your help with." Kane opened his eyes, revealing a hint of helplessness. "That wasn't what you promised me when I first came here. It was just a small favor that could be easily solved." Laud then took out an irregular dark red crystal and said with a smile, "You should know what this thing is, right? This is a fragment of the Garden of Eden." Kane frowned and carefully studied the fragment. He asked doubtfully, "Where did you get it from?" "Garden of Eden fragment." Laud looked at Kane in surprise. He said in surprise, "This is a fragment of the spiritual prison. Michael read it from Neg and gave it to me for safekeeping." Kane was silent for half a second. He smiled and said, "So this is how humans in this era call it. What about the Garden of Eden you mentioned?" Lod faintly felt that this thing might be more important than he had imagined. It's nothing. I roughly understand what Michael is thinking. Kane seemed to be in a better mood. His lips curled into a faint smile. Are you planning to use it to open up a new space here? Your guess is correct. Lod nodded slightly and said, I plan to build a prison under the Great Spirit Book corridor used to imprison criminals. Kane's eyelids suddenly twitched, and an ominous premonition welled up in his heart. You're not planning to let me guard this prison, are you? Lod smiled without a word, and his eyes confirmed his guess. In any case, it was just to watch the library. It was better to develop a part-time job by the way. 1 or 2 would work. It was also fine to watch the prison. Moreover, Kane was the first human being, and he had the 7 times counter injury bestowed by God. God knew what other trump cards he still had. Even if the weeping angel came, it would be useless. He might even throw himself into the past space crack. I hope this is the last time. Kane sighed helplessly. In the end, he still chose to compromise. I just want to pursue an environment where no one disturbs me. So it is a prison, but I still don't want to see too many people. Don't worry about this. Lod smiled and promised, maybe in a few hundred years, no one will be imprisoned. Kane shut his mouth and did not say anything. He only sneered. He did not believe in Lod's promise. Lod scratched his head awkwardly. Fortunately, he was thick-skinned enough. He ignored Kane's slightly disdainful gaze and muttered in his heart, System, use special building, infernal hell here to fuse with the limbo fragment. Special building, infernal hell. Is currently fusing. Construct successful. Chapter 590, 10 Ring. There was once a great person who said it. The root of the disaster that we planted with our own hands will one day take root and sprout. Who said this, and what the meaning of it is, now it is not important, at least the two of us are deeply touched by this. I am Tony Stark, the greatest inventor of this century, or a playboy, and a prodigal who has turned over a new leaf, a capitalist who controls the key to the new era. Of course, compared to these titles, people prefer to call me Iron Man. It was just that from that day on, those normal lives from before seemed to be gradually fading away from me. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Tony Stark. Death God. No, it was not the skeleton monster in the movie that wore a black cloak and held the sickle of sword. Instead, it was a human with extraordinary power. Perhaps this might seem incredible to you, but this is the source that makes me unable to sleep every night, or even tremble with fear. During the war in New York, I saw with my own eyes the ultimate power of Death God, the captains of Godai 13th. The destructive power shown by these people is simply unbelievable. Although I am not a devout believer, I can swear to God that if these captain-level Death God is willing, he can erase New York City from the US territory at will. And this is the source of my fear. I am not a regular Death God, but forced to transform into the form of Death God by some wicked guy, which means that I am a stowaway. Once found, I will be arrested and sentenced to death. Then here comes the question. How should I deal with these problems? I tried to understand the god-killing armor and the Atira's support system, but from the battle of the alien invasion in New York, I found that the improvement of these external equipment is limited, and it cannot be perfectly integrated with spiritual energy. Perhaps I should try Lod's suggestion and look at it from the point of view. Wait. Jarvis, tell this guy not to mess with the camera. Oh, F***ck, you idiot, you didn't even capture me at all, who told you to move around? In front of the camera raised by the mechanical arm, Tony was flustered and exasperated. He had worked hard to record for a long time, but found that there was only sound, and he wanted to tear this mechanical arm apart on the spot. Jarvis, remember to remind me next time. Throw this idiot mechanical arm out during the recording. Tony pulled down the recording device and waited to the side. He sat on the sofa in the laboratory angrily. It has been recorded in the system log. Replace the mechanical arm intelligent control system. Jarvis said seriously. No, I regret it. Don't remember this useless thing. The next shoot will be yours. Tony's mind became faster than a woman's. He thought about it and felt that it was better to keep it. He picked up a cup of hot coffee and said, let's end today's record. I don't want to take a second shot. No problem, sir. Jarvis added, Colonel Roddy is here. He is in the main hall. He said that he has something important to discuss with you. He is not going to be his patriot. Why is he here looking for me? Although Tony was puzzled, he put down the coffee beside him and said, tell him to wait for a while. I will change my clothes and go over. A moment later, Tony changed into a dark blue striped t-shirt and took the elevator to the living room. It's been a long time, Tony. Roddy walked forward and hugged Tony. He patted him hard and said with a smile, I mean, your spirit is not bad. You feel much better than before. That's enough, that's enough. I don't like to hold a man. Tony pushed Roddy away with a disgusted look on his face. Then, he walked over to the wine cabinet and took out a bottle of delicately wrapped whiskey. It was obvious that it was expensive. No, 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 no. I came here today because I have something important to do. I can't drink. Roddy swallowed his saliva and quickly waved his hand to refuse. In fact, I don't intend to share this bottle of wine with you. Tony looked at him in surprise and shook the bottle in his hand. This is the 62-year-old McCarlin. I spent a lot of effort to buy it from a guy. Gulp. The sound of Roddy swallowing his saliva became even louder. Hearing that it was the 62-year-old McCarlin, the liquor worm in his stomach was hooked up. However, even though Tony said that, he still poured a cup for Roddy and placed it in front of him. He sat on the sofa and crossed his legs comfortably. He took a sip of wine and said, for a busy person like you to look for me, I guess something must have happened and it is not small, right? At the mention of business, Roddy straightened his back and said with a serious expression, Tony, do you know about the Ten Ring Gang and the recent explosion cases? Jarvis! Tony shouted. The news about the Ten Ring Gang and the recent explosion was projected in front of him. It turned out that there was a base organization called the Ten Ring Gang recently. Under the planning of Mandarin, it caused a series of terrorist actions. For example, the 3 recent explosions, which respectively attacked the U.S. garrison base, as well as the embassy and many other places. Now I know. Tony took a sip of wine and raised his eyebrows, indicating for Roddy to continue. The corners of Roddy's mouth twitched. Thankfully, he was already used to this good friend's neurotic nature. After sorting out his thoughts, he said, the contents of the following words are all confidential. Remember not to spread them to others, Tony. Tony replied ambiguously. In truth, even he himself did not believe it. Truth be told, a total of 9 explosions occurred. However, the public only knows 3 of them. Roddy took a deep breath and continued, the crux of the problem is that we did not find any explosives at the crime scene. There are no traces of explosives left behind. So, what happened after that? Tony shook the cup. The ice hit the wall of the cup, making a crisp sound. We want to ask for your help, Tony. Roddy did not hide his intentions and directly said, you have high-tech armor and a lot of technology we do not know. Maybe you can find out the truth about the explosion. It sounds good, but it is a pity. Tony put down the cup and pursed his lips. He looked at Roddy and said, I am quite busy recently, so you can find someone else to do this. For example, SHIELD is not bad. Aren't they best at doing this kind of thing? Tony, I am not joking with you. Roddy became a little anxious and said seriously, ever since New York was invaded by aliens, the reputation of the US has been continuously declining. Come on, Come on. We can't let things develop any further. Otherwise, this will severely impact the confidence of the citizens. Yes, yes, yes. I know. World war, world destruction, and the like. Tony spread his hands helplessly and said, however, I am indeed very busy right now. I can't spare any time and I don't have the mood to care about such trivial matters. Thus, you should find someone else to do it. After saying that, Tony got up and was about to leave. Wait, Tony. Roddy had not expected this to happen. He grabbed Tony and said, you cannot ignore this matter. If SHIELD were to intervene, the president will likely step down because of this. Do not forget that Pierce is one of the competitors for the next president. I will tell you the truth, Roddy. Tony had a rare serious expression on his face. He sighed heavily and said, I am really busy right now. I must settle the matters at hand. I have no time to care about a terrorist organization, and I have no time to care about who will be the next president. He said. Roddy was stunned. He had never seen such a serious Tony before. He subconsciously put down his hand. No, Tony, you have to take care of this matter. At this moment, a red-haired beauty walked out of the elevator. Her voluptuous figure attracted the attention of two men. FWOVLOM. Natasha. Can you tell me how you came in? The corner of Tony's eyebrows twitched as he gritted his teeth. That's not important. Chapter 591, Easy Money. A blue projection appeared before their eyes. It was a very ordinary photo. However, the environment seemed to be inside a secret base. Roddy, who was the colonel of the Defense Department, was responsible for investigating the explosion case. Thus, he immediately recognized it and said in surprise, this is the military base that was blown up by the Ten Ring Gang. Kid, take a closer look at this photo. Tony, what can you find? Natasha ignored Roddy and hinted at Tony. This is... Tony narrowed his eyes and checked carefully. Suddenly, he saw a blurry image of Hollow in the photo. His expression changed slightly. You won't tell me that it was Hollow who caused the explosion, right? Yes, and there are similar figures at the other places of the explosion. Natasha sighed. As she swiped the photos on the tablet, a projection flashed past. All the photos, without exception. In the seconds before the explosion, there was a huge and blurry image of Hollow. From his appearance, he looked like a monster. Hollow. Tony was silent and looked serious. Natasha was not in a hurry to urge him. She continued to tell him the clues about the explosion. After the explosion, we detected a large amount of remnant spirit particles. However, we were unable to determine if they belonged to the same one. Wait. At that moment, Roddy, who had a dumbfounded expression on his face, could not help but ask, what exactly is that Hollow you two are talking about? Natasha looked at Tony. Seeing that he did not seem to have any intention of hiding anything, she roughly explained, you can interpret it as a type of demon that has fallen after a human dies. It is just that ordinary humans are unable to see them. A demon that has fallen after a human dies. Roddy opened his mouth wide. He even felt that he had heard wrongly and confirmed it again. Today is not April Fool's Day. Are you sure you are not joking with me? If he did not know that this charming woman in front of him was actually SHIELD's senior agent, he would have already laughed out loud. What era was this? There were actually people who believed in the so-called souls, or even demons. I'm not joking with you. Natasha rolled her eyes and rolled her eyes at him. There are some things that you can't know at your level, so it's best not to ask any more. Otherwise, you know the confidentiality regulations yourself. Roddy suddenly felt that it was a little ridiculous. He was a dignified colonel of the Ministry of Defense, the personal bodyguard of the president, and a war machine pilot. Yet, he was actually called not enough by others. However, this also proved that the 9 explosion case caused by the 10 Ring Gang and Mandarin was far from as simple as it seemed on the surface. There seemed to be even deeper secrets behind it. Tony was inexplicably a little agitated. He scratched his messy hair and said, "If it involves Hollow, you can look for Frank and Rogers. Why do you have to come to me?" "That's what we planned." Natasha sighed helplessly and said, "But unfortunately, Rogers went to deal with another thing. Frank can't be contacted, so only you are left. Isn't there still?" Tony originally wanted to say his name, but after looking at Roddy who was beside him, he felt that it was better not to say too much, lest his friend be dragged into this. "Do you think we dare to go?" Natasha rolled her eyes at him. This was also true. The chaos caused by the space gem last time had attracted the attack of the 4 major teams, Death God. It had almost destroyed the entire New York City. Schild was now afraid to avoid it. How could he dare to ask Lod for help? Tony's mouth twitched and he said irritably, "Can I refuse?" The director said, "If Tony refuses, then tell him this." Natasha imitated Fury's tone and said, "I helped you block a lot of trouble for the last incident at Hawaii Bank. Although the favor is not very big, it should not be a problem to ask you for a favor, right?" The moment these words came out, it undoubtedly poked Tony's weak spot. He did not like owing others favors. If not for the incident at Hawaii Bank last time, and if not for the fact that Fury had blocked the news and withstood the higher UPS interrogation and investigation, who knew how much trouble he would have caused here? Moreover, from another perspective, Fury had indeed kept his promise and did not reveal anything about the Weeping Angel. Otherwise, with the abilities of those higher UPS in the US, who knew what kind of disaster would happen? The favor he owed the soy egg had to be returned. Moreover, from a certain point of view, from the moment Hollow appeared, this matter was not just a simple terrorist attack. A criminal organization that planned a terrorist attack could actually manipulate Hollow to attack at will. The purpose was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. That group of people should have a deeper level of conspiracy. If he did not figure out the reason behind it, his conscience would not go over. Tony finally sighed and nodded. "Tell Fury that I agree." "Thank you, Tony." Natasha breathed a sigh of relief. She took out a USB flash drive and put it on the table. "This is the information of the 9 explosion case and the information that Schild has collected about Ryūjin. I hope that I can help you find out the truth as soon as possible." The task had been completed. Natasha turned around and left without hesitation. Tony picked up the USB and put it in his pocket. He got up and was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something. He turned around to look at the confused Roddy and said, "I plan to go out for a while. You can go back first. I won't be sending you off." Roddy. What a bastard who had lost his sense of sex. He even refused to go, but when he saw the beauty begging him, he immediately disarmed himself. He even boasted in front of the president and said that he had a good relationship with this bastard. Stark's seaside private house, underground parking garage. Among the many limited edition luxury cars, Tony randomly picked one and sat on it. As the sexy engine roared, the entire sports car was like a fierce wild horse that was released from its reins. In an instant, it turned into a red lightning bolt and rushed out. Along the ring-shaped road by the sea, a sports car drove into the city along with the roar. Not long after, the sports car stopped in front of Queen's. In front of an old-fashioned wooden house, there were 3 big words: Quiet Spirit Pavilion. Tony came down from the sports car and walked to the door. He thought about it and pulled the doorbell. When the familiar voice of the man came from inside, he took a deep breath, pushed open the wooden door and walked in. "Dear Lord, long time no see." Tony's face was full of smiles as he warmly greeted. "We only met a week ago." Lod was lying comfortably on the sofa, crossing his legs and holding a newspaper. He sneered, "All right, stop being so hypocritical with me. With your personality, you definitely wouldn't come to find me. Tell me, why are you looking for me? There is indeed a small matter that I want your help with. Tony was indeed a capitalist. His skin was thick enough to be comparable to a city wall. After seeing that he was exposed, he did not hide it anymore. Recently, I need to investigate an explosion case related to Hollow. It might use Death God's power. Laud put the newspaper aside and looked at him. Are you going to ask me to help? It has nothing to do with this. Tony shook his head and said, I just want to ask you, is there any way for me to completely hide my spiritual energy fluctuations when I don't use Death God's power? Laud thought about it and said, there are two ways. Tony was overjoyed and could not wait to ask, what way? The first way, the Onmitsukid of 2nd Division, has a way to not leak out the perfect aura. Laud said, but it's a pity that I don't know this method, unless you find them to learn it yourself. I think it's still okay. What about the second method? Tony shrank his neck. He couldn't avoid it in time. How could he go to the 2nd Division? Unless he wanted to die. Fawebolo. Jigai. Laud revealed a meaningful smile. I just happen to have a new batch of goods here. It is very comfortable to wear. Most importantly, this special Jigai can completely erase the fluctuations of Reishi. Even the captain will find it hard to find. Tony's eyes lit up. That's right, this is it. I want it. 10 million. Laud smiled like a profiteer. He rubbed his hands together and said, may I ask if you want to swipe your card, or cash? So cheap. Chapter 592, Special Jigai. 50 million USD to buy a Jigai. Although it looked like an exaggeration, in reality, it was only a drop in the bucket for Tony. A special Jigai that could perfectly hide his aura and suppress spiritual powers fluctuations was like sending charcoal in the snow. In comparison, the tens of millions of dollars he had paid was basically the same as a free gift. Tony did not ask Laud what he needed the money for. He did not care about this. One hand handed over the money, the other handed over the goods. After confirming that the check amount was correct, Laud slowly got up and walked into the room where the goods were piled up. He pretended to look through it together and then walked out with a Jigai. The style of this Jigai was different from the previous version. It was not carved in advance the appearance and characteristics of the user, but more like the fake model in a clothing store on the street. Seeing Tony cast a puzzled look, Laud explained, this is Technological Development Department's latest model, Jigai. It can automatically generate a corresponding appearance and body shape according to the soul of the wearer and spiritual power. Tony seemed to understand, but he still accepted this excuse. He took the piece of skeleton and found that compared to the one he used, the weight seemed to be much lighter, and the feeling of pinching it was closer to the real person. The goods are away from the cabinet, and should not be responsible. Laud tapped his index finger on the table and reminded Tony. After hearing this, Tony looked at Jigai, who looked like a fake model, and decided to try it on the spot to avoid any accidents. Wearing Jigai was actually like wearing a piece of clothing. First, he took off the old-fashioned Jigai he was using, and then he squeezed his soul into this new Jigai. Oh, this feeling. It's great. Tony, who had just put on Jigai, immediately felt his entire body become light. If the previous Jigai brought him a sense of experience, like a rusty old machine, always having a feeling of being unable to do as he pleased, then this new Jigai gave him a feeling like he was reborn, able to control every part of his body smoothly. The silky smoothness was simply unbelievable. Moreover, the most outstanding part of this Jigai was not only the sense of comfort and silky, but also its most important function, which was to use an almost extreme method to restrict the release of spiritual powers fluctuations. This point, Tony felt quite good. The restriction effect of this Jigai was simply beyond his expectations, it could even be said to be close to perfection. Spiritual powers fluctuations could hardly be felt. Even if there was a Captain Death God walking past him, he would not have to worry about being discovered. It seems that you are very satisfied with the goods. Lod sat back down on the reclining chair and crossed his legs leisurely, looking at him with a fake smile. Not bad, not bad. This is the effect I want. Tony was overjoyed. His face was full of wrinkles. This time, he could finally be at ease. He did not have to be on tenterhooks all day. He did not even dare to go out the door. Since that's the case, then I won't send you off. Lod waved his hand and vaguely gave the order to leave. Remember to take away that useless jigai. I do not want people to think that this is a murder scene. So heartless. Tony muttered, but he did not intend to stay any longer. He casually picked up the useless jigai and waved goodbye. But I still have to thank you. I don't have to worry about being discovered by those Captain Death God. While speaking, Tony had already disappeared. The sound of a sports car starting came from outside the door, and then the roar of the engine gradually left. Hee, it's a little too early to thank me now. Lod stared at the place where he left, and his lips curled into a mysterious smile. Hagyaku is ready. It's time to inform Hashwalth. At the Art Museum of Queens. It was a museum established in 1964, based on the New York World Expo. It was one of the most famous attractions. It was Sunday, and the school was on holiday. Peter had planned to rest at home for a day, but he was dragged by his best friend, Ned, on the grounds of going out for a stroll to ease his mood. He also invited his crush, Michelle, to visit this place together. Cheer up, Peter. Ned patted his friend on the shoulder. His eyes narrowed into slits, and he smiled. I have good news for you. It is said that today, the CEO of Stark Industry will give a speech here and show the clean energy of the new era. It is rare. Peter, how long have you not slept well? Michelle came up and stared at the dark circles on Peter's face. I am fine. Peter's face turned slightly red. He was not used to such a close distance. He hurriedly took a step back and rubbed his nose hard to hide his panic. Recently, I got addicted to a game, so I slept late at night. In fact, this was not the case. Since the end of the New York War, although the police were trying to maintain peace, the crime rate was still rising in a straight line, and there were faint records of the past 10 years. During this period of time, he had no way to rest at all at night. He was either helping the police catch criminals or on the way to catch criminals. Even the range of the business range had doubled, and it did not only include Queens. Even though Spider-Man had a superhuman physique, he felt a little overwhelmed by the day and night. In class, he was either sleeping or napping. This made his friends suspect that he was in a bad mood and dragged him out for a tour of the exposition. Playing games. Ned looked at his friend suspiciously. Others might not know, but he knew that Peter did not like to play games at all. Don't play games. Such an obvious lie naturally could not deceive Michelle, but she did not choose to expose it and followed the topic to somewhere else. Let's go in quickly. It should have already started inside. Yes, let's go, let's go. Ned's attention was indeed diverted away. He pulled Peter inside and called Michelle to follow him. Seeing that his good friend and Michelle did not ask further, Peter heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He tried hard to squeeze out a smile on his face and followed them into the expo. Through several strict security checks, the three children successfully entered the interior of the exposition. The lobby covered a very large area, and it was full of technological metal decorations. Many people gathered below the stage, waiting for the new era cleaning energy speech of the CEO of Stark Group, Pepper Potts. There are so many people. Peter was squeezed into the group, and his face was full of bitter regret. Why did he not sleep at home and come here to suffer? The rioting crowd suddenly fell silent. Peter and the others looked up and saw a woman dressed in a capable and delicate dress. Under the protection of a fat bodyguard, she took the microphone and walked to the exhibition stage. rwbnve.co. The current CEO of Stark Group, Virginia Pepper. She is called the woman behind Tony Stark. She single-handedly supported a large group. Michelle's eyes were full of envy. It is said that she is the only woman who has followed Tony Stark for so many years. Ned said nosily. Miss Potts is indeed not bad. She's very gentle and considerate, Peter interjected. Ned nudged his friend and said disdainfully, it's not a good habit to brag. You make it sound like you know her. Not only do I know her, I also know Mr. Tony, Mr. Frank, Captain Rogers. Peter pursed his lips and complained in his heart. Potts' speech was very attractive. The people below the stage were deeply impressed. Only Peter was too tired and kept yawning. Peter was really bored. He was afraid of sleeping. He looked around the exposition, looking for some fresh things to prevent himself from falling asleep. Just as his gaze swept over the right rear, his spider sense sensed a sudden reaction. The hair on his arm stood up one by one, as if it was foretelling the impending danger. That person is very suspicious. Peter's heart tightened, and he quickly locked onto the target of spider sense. Chapter 593, Player Substitution. There must be something wrong with that man. The spider's senses were like a buzzing bee, making the uneasy premonition in his heart suddenly become extremely strong. The man's moving lips suddenly stopped moving. His hands, which were originally holding the dog tag, stopped trembling. Several black veins protruded from his neck, and he slowly lifted up that face full of determination. Hiss! When Peter saw the man's face, he was so scared that he gasped. He saw that the man's skin was red, like the color of a soldering iron after it was red, and it emitted bursts of green smoke. As the hot heat wave spread, it made the water in the air boil, and even vaguely showed some kind of distorted scene. The two were separated by several meters, and Peter could clearly feel it. The fur on his face was wrapped up by the heat wave. The sudden heat wave was quickly detected by the surrounding people. When everyone turned around and saw the man's painful appearance, as well as the green smoke that was like burning hot iron, they immediately scattered in fear, trying to get away from this man who looked strange and dangerous. 4. Mandarin. The man raised the dog cart in his hand and let out a hoarse roar that was not human. Buzz! The spider sense instantly rose to its peak, indicating that a fatal threat was about to happen. At such a critical moment, Peter reacted at lightning speed. He rushed forward 3 steps against the running crowd, grabbed the man by the collar, and threw him into an area with no one around. It seemed that a lot of things had happened, but in fact, only a few seconds had passed. During the process of the man being thrown away, his body completely turned red. The suppressed huge energy was released in one breath, instantly triggering a strong explosion. A blazing fireball exploded above, accompanied by a deafening roar. A huge wave of air swept through the entire exhibition site. Everyone was like cutting wheat, blown away by the wave of air and crashed into every corner. Because the man was thrown into the air, the explosion did not kill the people on the ground, but the ceiling could not withstand the impact. The huge steel beam that was dozens of tons heavy, along with the concrete slate, fell from above with a whistling sound. And right below the steel beam was Ned and Michelle. When the 2 children heard the noise and looked up, the huge stone shadow embedded with steel beams had already covered them. The 2 people widened their eyes in horror, and their eyes were filled with despair. They could not help but scream. Bang! The huge cement slate fell down, and there was a dull sound of collision. Without the pain of being smashed to death by the stone slab as they imagined, Ned and Michelle gasped for breath and slowly opened their eyes. The first thing that caught their eyes was a pair of tight muscles. The blood vessels were clearly visible, and they were carrying the huge stone slab as if they were carrying a heavy body. They actually recognized the owner of this pair of arms. It was Peter Parker. Quick! Leave! Peter's delicate face was covered with blue veins. His two arms were carrying the stone slab at a 90-degree angle. His legs were constantly trembling. He looked like he was on the verge of his limit. He shouted to the two with difficulty, "I can't hold on." The shocked Michelle finally reacted, and quickly pulled Ned down from under the stone slab. But just as they climbed out of the stone slab, another boulder fell from the sky and heavily smashed onto the stone slab. Peter, who was already unable to support himself, was directly pressed under the stone slab. Peter! Michelle and Ned's expressions changed drastically. They ran over in horror, wanting to lift the stone slab. However, this stone slab that was embedded with steel beams was at least tens of tons heavy. The root was not something that the two children could move. At this moment, Michelle's face was filled with tears, and her heart was sorrowful as she lay on the stone slab and cried. "No, no, no. You will definitely be fine. Peter, get up quickly." Ned roared like a bull. His fat face was red and purple, and his hands were already broken by the rough stones. However, he still insisted on lifting the stone slab to save his brother. Michelle wiped away the tears on her face and got up, wanting to call for the Lord's help. Unfortunately, after the explosion, the entire venue had fallen into a great chaos. Everyone only cared about running away and had no time to care about the life and death of others, let alone a person who was pressed by dozens of tons of stone slabs, almost determined to die. "Miss Potts, please leave this place quickly." Happy, who was a bodyguard, got up from the ground and immediately helped Potts up from Potts' shock. He looked around vigilantly and urged her to leave this dangerous place quickly. But before the two of them took 2 steps, they saw another man in a leather jacket with a buzz cut, chewing gum as he walked towards them. There was a mocking smile in his eyes, and his gaze was always on Potts. "Potts, leave quickly. Leave this place to me." This man's target was Potts. After seeing this, Happy directly pulled out the pistol at his waist. The 3 movements of the safety, aim, and shooting were all done in one go. There was no trace of sloppiness. 15 rounds of bullets were poured out. The yellow bullets carried a huge amount of kinetic energy and knocked the leather jacket man away. Happy put the gun to his mouth and blew a puff of smoke. Just as he was about to brag about his marksmanship and accuracy, the next second, he saw the short-haired leather jacket man stand up from the ground as if nothing had happened. He patted his clothes without injury. No, it shouldn't be said that he was completely unharmed. At least there were a few holes in the leather jacket, and he could still vaguely see the rapidly healing flesh. The man slightly moved his muscles and bones, and his skin was just like the explosive man from before. It was red like burning hot iron, and it emitted waves of terrifying heat. Was this guy really a human? Happy immediately opened his eyes wide. He knew that he had encountered a tough opponent this time. He quickly pushed Potts to let her leave this place, but he took out the short stick at his waist and rushed up to stall for time with this guy. Happy riveted all his strength, waving the short stick to hit the man in the leather jacket. Whoo! The short stick in the air produced a crisp sound of cracking. However, the leather jacket man did not retreat. Instead, his eyes revealed a hint of ridicule. He raised his hand and grabbed the short stick. His face became increasingly transparent due to the rising temperature in his body. Chi! Along with an ear-piercing sound, the short stick made of steel actually melted into juice in his hand. Happy had no choice but to let go of his hand due to the high temperature. When he saw the short stick that had melted into molten iron, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. A deep fear appeared on his face. "Go to hell!" The leather jacket man snorted. His red right hand clenched into a fist and punched towards the leather jacket man. If he was hit by a fist that could melt steel, he would probably die on the spot. Just as his fist was about to pierce through Happy, a spider silk suddenly wrapped around the leather jacket man's ankle. Then, a huge force came and directly pulled him down, falling to the ground in a dog-eating shit posture. Happy escaped from death, gasping in excitement. He looked up and saw a red figure falling down. He looked at it and saw that it was an acquaintance. "Hey, Happy!" The one who greeted him was Spider-Man, Peter Parker. Under the powerful will to survive, the spider factor in his body went a step further, allowing him to prop up the stone slab that weighed dozens of tons. The moment he broke free, he saw that Happy was in danger. He did not care about Ned and Michelle beside him. He directly took off his shirt and pants and ran to save the situation. Sorry, player substitution. Chapter 594, Not Too Shabby. Another troublemaker. The man in the leather jacket slowly got up and stared at Peter darkly. Rebol.com. The spider silk wrapped around his feet had been burned off, and the ground nearby was in a state of melting. The air was boiling with hot air waves, wave after wave of attacks. Even through the battle uniform, one could feel the burning sensation of skin. What a terrifying temperature! Peter looked at the melted steel and could not help but swallow his saliva. It could melt a steel short stick in a few seconds. It was estimated to be at least 2000 degrees Celsius. At present, he was not sure how high the man could reach, so he felt that for the sake of safety, it was better not to choose close combat. After all, his combat suit was not as hard as steel. Happy, Ned, Michelle, get out of here with Miss Potts. Peter reminded them loudly and stood in front of the short-haired man alone. Want to leave? The short-haired man with leather clothes sneered, as if he was mocking them. A woman with a scar on her face walked out from behind with a cold smile, blocking the only way to retreat. There's another person. Peter widened his eyes. He didn't expect there to be another one hiding here. Cold sweat broke out on Happy's face. One person was already so terrifying, and yet another one ran out. He might really die this time. And the most important thing was that these people would turn into bombs at any time. He didn't expect that the group of lunatics would actually improve further on the basis of human bombs and create such a terrifying humanoid bomb. Not only was the destructive power produced when the explosion was amazing, but it also had a terrifying ability to heal at a high speed and high temperature. Peter estimated in his heart what his odds of winning against two were. Unfortunately, the odds of winning were less than 20, especially in this restrained state. The spider silk was almost useless, and he could not choose to fight in close combat. This caused his combat strength to be instantly reduced by 50. Miss Potts, get out of here quickly. I will protect you with all my might. Peter bit his lips, ready to fight with his life. Calm down. Potts comforted Peter in turn. He turned to them and asked, your target seems to be me alone. Miss Potts, don't worry. The woman with a scar on her face sneered and said, we won't hurt you. It's just that Mandarin wants to invite you over. Mandarin. In such a serious situation, there was no panic on Potts's face. He said calmly, you are the murderers who triggered several explosions recently. The member of the Ten Ring Gang, right? That's right. The leather jacket man directly admitted, Mandarin appreciates your talent, so he wants to see you. Of course, this is based on the fact that you are willing to follow us obediently. If you are not willing, then you can only wait to use force. I advise you not to resist. The woman with the scar on her face smiled, and the scar on her face twitched even more ferociously. I don't mind breaking your limbs and then bringing them back to Mandarin. The only requirement is to be alive. I am willing to go with you. Potts looked at them with a straight face and pointed at the others. But I have a request, which is to let these people go. As soon as this was said, the rest of the people were shocked. Especially Peter and Happy, the two of them were even more unwilling. They were about to open their mouths to stop him, but they were stopped by Potts with a look in his eyes. Sorry, you don't have the qualifications to negotiate. The man in the leather jacket clenched his fists and said coldly, other than you, everyone else must die here today. All right, then I'll change the condition. Potts did not seem surprised. She had already known that these two would not leave any survivors. She asked, "I don't know the Mandarin you are talking about. What is his purpose in seeing me?" "I don't know." The man in the leather jacket said straightforwardly, "We only know how to bring you back. As for Mandarin's thoughts, we don't need to know." "Why don't I guess?" Potts chuckled and said, "Your real target is not me. It should be Tony, right?" The scar-faced woman and the leather jacket man were silent. Their eyes flashed with a fierce light, as if she had guessed correctly. "As expected, it is like this." Potts's eyesight was very sharp. Although it was only for a moment, she still saw the change. She immediately confirmed what she was thinking. "The Mandarin you are talking about is planning to use me to threaten Tony to complete a certain plan for him, right? Don't talk nonsense with her. Let's do it directly." The short-haired leather jacket man's face was gloomy. He felt that if he continued to chat with Potts, their underwear would be stripped off. The scar-faced woman also thought the same. A man and a woman attacked from the front and back, walking toward Potts. The skin on the surface of the body was suffused with a strange red light, emitting waves of hot heat waves. The high temperature that was enough to melt steel directly evaporated the water in the air, forming a dense white mist that poured into the nasal cavity with a trace of hot air. "You guys run quickly. I will hold them back for a while." Peter lowered his center of gravity, planning to rush up and fight to the death to create an opportunity for them to escape. "No need." Potts looked calm. He shook his head with a smile and said, "Our reinforcements have arrived." "Reinforcements?" Everyone was slightly stunned. Where did the reinforcements come from? The nearest police station was only half an hour away from here. Boom! 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 The roar of a huge engine came from the sky like a thunder. Then, an object with a tail flame smashed the ceiling of the exposition like a meteor, surrounding Potts and the others in a circle. After the dust that was stirred up dissipated a little, Peter and Ned immediately widened their eyes. They looked in shock at the humanoid silver-black steel mech floating in the air. Their mouths could not help but expand to the limit. Aye! Iron Man! Ned covered his mouth and counted them one by one, trying to stop himself from screaming. He didn't expect that the support Miss Potts mentioned was actually Iron Man's armor. The face of the short-haired man and the scar-faced woman was as ugly as if they had swallowed several flies. "Miss Potts, the Atlas support system is in place. May I ask if you want to use your special authority?" A cold system voice echoed in the ruins. "Authorization support system, codename, Hira." Potts pressed his headphones with one hand and his eyes gradually became cold. He said coldly, "Jarvis, help me get rid of the threat." "Authorization successful, Ms. Hira." The eyes and chest of the silver-black steel armor instantly lit up with a dangerous azure light. In the next second, the silver-black armor instantly accelerated to break through the sound barrier. Bang! In the ear-piercing sound of the sonic boom, the ring-shaped air clouds exploded. The scar-faced woman did not even have time to react. She only felt a flash of silver-black light in front of her. Then, a sharp pain came from her waist. The steel blade attached to the silver-black armor wrist was cut in half from the middle of her waist. The short-haired leather jacket man's expression changed as he charged at Potts, intending to use her to threaten the steel armor. Kada! Before the leather jacket man could get close to Potts, he saw the silver-black armor on the shoulder armor open. Small missiles the size of a thumb shot out, dragging white smoke in a complicated arc in the air. Finally, they gathered together and rushed towards the short-haired leather jacket man. Boom! 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 The ground of the exposition was constantly cracked and collapsed by the continuous explosions. Peter's mouth twitched as he looked at Potts with a strange expression. Chapter 595, Slap in the Face. Roar dash! A roar that did not sound human at all, but more like a wild beast, suddenly came out of the thick smoke, setting off a violent storm, instantly tearing apart the dust in front of everyone's eyes. They saw that the man with the buzz cut, who was originally a human, had somehow changed. His body had become several times larger than before, and his muscles expanded rapidly like blowing air. He was like a black tree root, and looked like a mutated monster. And on the face of the man with the buzz cut, there was a half-white bone mask. His scarlet and ruthless eyes emitted a cold killing intent that made one's heart palpitate. This is Hollow. Peter, who had participated in the New York War, recognized the monster in front of him at a glance. It was the product of the human soul falling. But the next second, he realized the seriousness of the problem. Everyone here, including him, had no way to deal with Hollow. Hollow was a product of the fall of the soul, and if he wanted to completely destroy it, he needed the corresponding soul force, which was ZANPAKUTOU in the hands of Death God. Hield had tried to use other methods to destroy Hollow, but in the end, he failed without exception. Only weapons that contained spirit particles could actually harm Hollow. Other than that, the other physical methods could not harm Hollow. This also meant that the few of them present had no way of dealing with this Hollow. "Run, run!" Peter shouted at them, his voice trembling. "Everyone, run! Don't stop! That guy has become Hollow. We can't deal with him. Hollow!" The rest of the people were surprised and looked at Peter in confusion. "What are you talking about? Why don't we see anything?" Ordinary people could not see the soul, so naturally, they could not see Hollow either. Therefore, in Potts, Happy and the others, they could only see the dead man with the buzz cut, but they could not see the soul that had turned into half of Hollow. "All of you, go to hell!" The man with the buzz cut roared as if it was solid. The violent sound waves shattered the surrounding ground. He raised his huge fist and smashed it at them like a cannonball. The sudden sense of suffocation enveloped everyone. The sharp wind cut through their skin like sword. The loud sound of the air breaking was so loud that they felt like their eardrums were about to burst. If they were hit by this punch, with the weak flesh and blood of humans, they would probably turn into a puddle of mud on the spot. Peter's brain worked quickly. He made the best choice in a short few seconds. He did not have time to explain too much to them. He raised his leg and kicked Happy away. At the same time, he grabbed Ned's clothes and threw him out. Then, under the huge fist wind, Peter held Potts and Michelle in his arms. His legs slammed into the ground, and with his amazing jumping ability, he directly jumped 10 meters into the sky. Boom! The cement floor was smashed with a punch, and the cracked stones were carried by the strong wind. They shot wildly in the air like bullets, making a harsh clack sound. Happy and Ned flew out and hit the walls on both sides, making a dull sound of flesh colliding. A layer of the wall was shaken off. It could be seen that this fall was really not light. The two felt that their internal organs were displaced, and there was a trace of red blood at the corner of their mouths. The situation was really urgent, so Peter was in a hurry, and his strength was slightly stronger. Fortunately, the two of them were only knocked unconscious, and their bodies were fine. They could just go back and rest for a few days. Potts and Michelle were thrown onto the flat stage on the second floor of the expo with spider webs. Although the posture when they landed was not very beautiful, and their faces were first on the ground, they might have to apply a few facial masks to reduce the swelling, but it was still better than being smashed into a puddle of mud. "Don't even think about escaping." The leather jacket man completely lost his mind at this moment. He roared like a wild beast. In the empty eye sockets of the half-bone mask, his scarlet eyes flashed crazily and locked onto Potts on the second floor. The two legs, which were as thick as elephant legs, bent deeply and squatted down, as if they were accumulating a huge amount of strength. Bang! A shocking force erupted. The two thick lower limbs stomped on the ground. With the help of the recoil force, the leather jacket man's huge monster divine music was like a cannonball that had just been released from the chamber. It exploded into layers of ring-shaped sonic clouds. However, the ground under the feet of the leather jacket man was unable to withstand this huge explosive force. As he howled in pain, the hard cement was like tofu, collapsing and sinking inch by inch. A huge wave of air swept over, spreading out like a furious wave, sending Potts and Michelle, who had just stood up, flying back again and crashing into a pillar. When had the two women ever suffered such pain? Their eyes rolled back and they almost fainted. However, Potts had seen the great world in the end. He gritted his teeth and insisted on dragging Michelle. He stumbled as he ran into the exhibition hall. At the same time, he pressed a hand on his earphones. "Jarvis, protect us." "Sorry, Ms. Potts." The silver-black mecha stood rooted to the ground, its voice a little dazed. I can't find my target. It's as if it doesn't exist." The most crucial function of the Atlas system required Tony Stark's spiritual power and the support of Hephaestus. But once these two were lost, Jarvis was just an ordinary artificial intelligence. The armor was only slightly more advanced technology and could not cause fatal damage to Hollow. "I can see where he is. Look at the direction of my attack," Peter shouted, and then his hands swung the spider silk. He first jumped high into the air, and then with the help of the falling force, he kicked the face of the leather jacket man. The force of this kick was not small. The impact of several tons of force hit his face, causing the leather jacket man to lose his balance in the air. His huge body tilted to one side. Peter seized the opportunity and shouted, "Now, Jarvis, aim at my position and attack." "Understood, Mr. Parker. Please pay attention to dodging." The silver-black mech controlled by Jarvis suddenly accelerated. A blue light flashed on his chest, gathering energy to aim at Peter's position, and then shooting out a blazing ray of light. The spider reaction in his brain was loud, but Peter was abnormally calm. Two spider threads shot out from his wrist to wrap around the leather jacket man. Like a full slingshot, he shot himself over. Borrowing the force, he kicked again with great force. The leather jacket man's face was firmly kicked again, and his saliva uncontrollably sprayed out from his mouth. Peter used the leather jacket man's face as a foothold for himself, bent his knees slightly, and flipped backwards. Phew! In the air dozens of meters away from the ground, Peter used the carrier eagle to turn over. With a subtle distance of a hair's breadth, he almost dodged the laser coming at him face to face. He could even feel the heat. The spider mask on his face was burning hot. The blazing laser beam slammed heavily on his face. Even though Hollow was not afraid of modern weapons, and his skin was thick and tough, he could not help but let out a miserable scream. Although the laser beam did not kill it, the pain it brought was not reduced by half. The leather jacket man, who had no foothold in the air, could only let the silver and black mech wreak havoc. His whole body was bombarded by countless miniature missiles, and finally fell to the ground and smashed a deep pit. Peter landed on the ground in a few leaps. Suddenly, he saw a huge stone pillar behind where the leather jacket man fell. A bold idea immediately emerged in his heart. Several white spider threads shot out from his wrist and stuck to the huge stone pillar. Then, his legs sank into the ground, and his two hands burst out with amazing strength. Rumble! A huge stone pillar weighing dozens of tons was forcefully broken by his brute force. Chapter 596, Self-Destruct. Michelle was stunned. Peter Parker, who she had originally thought was a technical geek who studied and talked a little too much nonsense, and did not like to participate in sports. Now it seemed that it was not entirely true. This guy never participated in school sports. Perhaps the reason was because he was afraid of hurting the group of people. A stone pillar that was at least 5 or 6 people's embrace and was made of steel and cement was forcibly broken by him. If this strength went to the Olympic Games to participate in the strength-type project, it would be easy to win the championship. He could easily break through the limits of human beings. Previously, there was a golden-haired, rich, and handsome man in the school who provoked Peter. He said that he wanted to play a basketball game with him. The loser would have to drill into the crotch of the other party. In the end, Peter refused and ended up with nothing. If Peter couldn't bear it at that time, it wouldn't be as simple as drilling into his crotch. He was afraid that his life would be in danger. "Mr. Peter, is it over?" Because Jarvis couldn't see Hollow, he could only obtain information through Peter. "Hucky. Hucky. Not yet." Peter pulled up his spider mask and threw it to the side. He sat powerlessly on the ground, gasping for air. His eyes stared straight at the dust. He said in his heart, "But there are dozens of tons of things pressing down on him. That guy won't be able to come out for the time being. Is there any living creature that can survive that kind of attack?" Potts, who had been paying attention to the battlefield, was now filled with shock. "It has nothing to do with these things." Peter took advantage of the time when he was recovering his strength and told Potts and Michelle, "That thing is essentially a product of human soul degeneration, so the attack of the physical layer is not very useful to it. It can only temporarily trap this guy for a while." As if to respond to his words, under the ruins buried by the huge stone pillar, there was a sudden violent tremor. The guy was not dead, and he was trying to break free from below. "I have already informed Mr. Stark, but it will take some time for him to arrive," Jarvis said immediately. "Before that, we can only try to delay as much as possible." Peter's trembling hands propped up his body. After taking a deep breath, he said, "I'll keep him busy. The two of you, hurry up and bring Ned and Mr. Happy outside." "Okay. Okay." Potts was indeed a strong woman. He pulled Michelle and ran downstairs. Although Michelle was very reluctant, she understood that if they continued to stay here, they would only be a burden to Peter. Not only would they not be able to help him at all, they might even cause serious consequences. Only if they were safe as soon as possible could Peter let go of his hands and feet. Rumble. The tremors grew stronger and stronger, and under the mountainous ruins, it was lifted up by a certain force. Seeing this scene, Potts and Michelle were terrified and did not dare to waste any more time. One by one, they dragged the unconscious Ned and Michelle and prepared to retreat in the direction of the door. Whoosh! Peter shot out several strands of spider silk from his wrists, sticking to the stone pillars on both sides of the hall. Then he grabbed the spider silk with both hands, bent his waist, and retreated step by step. The spider silk was almost stretched to the limit, and it was stretched straight by the huge pulling force. From half the air, it looked like a huge slingshot. Bang! The ruins that piled up like mountains exploded, and a huge and terrifying figure sprang out. "Now!" Peter shouted, and his hands released the spider silk. With the help of the slingshot formed by the spider silk and the stone pillar, he instantly released a huge amount of elasticity, and like a cannonball, he aimed at the leather jacket man and fired. Suddenly, a strong wind rose. The red figure tore through the roaring waves, sweeping across the sky like a comet. Peter tightened all the muscles in his body, treating himself as a cannonball. His feet heavily kicked the face of the leather jacket man. The huge elastic force turned into a shocking impact force at the moment of contact. Boom! The solace of his shoes touched the face of the leather jacket man, and his muscles shook like a tide. Before the roar of rage could come out of his throat, it was forcefully pushed back by this kick. His huge body flew out of control and crashed into the stone pillar behind him at an even faster speed. The silver-black mech suddenly broke apart, breaking into several parts and falling to the ground. Before the leather jacket man on the ground could get up again, the scattered steel parts were combined into a ring and tied it up like a restraint device. Then, it released a dazzling electric current in one breath, constantly destroying the surface of Hollow's body. In the crackling of lightning, the anger of the leather jacket man rose to the peak. But unfortunately, the structure of the binding ring was extremely special. Not only did it perfectly restrict its power, but it could even guide it and increase the binding force of the binding ring again, so that no matter how the leather jacket man struggled, he could not untie the iron ring on his body. Amazing! Peter looked at it with envy, thinking that it would be good if he also had such a suit of armor. Tony had custom-made a special mecha model for Potts, Hira. Although it did not have the ability to kill Hollow, it was able to restrain Hollow, who was in the spirit-body state. Even when facing Jillian, who was at the level of Hollow, it could be held back for a short period of time. You forced me to do this. Seeing that Potts and Michelle were about to run out, the leather jacket man's scarlet eyes revealed a cold killing intent. Since there is no way to capture them alive, then die here with me. Peter's heart was beating wildly. In the next moment, the leather jacket man's huge body suddenly glowed with a red light, as if it was burning hot iron, emitting a hot heat wave. Not good, it wants to self-destruct. It was not until he saw this familiar scene that Peter realized the source of the uneasiness. The leather jacket man intended to blow them all up here. The violent expansion of energy could no longer be stopped. And judging from the gathering of energy and the shocking heat wave, the power produced by the explosion of the leather jacket man was definitely more than several times that of the previous person. When the time came, the entire exhibition hall would be destroyed. Peter decisively gave up stopping it, turned around and rushed directly to Ned and Happy. He did not forget to remind Jarvis, it is about to self-destruct. The binding ring was immediately put away and formed a silver-black mech, charging at the confused Potts. The mech parts covered Potts's body at an extremely fast speed, protecting her inside the steel mech. Then, he turned around and hugged Michelle. The armor on his back extended out a huge shield. This series of continuous operations only took a second. Peter dragged Ned and Happy behind the shield, and then used the spider silk to drag down the floor of the second floor. It just happened to block them from the leather jacket man, forming a natural shield wall. All of you, go to hell! The man in the leather jacket laughed savagely. The huge amount of energy accumulated in his body was released in one breath. Rumble! The huge flames accompanied the roar and instantly engulfed the entire exposition. Chapter 597, Script E, Explode. The blazing fire illuminated half of the clouds. The huge wave of air caused by the explosion directly destroyed the entire building. The strong wind pressure that was as strong as a hurricane swept in all directions. The huge volume of sound that was unbearable for human eardrums made most of the people who fled outside temporarily lose their sense of hearing. They could only feel the crazy tremor of the earth in the cold silence. The earth collapsed at the moment of impact, and the flat ground of the nearby street was covered with cracks in an instant. Large pieces of rock stratum shock waves rose to more than 10 meters in the sky. Then, after exhausting all their strength, they fell down like rain. The people who had fled were knocked to the ground, screaming in confusion and fear. Everyone could clearly feel that the destructive heat wave swept over their heads. Their hair curled and emitted a burnt smell, and their nasal cavities were forcefully injected with dust and heat. The trees on both sides of the road seemed to have been suddenly brushed by a hand. At the same time, they were pressed down in a direction, and the dead branches were directly ignited by the high temperature. The few people who were the first to bear the brunt of the impact inside the building were baptized by the shock wave and the heat wave. Even with the soil piled up in advance and Jarvis' defense, they could not help but be stunned by the shock wave. Their entire bodies felt like they had been struck by a hammer thousands of times. Cough cough. Cough cough. Everyone, are you all right? Peter coughed crazily and had to slow down his breathing. The dust content in the air after the explosion was too high, and it was mixed with large particles of haze. Every time he breathed, his throat felt as painful as if it had been through glah.s. He had to use clothes to cover his mouth and nose to breathe. No. It's fine. Michelle's voice was very soft, and it seemed that she was badly injured, but fortunately, her life was saved. Ahem, I'm fine too, said Potts as she covered her mouth and nose with her clothes. Then, she struggled to get up from the ground. Her face had been cut several times by the gravel. As for Ned and Happy, they were the most injured. When a person was in a coma, they wouldn't mobilize their muscles to defend against the impact, so the corners of their mouths were bleeding. However, it was better to be injured than to lose his life. That's good. As long as everyone is fine. Seeing that they were all fine, Peter finally breathed a sigh of relief. After his tense nerves relaxed, the muscles all over his body were twitching, and he was in so much pain that he sucked in a cold breath. Wait, wait! Potts, who was inside the steel mech, found through the mask scanning device that a heat source suddenly appeared in the smoke. There seems to be another person coming toward us. No. No way. As soon as this was said, Peter's face suddenly changed, and he looked at the smoke. Was the monster not dead? A blurry figure appeared in the smoke. From the looks of it, it did not seem to be a monster. In addition to him, Potts and Michelle seemed to have seen the blurry figure. This is impossible. It's actually a human. Peter was shocked. It was impossible for anyone to survive the violent explosion just now. The blurry figure was getting closer and closer, and soon walked out of the smoke. It was a tall woman. Under the western cloak was a white uniform that resembled a military uniform. The chest was embroidered with a 5-pointed star made of gold, and the silver 5-pointed star pendant around the waist. There was a white mask on her face. That is, a Quincy. Peter's heart was beating violently, and an uncontrollable fear surged into his heart. He still remembered that when he was in the Sky Carrier, the self-proclaimed Quincy defeated several heroes and destroyed the entire carrier by himself, and finally almost caused the fall to destroy New York City. What was a Quincy? Although Potts and Michelle wanted to ask, hearing the seriousness in Peter's tone, they finally chose to give up. Why did you come here? Even Peter himself did not notice that his voice was unconsciously trembling. Could it be that you are the ones manipulating the recent explosion of the Ten Ring Gang? He had heard some things about the mysterious organization, the Wandenreich. IRY described it as a horror organization that destroys the order of the world. Many times, his words revealed a very fearful meaning. Even Frank told him that once he met the Quincy, no matter what happened, he immediately chose to retreat and escape. He must not be an enemy. But the problem was that he couldn't run now. If he chose to escape, it would be equivalent to letting Michelle and Potts die, which was an unacceptable result. Peter gathered his courage and stood up, blocking in front of several people, looking straight at the Quincy. Your courage is commendable. The woman's eyes narrowed slightly, and a trace of appreciation could be seen through the mask, but the gap between you and me is not a problem that courage can solve. If you choose to leave now, I can spare your life. Impossible, I will not give up on them. Peter took a deep breath, and his eyes were firm and determined. I swore a long time ago that I would never run away from it. I will face all dangers bravely, and I will bear as much responsibility as I can. This is my hero creed. Is that so? What a pity. The woman sighed and said regretfully, a young life, like the rising sun in the morning, will die like this before it can leave any traces. Miss Potts, please leave this place immediately. Peter lowered his body and assumed an attacking posture. He whispered, her target is probably you, so don't look back. I will try my best to hold her back. But when he looked back, he found that there was only a pile of broken silver-black mechs left. Spider Kid, are you referring to this woman? The woman's soft laughter entered his ears. Peter's body shook as if he had been struck by lightning. Then he stiffly twisted his neck and saw that she was holding the unconscious Ms. Potts in her hand. When? Peter was shocked. Indescribable fear spread all over his body. Spider sensed that it was as silent as water. He did not even notice when Potts was taken away. When you reminded her. The woman smiled and said, Spider Kid, do you understand the gap between us now? Fawebolo. Peter's chest heaved violently, and the determination in his eyes gradually turned into fear. He guessed that the gap might be very big, but he did not expect it to be so big. It was like the distance between heaven and earth. He even boasted that he could stop the other party for a period of time as long as he tried his best. Hucky! 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 Peter's eyes were red and bloodshot. After all, his blood energy had suppressed his fear. He took a step forward and roared hoarsely, "No matter how big the gap is, so what? Put down Ms. Potts." As his voice fell, a large amount of dust splashed on the ground. Peter was like a bolt of lightning, rushing straight to the Quincy. The target was the unconscious Potts. Several crystal spider threads were shot out of his wrist, half aimed at the mask of the Quincy, and half aimed at the Potts in her hand. Swish! The spider threads directly passed through the Quincy, as if they hit just a phantom. Just as Peter was surprised where the person went, a voice suddenly fell from the sky, followed by the spider in his brain, like a buzzing alarm. Peter hurriedly raised his head, only to see the woman holding Potts, standing steadily in the middle of the air. She raised a finger in the shape of a gun and pointed it at the few of them below. "Spider Kid, although I admire your courage, I am not interested in playing with you now." The source of the danger of spider sense was the woman's finger in the shape of a gun. "As a dying person, you have the qualifications to know my name." The woman's light blue eyes looked at Peter through the white mask. She said indifferently, "Remember the name of the person who killed you. Then repent in hell." "I am one of the Wandenreich's stern Ritter, Hildr. The holy text bestowed by His Majesty is explode." Comparing it to the index finger of a gun, she made a shooting motion. Pa! A translucent ball of spirit particles condensed at the tip of her finger and shot out at an extremely fast speed, hitting the ruins of the building on the ground. Boom! Hildr seemed to be joking as she made a sound of an explosion. Chapter 598, Furious Tony. When Tony arrived at the scene, he found that the place was already in ruins. A huge collapsed pit formed by the explosion had a diameter of about 40 to 50 meters. The police, fire trucks, and medical staff arrived at the site of the disaster. They quickly pulled up a circle of alert zones nearby to rescue the injured people, clean up the ruins, and protect the site. They gradually began in an orderly manner. However, in terms of efficiency, it could only be said that they understood everything. If someone was buried under the ground, it would depend on the will of heaven whether they were alive or dead. However, it was fortunate that before the third explosion, all the groups of people had basically withdrawn, so the one with the most serious injuries was hit in the head by a stone that fell down, and the rest were all small injuries. Jarvis, search for survivors, locate the source of human body heat. Tony knew very well how inefficient the working efficiency of the United States was, so he decided to save people himself. Soon, under Jarvis' powerful search, under the buried ruins in the center of the explosion, there were 4 extremely weak heat reactions. Boom! Tony drove the armor and directly flew in from the sky, ignoring the warning line below. With the excellent driving force of the steel armor, it quickly cleaned up the ruins above, revealing the 4 people buried underneath. It was Peter, Happy, Ned, and Michelle who hadn't had the time to retreat before being forced into battle. Peter held a stone slab with both hands. The spider armor on his body was tattered, and his mask was almost half ruined. He revealed the young, childish face inside. There were bloody cuts all over the place, and it made people feel sorry for him. Through observation of the scene, it was easy to restore the situation. A second before the explosion, Peter lifted a stone slab for defense. At the same time, he also used his body as a shield in front of the other 3 people. This caused him to be the most seriously injured, but the 3 people were spared because of this. Tony was silent for a few seconds. He gritted his teeth and his eyes were bloodshot. "Where is Potts, Jarvis?" "I'm sorry, sir. Jarvis' voice was a little low, mixed with a hint of apology. The data of the Hiram mech was destroyed by an unknown attack before it could be sent back, so I'm not too sure about Miss Potts's current situation. Damn it! Tony was immediately furious. He punched the stone wall beside him, and the huge force directly destroyed the stone wall. Mr. Stark! Peter's eyelashes trembled, and he forced himself to lift his bruised blue and swollen eyelids. His cracked purple lips squirmed, and in a nearly inaudible voice, he said, "Yes. I'm sorry. I can't protect everyone." At this moment, looking at the child with such serious injuries, Tony couldn't help but feel sad. He half squatted and touched Peter's hair, comforting him, "It doesn't matter, Peter. I know you must have tried your best. You can't be blamed for this. Mr. Stark." Mr. Peter used his last bit of strength to spread out his bloody right hand, which had been tightly clenched. In his palm was a white corner of his clothes. "The person who took Miss Potts away is the Wandenreich, stern Ritter." Tony picked up the corner of his clothes, his eyes burning with anger. He held Peter in his arms and said gratefully, "Thank you. Don't worry, I will find her. You should take care of yourself. And one more thing." Peter forced himself to say, "That person's ability can trigger an explosion. Be careful." After saying this, Peter could no longer hold on. His head tilted as if he had lost his support. He rested his hand on Tony's shoulder and fell into a completely unconscious state. "Jarvis, inform Seireitei." Tony carefully put Peter down. Then, he got up and his eyes surged with killing intent. "Have them send someone to seal off the scene and save Peter." Peter was seriously injured, and because of his special identity, he could not let outsiders know. In this case, letting Seireitei deal with him was the best choice. Happy and the other two children could also receive better treatment. In this regard, he trusted Seireitei quite a lot. With anger that was growing more and more, Tony walked out step by step. The reporters who had been waiting for a long time were like sharks that smelled blood, rushing over to ask questions. Stark Group's CEO, Potts, was attacked by a terrorist attack. This was a once-in-a-lifetime big news. There would be no reward for first-hand reports, but if you fell behind, you would definitely be punished. "Mr. Stark, may I ask if you have any thoughts about today's explosion?" "Mr. Stark, may I ask if Ms. Potts has something to do? If something happens to her, will you consider the choice of the next CEO? Mr. Stark, is the terrorist attack this time specifically targeted at you? Febol.cm. Mr. Stark, from the start to the end of the attack, there was a full 15 minutes. May I ask why you didn't come in time? Everyone was looking forward to it, or some people with evil intentions mixed in. They tried to get even the slightest bit of information from this rich man and superhero." In the face of the reporter's aggressive interrogation, Tony didn't know what he was thinking. After a brief silence, he seemed to have decided what he wanted to say. "I want to tell you, Mandarin." The flames of anger surged in Tony's eyes, and he said word by word, "You have completely angered me. You have crossed my bottom line and have no political standpoint. This will be a bloody revenge. I swear I will kill you. If you are still a man and not a coward without eggs, then come to me and let us have a fight between real men. And those rats hiding in the gutter, I know you are here this time. It doesn't matter, it can be solved in one go. Malibu Beach, 10,880, my door won't be locked, you should know where to go, I'm waiting for you." This was a declaration of war. A declaration of war against the Ten Ring Gang, Mandarin, and the Wandenreich, the people who kidnapped Potts and injured Peter. That night, the video of Iron Man's declaration of war was placed at the top of all the mainstream media and video websites. The number of clicks on the video instantly broke through 100 million, attracting countless people to watch. The topic of conversation was hot for a moment. In a certain place in Tennessee, in an abandoned old mansion, a handsome blonde man wearing a light blue suit sat on the sofa with his legs crossed. He was watching the provocative video. Hee. There was no sign of joy on the man's face. He kept spinning the pen in his hand. It was only when the video insulted him as a man without any guts that a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. She. The man's palm was burning hot and a terrifying high temperature rose. The pen was melted into molten iron and flowed down the marble table to the ground. The man who saw this scene walked in front of the blonde man and lowered his head respectfully. Sir Killian, should we send someone over to get rid of this arrogant guy? Sure. Killian waved his hand casually and sneered, didn't he announce the address? I can give him a small gift. You know what I'm talking about. Understood. The man seemed to have thought of something, and then he smiled sinisterly. This arrogant guy, he probably won't even know what happened when the time comes. How are the preparations going on at Potts's side? Killian asked. It's almost done. She's in the midst of debugging. She'll be injected with the virus soon, the man replied. Wait until we capture Tony and then inject him. Chapter 599, Maya Hansen. In a luxurious villa that was built near the cliff, Tony was wearing a helmet and armor and was fully prepared, patiently waiting for the upcoming revenge. 3 days had passed since the media reported it. Although it looked calm on the surface and did not suffer any attacks, even the Ten Ring gang seemed to have disappeared without a trace, as if they were terrified and did not make any comments to counterattack. This made the netizens who were waiting to watch a good show feel a little disappointed. There was no lack of people with incomplete brains. On one hand, they urged the Ten Ring gang to take revenge. On the other hand, they went to Tony to scold him for being timid and avoiding going out. Tony was too lazy to pay attention to these people. In fact, he knew very well that this was just the calm before the storm. The calmer the surface of the lake looked, the more turbulent the undercurrents were. According to Jarvis data analysis, Mandarin would never give up his revenge. It was just a matter of time. Moreover, from the 3 days of silence, Tony predicted that the other party was holding back a big move, and was waiting for him and the agent in the dark to relax their vigilance and then carry out a series of revenge. The only thing that worried him now was Potts, who had been captured by the Wandenreich. What was the situation now? Analyzing it from all kinds of actions. The target of the Wandenreich and Mandarin should be him, Tony Stark. Potts was just a bait to threaten him, and there should be no problem in a short time. But a guess was still a guess. When he did not know the actual situation, he was not 100% sure. Just as he was thinking about it, Jarvis reminded him that someone was visiting outside the door. It was a woman with brown curly hair. She claimed to be Maya Hansen and had a very important matter to tell him. Maya Hansen. Tony recalled carefully and felt that this name was very familiar. He seemed to have heard it before. Do you need her to come in, sir? Jarvis asked. This key point is looking for me, and it's an important matter. It must have something to do with the Ten Ring gang. Tony's eyes flashed, and he finally decided to meet with her and listen to what exactly was going on. Soon, Maya Hansen, who was outside the door, was led to the living room by Jarvis. He saw Tony Stark, who was fully armed and wearing a steel armor. He sat on the sofa with his legs crossed and looked at her with a judgmental gaze. Maya Hansen had long brown hair that was slightly curled up on his shoulders. His black pupils and tall nose bridge added a lot of elegance to her appearance. The freckles on her face did not affect her beauty, giving people a sense of understanding and coldness. I guess you don't remember who I am, right? Maya Hansen had a complicated look in his eyes as he looked at the man he once admired. For a moment, he felt an inexplicable sadness. All the women in the world knew that Tony Stark was a playboy, and there were countless women around him. But many women knew this, but they still chose to throw themselves into the tiger's mouth, like moths to a flame. They wanted to see if they could become the woman who stayed by Tony's side, but unfortunately, they failed in the end. For so many years, no matter how many women he changed, only Potts remained unchanged, which made Maya very jealous. In fact, I remember you. Tony suddenly remembered where he had seen her. A few years ago at a wine party, you mentioned your research content to me. At that time, we had a good chat. Are you referring to the bed? Maya pulled up a strand of hair and laughed at herself. As a result, when I woke up the next morning, you had already disappeared. I don't want to see the scene of separation. Tony shrugged and said without any embarrassment, after all, saying goodbye to a beauty like you will make my heart ache. I thought I was healthy, so I left first. You are still so shameless. Maya looked at him speechlessly. She shook her head and said, forget it. It's all in the past. I came to find you today because I have very important information to tell you. Let me guess. Tony raised his eyebrows. It should be about the Ten Ring Gang and Mandarin, right? Maya looked at him in surprise. She seemed to be curious about how Tony had guessed it before she even spoke. It is not hard to guess. Tony purposely showed off and said, you dare to come to me at this critical moment and tell me that there is something important. 90 of it is Ten Ring Gang and Mandarin. Your conceit is still as annoying as ever. Maya sighed. Thank you for the compliment, Tony said. Maya was rendered speechless by this shameless man. She then said seriously, I came to find you because I wanted to tell you that Killian is working for Mandarin. Tony was silent. He searched his brain and found that he had no impression of him. He could only ask, do I know the man you are talking about? The founder of AIM is also the one who cooperated with me to develop the death virus. When we first met, I wanted to talk to you about this. Maya explained. In fact, she was not surprised that Tony had forgotten about Killian. After all, in the memories of this playboy, he would never leave a place for a man. I seem to remember. But what is the death virus? Hearing her say this, Tony vaguely remembered that at that time, there was indeed a person dressed up and wanted to talk to him about the cooperation of a biological agent. It is a biological agent that causes the human body to be injured and immediately regenerate. Even the broken limbs that have been lost for a long time can also be repaired by the virus. Maya briefly explained. It sounds like a good thing, but what does it have to do with the Ten Ring Gang and Mandarin? Tony asked doubtfully, could it be that Killian is planning to use the death virus to heal those injured terrorists? The initial despair virus is indeed a new era biological agent developed to repair human damaged tissues. Maya's eyes were a little sad, and her tone was a lot lower, as if there was a sadness mixed in. At first, that means, the situation has changed. Tony frowned, and he vaguely caught a clue in his mind. Yes. It has mutated. Maya subconsciously clenched her knees, a hint of fear in her eyes. Killian has found a new sequence combination. The biological potion that originally repaired limbs has become the current desperate virus. On the basis of the biological potion of the first generation, the desperate virus is almost perfect. Not only can it increase the recovery effect by multiple times, but it can also regenerate human limbs in a short few seconds. And it has a new function. It can spontaneously release high heat energy, turning the human body into a burning furnace. Even steel can easily melt. Could it be? Tony's eyes slightly moved. He thought of the recent cases, and it seemed that they were all explosions caused by high heat energy. You guessed right. Maya revealed a guilty expression and said in a low voice, the murderer who caused the explosion was the patient who was injected with the disease. They were unable to adapt to the transformation of the virus and caused the heat to pass through the temperature, causing a huge explosion. So that was the case. Tony was suddenly enlightened. No wonder there were no traces left on the scene. It was all a real human bomb. I came to find you not to atone for my sins, but to beg you." Maya's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. She held Tony tightly with both hands, like a straw that a drowning man grabbed. She begged, "I don't want the virus to become a war weapon. Its original intention should be to save those disabled people, not cause more pain." Tony was silent for a moment. Looking at the regret and pain on Maya Hansen's face, he could not help but put down his guard. "Don't worry, I will stop him." "Where is Chiri now?" "He is." Maya Hansen was just about to speak when his pupils suddenly enlarged as he stared out the window. Tony instantly realized that something was wrong and quickly turned around to look out the window. He saw several missiles dragging the exhaust flames flying towards them. Chapter 600, Frontal Attack. Tony suddenly had the urge to curse. What did he mean by lifting a stone head to smash his own foot? He finally felt it at this moment. The models of those missiles were the ones that he had previously introduced to the US military. They were the ones that had declared that the best weapons only needed to be used once. Not only did they have a huge attack range, but their split bullets also caused a second combustion and destruction. It was said that they were quite popular in the eastern battlefield. It was just that he did not expect that one day, he would be attacked by his own missile. At this critical moment, Tony's thinking speed surpassed any other moment in the past. He rushed forward with an arrow step and protected Maya Hansen, who was still in a daze, in his arms. The steel on the back of the body quickly squirmed and folded up. It looked like the shell of some kind of creature, used to resist the impact and explosion that was about to come. Boom! A huge roar accompanied by a wave of heat erupted. The second impact of Jericho missile splitting shook a shockwave visible to the naked eye, blowing the two people several meters away like rubble. Everything in sight was shattered by the violent explosion. Seaside villa, worth hundreds of millions, instantly collapsed, reduced to rubble in the first round. But this was only the beginning. 3 armed helicopters hovered several meters above the villa. 6-barrel fire god cannon aimed at the ruins in the smoke. As the machine rumbled and turned, it spewed out hot and dazzling tongues of flame, composing a fierce movement of death. 3 heavy machine guns were shot in a cross style, and the firepower net covered the ruins of the villa in all directions. The dense bullets almost formed a large line of fire, crazily bombarding the ruined villa, and everything in front of them that was larger than the human body was reduced to small pieces of the human body. "Eric, this guy should die, right?" The person controlling a heavy machine gun shook his numb arm and turned to look at a person in the middle. "With this kind of firepower, even if his steel armor has high defense, I'm afraid it will become a pile of scrap metal now. Don't be careless. Don't forget that he is Tony Stark." The man with the buzz cut said with a serious expression, "When the aliens invaded New York, the technology that this guy showed has surpassed the current era for decades. He was not killed so easily. Continue to shoot and suppress it." Tisk. The man pursed his lips, feeling that Killian was making a fuss out of nothing. No matter how smart Tony Stark was, he was just a human. Even if he created a steel armor to protect his body, he would be able to withstand the bombardment of Jericho missiles at close range. Even the shock and heat would be enough to kill him. However, the next second, his face was severely swollen, as if to verify Killian's words. A beam of dazzling white laser instantly pierced through the obstruction of the smoke and dust, destroying an armed helicopter. A piece of iron leaf with a propeller swept through the air at an extremely fast speed. The pilot pulled the lever with all his might, causing the helicopter to fly at a 45-degree angle, narrowly avoiding the explosion of the wreckage. The people on the inside opened their eyes wide and watched as the blades flew past in front of them. The sharp sound of the iron piece breaking through the air made everyone's heart twitch violently. Boom! A huge sonic boom suddenly exploded in their ears. Only then did the people on the helicopter react. They quickly turned their eyes to the source and saw a golden red stream of light rushing out from the smoke of the debris at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. Everyone was very clear in their hearts that the golden red stream of light was Iron Man Tony Stark. Not only did he not die under the first wave of attacks, he even put on his armor in such a short period of time and launched a counterattack against them. Shoot! Shoot! Climb up! Climb up! Hurry up and climb up! Be careful of dodging! Don't let him hit us! The remaining 2 helicopters immediately panicked, frantically trying to move away from the beam of light. However, no matter how fast the helicopter was, how could it be faster than the steel armor? One had to know that Tony was currently using Mark 42. The highest speed was 3,672 km per hour, which was about Mach 3. The world's top fighter jets were roughly this fast, and this was not even the fastest speed. If it was the god-killing mech, its speed could be 5 times Mach. Bang! The huge sonic boom cloud circled around the body, instantly pulling out 100 meters of violent air wave. In the deafening sound explosion, the speed of the body was difficult to capture with the naked eye, like a meteor streaking through the atmosphere, dragging a long red tail flame, directly crashing into another armed helicopter. The result was obvious: the helicopter exploded on the spot. Under the impact of Mach-3, the massive kinetic energy was enough to destroy anything. Under the impact of this speed, steel was as fragile as a piece of paper, easily torn into pieces. The terrorist inside did not even have the chance to scream before he was smashed into meat paste by supersonic speed, exploding into a bloody mist that filled the sky. In the only remaining helicopter, the terrorist, who had long been accustomed to cruelty and bloodshed, could not help but feel fear when he saw this scene. Not good, he's back again. The golden body, dragging the sonic ring, circled in the air and rushed at them aggressively again. Ah! Don't come over! The man who controlled the heavy machine gun had a face full of horror, as if he had seen something terrible. He roared hysterically and pulled the trigger to shoot the golden light that was rushing over. The bullets whistled through the air, pulling out a line of fire. Tony was driving the Mark mech, and with an almost inhuman speed, he made a Z-shaped movement in the air, perfectly avoiding all the bullets that were shot at him. It's too late. Rick gritted his teeth, and a scarlet light appeared in his eyes. The skin on his body suddenly became red and hot, like a red-hot iron, emitting waves of heat. When the people beside him saw this, they seemed to understand something. They gritted their teeth and pulled off their clothes. Like Eric, their skin was red and their temperature rose rapidly in a short period of time. It was as if tons of explosives were buried in their bodies. 4. Mandarin. For Lord Mandarin. For Lord Mandarin. The faces of the 4 people, including the pilot, were filled with indescribable fanaticism. They were like crazy believers dedicated to their faith. The moment Tony was about to crash into the helicopter, they all chose to self-destruct. Boom 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 boom. The ring of air that was as hot as the sun exploded one after another in the air. The huge sound wave rushed into the clouds in the sky, and then fell down to set off waves several meters high. A layer of seawater was directly evaporated into white mist, rising high into the sky under the high temperature heat. It cooled the hot air clouds and formed a rainstorm. Even though Mark 42's defense was outstanding, Tony was also shocked. A strong shockwave that could be seen with the naked eye hit the mech. Tony immediately lost his balance and control. He stood up and read the book. The veins on his forehead bulged as if he was in great pain. His entire body was like a convulsing snail, fiercely crashing into the ruined villa. Tony finally woke up and staggered to get up. He suddenly felt a surge of nausea in his stomach and almost vomited under his mask. Looking up at the wreckage of the plane, his heart felt heavy. The madness of these terrifying people was simply beyond the imagination of normal people. A question floated into Tony's mind. Who was this Mandarin that could make these people shout his name and then willingly sacrifice themselves for him to choose to self-destruct? It seems that it is necessary to go and ask that Killian. Tony let out a heavy breath. Just as he was about to turn around and look for Maya, an ominous and evil spiritual power suddenly spread out from behind him. Tony Stark! Kill! Tony Stark! Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! One by one, voices filled with resentment shook the Rishi in the air. Tony's face was stiff as he slowly turned around to look. He saw 4 monsters of different sizes. Their skin was as pale as ash, and their faces were covered with half a white bone mask. The remaining half of their faces were still in human form. They were the 4 people who had just self-destructed. F***CK.